1. Sith spawn! When his X-Wing reverted to real space before the countdown timer had reached 0, Corran knew Thrawn had somehow managed to outguess the New Republic yet one more time. The rogues had helped create the deception that the New Republic would be going after the Tangrene Ubictorate base, but Thrawn clearly hadn't taken the bait. The man's incredible. I'd like to meet him, shake his hand. Corran smiled. And then kill him, of course. 2 seconds into real space, and the depth of Thrawn's brilliance became undeniable. The New Republic's forces had been brought out of hyperspace by 2 interdictor cruisers, which even now started to fade back toward the Imperial lines. This left the New Republic ships well shy of the Bilbringi shipyards and facing an Imperial fleet arrayed for battle. The 2 interdictors that had dragged them from hyperspace were a small part of a larger force scattered around to make sure the New Republic ships were not going to be able to retreat. "Battle alert!" Captain Tycho Selchu's voice crackled over the comm unit. "TIE interceptors coming in, bearing 293, Mark 20. Corran keyed his comm unit. 3 flight on me. Hold it together and nail some squints." The cant-winged interceptors rolled in and down on the rogues. Corran kicked his X-Wing up on its port S-foil and flicked his lasers over to quad-fire mode. While that would slow his rate of fire, each burst had a better chance of killing a squint outright. And there are plenty that need killing here. Corran nudged his stick right and dropped the crosshairs onto an interceptor making a run at Admiral Akbar's flagship. He hit the firing switch, sending 4 red laser bolts burning out at the target. They hit on the starboard side, with 2 of them piercing the cockpit and the other 2 vaporizing the strut supporting the right wing. The bent hexagonal wing sheared off in a shower of sparks, while the rest of the craft started a long, lazy spiral toward the outer edges of the system. "Break port, 9!" As the Gand's high-pitched voice poured through the comm unit, Corran snap-rolled his X-Wing to the left, then chopped his throttle back and hauled hard on the stick to take him into a loop. An interceptor flashed through where he had been, and Ural Kurg's X-Wing came fast on its tail. Ural's lasers blazed in sequence, stippling the interceptor with red energy darts. One hit each wing, melting great furrows through them, while the other 2 lanced through the cockpit right above the twin-ion engines. The engines themselves tore free of their support structure and blew out through the front of the squint, then exploded in a silver fireball that consumed the rest of the Imperial fighter. "Thanks, 10. "My pleasure, 9. Whistler, the green and white R2 unit slotted in behind Corran, hooted, and data started pouring up over the fighter's main monitor. It told him in exact detail what he was seeing unfold in space around him. The New Republic's forces had come into the system in the standard conical formation that allowed them to maximize firepower. Thrawn had arrayed his forces in more of a bowl shape, with interdictor cruisers ringing the outer edge, preventing retreat and promoting containment. The Imperial forces also appeared to have very specific fire missions and were working over the smaller support ships in Akbar's fleet. Corran shivered. And even if we were to punch through the Imp formation, we'd still have to deal with the Golan space defense stations protecting the Imperial shipyards. Thrawn, genius that he had proved himself to be, had set a perfect ambush for the New Republic. The Bilbringi shipyards were crucial to the Imperial war effort since they were a major supplier of ships, and their loss would strike a major blow against Thrawn's effort to destroy the New Republic. Of course, Thrawn figured that out himself and knew we'd be here. Until Thrawn slithered in from the unknown regions and began his drive to re-establish the Empire, Corran had allowed himself to believe the tough battles had already been won, and all the New Republic had left to do was to mop up the last of the Imperials. Now it seems the hard battles are here and waiting to be lost. With a flick of his thumb, Corin evened his shields out, fore and aft, then throttled back up and slashed at a pair of interceptors making a run on a New Republic assault frigate. He slid his crosshairs over on the trailing interceptor as it began its shallow glide along the frigate's hull. His quad burst caught most of the port wing, liquefying it in an instant. The molten metal froze in a long black tangle of ribbon-like shards trailing after the damaged fighter. The pilot juked his ship to the right to escape Corin, but that flew him straight into a burst from one of the frigate's turbo lasers, vaporizing the Squint in an eye blink. The lead interceptor rolled to port and cut down past the curve of the frigate's hull. Corin caught a flash of red on one of the interceptor's wings and nodded. Looks like he was once part of the 181st Imperial Fighter Group. They used to be feared. Maybe I ought to see why. Whistler sounded a mournful tone. Yes, I know what I'm doing. The droid blatted harshly at him. Yes, I'll be careful. Neither one of us wants to know what Mirax will do to the survivor if we die. Corin winked at the holograph of his wife fixed to a side panel in his cockpit, then rolled his X-wing and cruised down after the Squint. He threaded a path through the turbo laser blasts the frigate was pumping out, then swept past the ship out near its engines. Even before Whistler could hoot a warning, the hiss of lasers splashing themselves over his aft shields caught Corin's full attention. His secondary monitor showed the interceptor dropping in on his tail. Must have throttled back and hovered near the engines, waiting. This guy is good. Pumping more energy into his shields, Corin rolled the X-wing right, up onto the S-foil. He pulled back on the stick to start a loop and held it for 3 seconds, then cut his throttle back and inverted. Pulling back harder on the stick, he completed a fast loop, then throttled up through the end of it and rolled outright. As his fighter's nose came to point at the interceptor, the imp pilot rolled his craft and dove away from Corin. The Corellian pilot started down after him, but cut back to 75% of his speed. As he anticipated, the imp cut his speed as well, hoping Corin would race past him. Instead, Corin triggered one quick burst of fire that hit high on the imp's port wing, burning a black hole through the red stripe. He then stood on his right rudder pedal, keeping his guns on the Squint, and poured another quad burst of laser fire into the interceptor. All 4 ruby darts drilled through the port wing, then stabbed deep into the cockpit. A bright light flashed through the hole the lasers had opened, and Corin expected the ship to explode, but it didn't. Instead, it began to come apart, with bits and pieces of it whirling away as if the bright flash had disintegrated all the rivets and welds used in its manufacture. Corin looped his X-wing away from the dying Squint, but before he could vector in on another interceptor, he heard Commander Wedge Antilles coming through on the squadron's tactical channel. All rogues come about on a heading of 125 Mark 17. That Golan Space Defense Station is designated Green 1. It's ours. Ours, Commander? The same surprise Corin felt in his chest came flooding through Gavin Darklighter's voice. That's a pretty tough target. We'll just have to be tougher than it is, won't we, Six? Wedge's reply came loaded with grim irony. If we can get into the shipyard, the imps will have to think about more than just pounding our fleet. Besides, we have friends coming out. 1 flight is on me. 5, you have 2 flight. 9, you have 3. As ordered, Lead. Corin brought his fighter around on the appropriate heading and locked the target into his computer. Estimated time of arrival at missile range is 40 seconds. Let's move, 3 flight. Ural pulled his X-wing up on Corin's starboard wing. Iniri Forge brought Rogue 12 up on Corin's port wing, and Acer Sailor, in Rogue 11, hung back off Iniri's port wing. Corin goosed his ship a bit forward and shifted his attention toward their target, trusting the others to keep him informed if imps were vectoring in on them from behind. Not likely, though, since they've got plenty to keep them busy. Throughout the bowl into which the New Republic's fleet moved, massive salvos of energy shot up and down and side to side, filling the area with a dazzling light show. Corrin would have been more than content to watch the turbo-laser bursts flow back and forth, but the fact that they were lethal was more than enough to keep him from finding much beauty in them. Behind the squadron, Y-wings, A-wings, and B-wings mixed it up with interceptors, TIE fighters, and bombers, punctuating the light show with brilliant explosions. The larger ships, when hit hard, didn't explode as quickly. Instead, their fire-blackened bulks drifted through the battlefield, atmosphere burning off as it leaked out of broken hulls. Some turbo-laser blasts were enough to peel back armor plates and reduce them to floating metal globules that hardened in the vacuum of space. In other places, the shots holed the ships through and through, or vaporized things that should have been there, like superstructures or a bow. The Golan Space Defense Station loomed larger. Lights blinked placidly at the various corners, almost inviting inspection. Over 2 kilometers long, about half as wide and tall, it bristled with turbo-laser batteries, proton torpedo launchers, and tractor beam stations. It massed more than an Imperial Star Destroyer, and while it wasn't as heavily armed, the proton torpedo launchers gave it the ability to inflict serious damage in a hurry. It could easily put down any of the New Republic ships that made it through the Imperial formation. Corrin flicked his weapons control over to proton torpedoes and linked fire so 2 would go through with a single pull of his trigger. Whistler brought up the heads-up targeting display, and the HUD fixed a green box around a space platform. The droid began to beep insistently as it tried to get a target lock. Then the HUD went red, and Whistler's tone became constant. 9 has a firing solution, transmitting now. On my mark, 3 Flight. 3, 2, 1, mark! All 4 of the X-Wings fired their proton torpedoes at one time, using Whistler's targeting solution to guide them. A battle station like the Golan supported very powerful shields, and individually fired proton torpedoes would have been unable to pierce it. 8 torpedoes coming in at the same time, aiming for the same point, would overstress the shields, draining them of energy. This would create a critical time window in which the shields would be weakened or would totally fail and have to be regenerated. Whistler sounded another long, strong tone. 3 Flight second salvo. On my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark! 8 more proton torpedoes streaked out from the incoming fighters before the first set had hit. The first 8 torpedoes detonated against the station's top port shield. The shield itself went opaque, taking on a milky white hue as it attempted to dissipate the torpedo's energy. But sparks shot from the shield projectors rimming the station's middle, and a roiling ball of plasma bounced across the hull, scorching gray paint as it went. The next 8 missiles hit in a ragged sequence and exploded brilliantly along the station's middle. Flames vomited into space as a blast opened a hole 3 decks deep and vented atmosphere. Armor plates whirled into space, half melted and twisted. Turbo-laser batteries split apart, leaving blackened holes and warped metal where they had once been grafted to the station. Corrin juked his fighter up and away from the station, then inverted and watched turbo-laser fire shoot beneath his canopy. For a half-second he thought the Golan's gunners were terribly shaken by the squadron's attack, hence their misses. Then he glanced at his rear sensor display. He smiled and keyed his comm unit. "We softened them up for you." "Appreciated, rogues. Now let us do our jobs." 2 New Republic assault frigates, the Tyrant's Bane and Liberty Star, cruised in toward the Golan station. Though each ship was less than a third as long as the station, they bristled with 50 laser cannons and poured terajoules of coherent light into the Golan. Scarlet bolts lanced through the station's collapsed shields and bubbled up chunks of the metal hull. Stanchions wavered and wilted beneath the blistering assault. As they collapsed, turbo-laser batteries sagged and dipped, then melted into slag. The troops aboard the Golan fought back valiantly, but found themselves at a gross disadvantage. Proton torpedoes exploded, shaking the station. The troops fired in vain at the fighters, then concentrated their fire on the frigates. While the larger ships made for better targets, their intact shields provided them with protection the station lacked. With each salvo, fewer and fewer of the Golan's weapons fired back. A brilliant flare flashed on the station's port side, then it went black. Power couplings must be down. That half of the station is dead. Corin keyed his comlink. 3 flight with me. We're past the station and in on the shipyard. Now the imps have to move to catch us. Corin tried to force confidence into his voice. Racing a starfighter through a shipyard, shooting up targets of opportunity, would be fairly easy, but he didn't want to kid himself about the chances that such an assault would force the Empire to break off its attack on the rebel fleet. Thrawn might not like what the rogues are doing, but he can deal with us later when he's killed all the other ships. Tycho's voice poured through the comm unit. Lead, do here! I show the Imperial formation breaking up. What? Corin stabbed a button and shifted the display on his primary monitor over to a system-wide scan. The Imperial bowl, which had been contracting around the rebel cone, was beginning to come apart. The Stormhawk and the Nemesis were moving to secure an outbound vector for the fleet, while Thrawn's flagship, the Chimera, swung about to discourage pursuit of the fleet's smaller ships. Disbelief threaded through Wedge's voice. Be careful, rogues. Thrawn's got something up his sleeve. Jansen laughed lightly. Looks like a full-fledged retreat, Lead. They're recovering their fighters. Corin studied his readout. The rebel cone began to blossom from the widest end, coming forward to the tip. The New Republic ships kept a respectful distance from the Imperial ships and moved to begin recovery operations. The imp pullback left a couple of their own stricken ships still hanging in space. And it leaves the Bilbringi shipyards to us, which Thrawn never would have wanted. A shiver ran up Corin's spine. What happened here, Lead? I don't know, Nine. Wedge's voice came through solemn and with a hint of hesitation. Just got a recall order from Admiral Akbar. We're to rendezvous with Home 1. And then he'll tell us what happened? Could be, Corin, but I doubt it. Wedge's X-Wing looped out in front of the other rogues and began the trip back toward the fleet. For now, let's just be glad that, for whatever reason, Thrawn discovered he had better things to do. And let's be ready for when he decides to come back at us again. 2. As tired as he was, Wedge Antilles found it a major effort to open his eyes when Admiral Akbar cleared his voice. The pilot had been seated in the waiting area outside the Admiral's office and hadn't heard the hatch open. He started to spring to his feet, but tight muscles slowed him, only allowing him to unfurl his body like a heavy flag in a weak breeze. "Forgive me, Admiral." Wedge sheepishly looked back at where he'd been sitting. "I didn't mean to—" Akbar's barables quivered as his mouth opened in an approximation of a human grin. "No need for forgiveness. I kept you waiting too long. Reviewing Thrawn's tactics is fascinating, and other information also demanded attention. The tide of data washed away the time." "Understandable, Admiral." Wedge followed the Mon Calamari into his office. As with any cabin on a starship, space was limited, but the large viewports helped alleviate any sense of closeness. A globe of water hung suspended in the corner in a gravity-nullifying field, and flashed with a rainbow of fish swimming through it. The water also contributed to the elevated humidity in the room, but Wedge didn't mind it too much. After all these years of dealing with the Admiral, it doesn't feel that oppressive. Akbar waved a flipper-fingered hand at a chair before his desk, then sat with his back to the black expanse of space.
I want to commend you and your people on the run at the Golan station. While the assault frigates finished it off, your people put the first cracks in its shell and otherwise hurt it. You should have your techs get ready to paint a Golan on your fighters.
Wedge smiled and ran his fingers back through his brown hair. I'm sure that'll make the rogues happy. I'm just pleased you gave us the release to make that run.
It was a gamble we needed to make at the time.
And it seemed to work. Wedge's brown eyes narrowed. I can't believe, though, that our assault was what frightened Thrawn off. The Mon Calamari sat back and swiveled his chair around to face toward the fish globe.
It wasn't, which is not meant to diminish what you and your people did. Part of the delay here was dealing with coded messages from Wayland.
Wayland?
Apparently it is a world where the Emperor had hidden a cloning facility. Thrawn was using it to produce troops. He was also using a clone of a Jedi Master to help coordinate his military efforts, and this clone was based on Wayland. Luke and Leia were there to deal with him. Leia also has managed to establish a rapport with the Noghiri. They are an alien species the Empire had tricked into serving as agents and assassins. The Noghiri worked for Thrawn, but when they discovered the Imperial deception, they used one of the Noghiri close to Thrawn to kill him.
Wedge sat forward, the last vestiges of fatigue burned away. Thrawn dead? Are you sure? Akbar shrugged uneasily.
There is no way of knowing for certain, since the Noghiri assassin is not reported back to his superiors. In fact, they assume he was killed trying to escape from the Chimera. While it is possible that Thrawn was just injured and a subordinate officer issued orders in his stead, causing the retreat, the fact is that the Noghiri have been spectacularly successful assassins. This Rook had the same sort of access to Thrawn that Chewbacca has to Han Solo, and if the Wookiee were of a mind to kill Han, I do not doubt he would succeed.
The Corellian pilot exhaled slowly as he sank back into the chair. Thrawn dead. That pretty much breaks the back of the Empire's remnants, doesn't it?
It certainly hurts them, yes. There are still warlords out there, Pterodok, Harsk, Krenel, and some ex-Imperials who have gone feral and are leading pirate bands. There are also clusters of loyal Imperial systems that are fairly self-sufficient, but they don't seem to be much of a threat to the New Republic. We will have to continue battling the warlords, and I have no doubt there are more Imperial weapons of mass destruction lurking out there to catch us like a riptide. But we have gotten past a stretch of rough water.
Wedge blinked, then shook his head. It's been 8 or 9 years now that I've been fighting against the Empire. There were times I didn't think I was going to live another moment. I don't think I ever let myself dream I might survive this long to see this sort of victory. This was always a goal, but now that it's here... He fell silent as a host of emotions exploded in his chest. An incredible sensation of relief washed over him. I'm alive. Actually alive. Pleasure at the number of his comrades who had also survived followed quickly on its heels, chased by the melancholy of remembering those who had died. Biggs, Dak, Ibtisam, Riv, the Admiral's niece Jesmine, Grinder, Castan Don, Peshk, Jack Porkins. Too many. Far too many. Yet even as memories of the dead tried to weigh him down, his spirits soared. The rebellion had actually done it, had actually defeated the Empire and liberated trillions of subjugated people. Oppression had been exchanged for hope, misery for freedom. It had been an act of sheer will by so many that allowed for the rebellion's success, and Wedge took great joy in his contribution to that effort. He looked up at Akbar. I never really dared let myself look beyond the next battle, and now it seems there might truly be an end to the warfare. I don't know what I'll do with myself. Akbar's lip fringes twitched. Said like a man contemplating retirement. Retirement? I'm not even 30. Warfare is an occupation from which one can never retire too young, Commander. Good point, Admiral. Wedge smiled. Maybe I could retire. Not immediately, mind you. I literally don't know what I would do with myself if I did. Maybe write my memoirs or get some education. I always wanted to be an architect, and peace could mean a lot of building. Akbar nodded. Find yourself a mate? Raise a small school of children? Wedge wrinkled his nose. I don't know about a school of children, but a couple, sure. However, that's further down the line, I think. True. Akbar turned to face him and rested his forearms on his desk. There is a more immediate problem I need you to deal with. Yes? I want you to accept immediate promotion to the rank of general. Wedge shook his head. Hey, I won that Wraith Squadron bet. Yes, you did, and very adroitly. Akbar pressed his hands together. Commander, we have played this shell game, you and I, for years. You don't want a promotion because you don't want to move out of an X-Wing cockpit. I certainly can appreciate your desires. I can sympathize with them, but I also know you're capable of handling greater responsibilities than you have been. This promotion would address those responsibilities. Address how? I'm at my best planning small unit tactical operations. So the conquest of Typhira was a small unit tactical operation? Wedge hesitated. Well, yes, sort of. Akbar shook his head. I allowed you to deflect me with the whole Wraith Squadron concept, and I value you enough to seriously consider letting you remain in command of a fighter unit. Rogue Squadron? Or am I going to have to command a full wing the way General Salm does? A Rogue Squadron will be sufficient for now. The Corellian arched an eyebrow at his superior. If you're willing to leave me in charge of Rogue Squadron, I guess I don't need a promotion then. The Mon Calamari leaned forward, his eyes half shut. But you do, Commander. You need a promotion, and you need one very quickly. Why? Akbar sighed. Because your people in the squadron are refusing their own promotions. They're following in your wake, which is a grand testament to your leadership and their feelings for you, but not really fair to them at all. Captain Selchu should be at least a colonel. That was the job he was performing in leading the rogues while you were with the Wraiths. Hobby and Jansen should be majors. Horn should be a captain at the very least. Darklighter as well. And the rest of your rogues should be something other than flight officers. Wedge sat there, his mouth open ever so slightly. I never really gave it that much thought, I guess. There wasn't that much time for thinking, given all you and the rogues have been through. Akbar spread his hands. The liberation of Typhira made it difficult for us to insist on promotions, lest it look as though we were rewarding you for toppling a government. That sort of thing could have encouraged other units to try similar actions on other worlds. Your involvement with the Wraiths further insulated you because of the bet we had. Then Thrawn arrived, and promotions became less important than otherwise. Now, with his threat ended, we have old injustices to take care of. Right. I'm sure the Bothans would like to see Asser made at least a captain. And they would like her back flying for them. Not hard to believe. Wedge shook his head. How could I have been so blind? My people have all been great, and certainly more deserving of rank and honors than a lot of folks who have been promoted beyond them. I've been so worried about not letting the rebellion down that I've let them down. I guess I need to prepare reports so they can be considered for promotion, yes? Akbar punched a button on the holoprojector pad built into his desk. Above it, little holographic images of each of the squadron's pilots burned to life. The Admiral reached up and touched Tycho's image, and it blossomed into a full data file.
Emtry managed to take care of filing routine reports for you, including performance evaluations and the like. Appending your comments to each file would not hurt, especially if the reporting officer is General Antilles.
Wedge nodded slowly, then smiled. How long ago did you figure out that using my people against me would work? I mean, none of them complained, did they?
No, none of them did.
Akbar's mouth opened in a smile.
In fact, I think they took perverse delight in their situation. As for when I knew how to get you to accept this change, it occurred to me during your time at Typhira. You're as loyal to your people as they are to you.
Fair enough. Wedge's eyes narrowed. Now that you've gotten me to agree to the promotion, it's time you let me in on what else is happening. Akbar hesitated for a moment, then bowed his head.
Very good, General. How did you know the tide was still rising?
I know you well enough, Admiral, to know you wouldn't have pushed me to accept a rank unless it was important for me to do so. If getting my people to accept rank was the problem, you'd just have me talk to them. You want me to be a general, and I guess I figure that if I have rank, it's because I'm going to need to pull it.
Excellent reasoning, which confirms your suitability to what I need you for.
The Mon Calamari pressed his hands flat against the desk.
Thrawn's assault really was the last effort by a united empire to destroy the rebellion. There are, however, many warlords who hold sway over collections of star systems. We're going to need to liberate those systems and worlds. Right now, Rogue Squadron is pretty much the only unit in the New Republic with any sort of experience with that kind of operation.
Because of what we learned at Typhira.
Exactly.
Wedge nodded. System liberation will be a delicate operation. If we go in with too much materiel, we'll appear to be as nasty a force as the Empire. If we make a half-hearted effort and are defeated, it will cost us lives and undermine our credibility with the New Republic's member states. If we do it just right, we give other warlords something to think about, which might make them more open to peaceful negotiations.
You've distilled 4 hours of Provisional Council discussions down to the key points. We're going to have to go after the warlords, and the first one has to fall in relatively short order.
Haste never makes for good warfare, Wedge frowned. Just picking a target will be tough. The criteria for that choice alone will take hours of debate.
Already done.
Akbar hit another button on the holoprojector, and a new image replaced Tycho's. The man had close-cropped white hair and piercing blue eyes that seemed to project a cold cruelty. Below the image of the man's head and shoulders hung a smaller computer window display showing a prosthetic right hand. A list of specifications for the hand scrolled out below.
You've dealt with this man before.
Admiral Delak Crunnell. Wedge felt the flesh on his arms pucker. He ordered TIE fighter attacks on the civilians on Axela and opposed our rescue of Sate Pestage from Seutric.
Yes, he murdered Sate Pestage and took over his holdings, the Seutric hegemony. It made him the leader of a dozen worlds and gave him a fair amount of material resources. He didn't join Thrawn per se, but seems to have given him monetary support. He rules from Ciutric and has a fleet of a dozen or so capital ships, including his Reckoning.
Wedge smiled. Got it all repaired, did he?
So it seems.
He's been rather quiet. Not at all like Pterodoc. How can you justify going after him?
Wedge frowned for a moment, then barked a little laugh.
We're going to bring him to justice for Pestige's murder?
That and the murder of Pestige's family. When Krennel took over, he killed every one of them he could find. Over 100 people perished in that purge alone, and there have been other purges to keep him in power. His murder sprees give us all the excuse we need to target him.
Then the fact that he took the holdings of an Imperial officer and converted them to himself means that by going after him, we're suggesting to anyone else who might be adventurous out there that what once belonged to the Empire is ours. Interfere with us, and you'll lose everything.
Akbar turned his head and stared at Wedge with one big amber eye. Political analysis, Wedge. Had I known you'd take to being a general so easily, I'd have demanded the promotion sooner.
Being aware of politics, Admiral, is light years away from liking it or being good at it. Still, the lessons concerning Typhira, and how ticklish that all was, haven't been lost upon me. Do things right, and we might avoid prolonged battles in the future.
Wedge stood and saluted the Admiral.
I guess a general has to keep the big picture in mind. I get that right, and I keep my people alive, no matter what my rank. That's the duty I hold most dear.
3. Corran Horn hit the canopy release on his X-Wing and freed himself of the restraining harness even before Whistler completed the fighter's shutdown procedure. The pilot pulled off his helmet and set it on the space fighter's nose, then clambered out of the cockpit and jumped down to the hangar deck. He came up from his crouch quickly and turned toward Whistler. The droid was piping shrilly. "I know you want down. I'll find a tech to do that." He turned toward the Flight Operations Center and raised a hand to signal for a tech, but a woman slipped her fingers through his, then bumped him bodily back a step beneath the X-Wing. She covered his mouth with hers, and Corran enfolded her in a fierce hug. He clung tightly to her, drinking in the spicy scent of her hair and perfume as they kissed. Eventually, reluctantly, he freed his mouth from hers and looked up into her smoldering brown eyes. "Damn, I have missed you so much, Mirax. She kissed him again. "You're here, I'm here. The missing part is over, my love." Corran reached a hand up and stroked her cheek, brushing away a single tear. "Of happiness, I hope?" "Very much so." She pulled her face back a couple of centimeters and arched a black eyebrow at him. "No tears of joy from you?" He shrugged. "You'd have a flood, but it's bad for the pilot image thing, you know." Whistler's harsh blatting from above them stole any need for Mirax to reply. She jerked a thumb in the droid's direction. "He's right. You pilots take this image thing much too seriously." Mirax flicked a finger up under his chin. "Then again, guys who weep never have done much for me." "You love me for my stoic attitude, then?" "No, dear, it's the lightsaber." She swung around on his left, slipping her right arm around his waist. "Do you need to report for debriefing, or can I steal you away?" Corran frowned. "I think we covered everything on the trip back from Bilbringi." "So, you want to just go home and fall into bed?" He shook his head as they threaded their way through the chaos the squadron's return had created. I got plenty of rack time on Home 1 during the trip. Not the question I asked, husband.
Corin blinked.
I guess I have been away too long.
I'm sure Mirax will think of ways for you to make up for lost time, Lieutenant.
Wedge Antilles smiled broadly.
I hear she's very inventive.
Wedge! Mirax launched herself into his arms and gave him a big hug. I knew Thrawn wouldn't get you.
Wedge smiled and brushed Mirax's black hair back off her shoulders. Well, someone had to keep Corin alive. I didn't want to have to come back to Coruscant here and tell you he'd died.
Not a worry, not once.
Mirax brushed a hand across the rank insignia on the chest of Wedge's orange flight suit. The round-cornered rectangle contained 5 dots in a cross pattern.
A general! Oh, Wedge, your folks would have been so proud.
Leaning forward, she kissed him on the cheek. Thanks. Wedge slipped from her embrace and glanced down. His face reddened slightly. Then he looked up with a smile. Not really what I planned for a life, but I've heard it said that life is what happens while you wait for plans to work.
I've heard that too.
Mirax stepped back to Corin's side and slid the fingers of her right hand through those of his left.
New rank and new responsibilities for you, I guess.
True. Wedge frowned and looked around the hangar. And I'd be remiss if I didn't ask how you knew when to meet us and how you got in here. This is supposed to be a secure area.
Mirax shot Corin a hard glance. Been giving him suspicion lessons?
Corin shook his head.
Not me. And I know that Tarek's better than to ask such a question.
Good point, Corin. Wedge nodded sheepishly. I guess I should be thankful Booster hasn't parked his errant venture here.
Mirax laughed. He would have, but he's not fully trusting the story that Thrawn is gone. He thinks it's a rumor meant to get him to bring his Star Destroyer out of hiding so Thrawn can add it to his fleet.
Corin tapped a finger against his chin.
Booster versus Thrawn. Now there's a match I'd pay money to see.
Just wait. Eventually, Booster will decide that his jumping the EV around produced enough stories of an Imp Star douche running around behind Thrawn's lines that he was the reason Thrawn was distracted enough to die at Bilbringi.
Wedge smiled broadly.
5 years from now, we'll find we were flying with the Venture when we took out that Golan station.
Mirax pressed fingers to Corin's lips and gave him a glare that forestalled any comment about her father. To answer your earlier question, General Antilles, your arrival was anticipated because Admiral Akbar requested a party to welcome the squadron back. Emtry, being efficient and interested in good value, communicated to me the needs for this celebration.
Corin gently pulled Mirax's fingers from his lips.
We're having a welcome home party catered by a droid?
His wife smiled.
I gave him a choice, his budget or his selections. Things will kick off in your base recreation center about 8.
Wedge nodded. You making a rishkate?
That's my intention. I pretty much have everything I need at home.
Mirax glanced at Corin.
Save, perhaps, an assistant?
Corin pointed back to where a tech was using a crane to pull Whistler out of his green and white X-Wing.
Whistler will be available in just a second.
Her grip on his hand tightened.
Not quite the assistant I had in mind.
Corin felt a burst of heat rush up his body. Then his face reddened. He looked over at Wedge.
If you don't mind, General, I guess I have some cooking to do.
Whistler's diligent timing of the baking rishkate and his promise of a shrill alarm when it was done enabled Corin and Mirax to spend time outside the kitchen of their small apartment. The kitchen itself, while boasting some of the best appliances available, felt as cramped as an X-Wing cockpit when all three of them tried to crowd in there. They retreated to a small living room, which was built side by side with the smaller of the apartment's 2 bedrooms. Mirax used that room as an office for her import-export business, which meant it remained crammed with all manner of odd things. Corin didn't mind that, though, since the clutter made it difficult to offer the room to Mirax's father as a place to stay on his visits to Coruscant. Mirax had redecorated the master bedroom while Corin was off with Rogue Squadron chasing Grand Admiral Thrawn. Redecorating while a war raged may have seemed frivolous, but Corin could understand it. He knew Mirax had not been idle during the Thrawn crisis. She had spent a great deal of time rescuing refugees from worlds Thrawn had threatened and running supplies to those who needed them. When she returned to their apartment in Coruscant, the empty bedroom she had shared with him emphasized the fact that he wasn't there. By changing it around, by rearranging it into something she would show me when I returned, she worked toward making a future, as opposed to worrying about an uncertain present. Once the baking process had been turned over to Whistler, Mirax gladly and anxiously showed him all the changes she had made. He found the new bed very comfortable, the carpet woven of Ottogan silk very soft, and the Nerf wool towels decidedly greedy in drinking up the water left behind after a hot, steamy stint in the refresher station. Mirax had even made changes in his wardrobe, having added a couple of suits that were stylishly cut, though the bright colors did seem a tad harsh on his eyes. Mirax snorted at his protests about the color of the outfit she wanted him to wear. "That vibrant green in slacks and tunic with an ivory-banded collar shirt beneath, that's the style now, Corin. The Empire made its last attempt to destroy the New Republic. Wearing dour imperial colors, or the drab sort of thing folks wore when fighting them, is out. Those clothes served to hide one away, but no longer." "It's one thing to not be hiding away, but another to make yourself a target." He smiled as he watched Mirax settle little dangling earrings in her lobes. The jewelry had a silvery sheen to it, much like the highlight and accent color of her gown. Corin couldn't quite figure out how the long black dress, which had been cut low in the front and lower in the back, managed to get silver highlights. Perhaps it uses some weirdly shaped thread in the weave that reflects from certain angles. But it clearly made Mirax into a target. "Very impressive gown." "Why, thank you. You got it for me on our anniversary." Corin started to speak, then hesitated and frowned. He saw Mirax watching him in the mirror, so he just winced. "I didn't forget the day, you know." "I know. I got the message you sent. I knew this was the sort of thing you'd get if you were here, so I just helped you out." She turned and kissed him on the lips. "You know, even though we've had to spend a fair amount of time apart, I am very happy to be married to you." "As I am to you." Corin stroked the bare flesh over her spine as he kissed her. "The next imp or warlord or pirate that decides to keep us apart is dead. Just clean dead." "My thoughts exactly, my dear." She kissed his nose, then turned him and steered him toward the door. "Perhaps the rogues should issue a communique to that effect, and peace will reign from now on." Despite a personal preference for remaining at home with Mirax and getting caught up with her life, Corin did enjoy the party his wife had arranged. In the almost 3 years he had spent in the squadron, he had gotten to know his fellow pilots well. He'd spent an incredible amount of time with them, usually under conditions that would most generously be described as adverse. They'd all become very close, and seeing them without the pressure of combat let Corin realize just how much he cared for them. He smiled as he watched Gavin Darklighter dancing with Acer Salar. Corin remembered Gavin when he came into the squadron as a tall kid, just past that gawky phase, but not by much. His light brown hair and brown eyes combined with a soft-spoken, easygoing personality that instantly inspired trust and friendship. Through the years Gavin had matured. With the goatee and mustache he now sported, an external sign of the growing up he had done. The war transformed him from a desert world farm boy to an ace pilot and a man who thinks before he acts. Acer Salar, the Bothan female with whom Gavin had built a relationship, had a playful light burning in her violet eyes. While she might have been described as petite, and her black and white fur did give her a kittenish appearance, she moved with a fluid grace that hinted at a lot of power in her frame. Corin respected her as a pilot, and because of choices she had made. She stuck with the squadron in defiance of the wishes of her Bothan superiors, and she's continued to see Gavin despite disapproval as well. Bucking authority, especially for a Bothan, took serious steel in the spine, but Acer had plenty. Ural Quirg, Corin's longtime Gand wingman, came walking over to him, bearing a small plate covered with a rainbow of long, glistening protoplasmic strips. He plucked one from the plate in a three-fingered hand, then delicately sucked it into his mouth, letting his mandibles click shut as it disappeared. A clear membrane nictitated over Ural's compound eyes, and the Gand hissed in what Corin had long ago learned to recognize as Ural's approximation of a self-satisfied sigh. Tasty, are they? Yes, Corin, very much so. His mandibles spread apart in the best grin Ural could muster. But an acquired taste. On Gand there are some races that cannot eat these uumlurti. They will actually die if they do. I do not think you would like them. Corin patted his friend on the gray-green exoskeleton over his left shoulder. Truth be told, I've never been much for food that rates high on the slimy scale, and risking death to find out just isn't something I want to do right now. But don't let me stop you. I have no intention of that, Corin. The Corellian pilot shook his head. There was a time, though, when you would have. Ural does not quite understand that comment. Looking at Gavin, I was thinking back to when I joined the squadron. Back then, you had not been made Johnween, so you always referred to yourself as Ural or Quirg. You were not so forthright, but more cautious. Then you grew in your confidence and your skill, and it is great. Ural gave him a sidelong glance. The Ural you describe would have probably pointed out that he learned much from you during his time with the squadron. Probably. I, on the other hand, would not inflate your ego that way. His mouth parts snapped open and closed sharply. I am kidding you, yes? I got it, Ural. You really have learned. Yes, I have learned to appreciate my friends. Ural gestured at another couple on the dance floor. Captain Zelchu remained focused on fighting the Empire despite being under suspicion of being a spy. Winter remained supportive of him despite the charges the New Republic laid against him. We were all happy when he was proved innocent, but Tycho never showed signs of being bitter. True, he took his vindication in stride. Corin looked around the room at the other squadron members. Hobby and Jansen were off in a corner chatting up a couple of Bothans. Iniri Forge, Noara Ven, and his wife, Rizati Iner, who Corin had seen only occasionally since she resigned from the squadron to start a family with Noara, sat at a table listening to an old man tell tales of his days in a cockpit. Min Danos had joined Wedge in speaking with General Salm, while the Quarren female Lir Zatok and the male Isori, Kijin Slee, both appeared to be deep in conversation with Koyi Komad, a Twi'lek who had once served with Rogue Squadron as the chief mechanic. "We're all so different, but united because of our experiences in the squadron. That we were able to come together gives me some hope for the New Republic." "Yes, I have hope in that too." Uro slurped another Umlurti. "It is good to see all of our friends here." "True, I'd forgotten we had so many." Corin smiled and nodded at a tall, bearded man who worked his way through the crowd toward him. Corin knew he had met the man in the past, but he couldn't place him. Then the man raised his right hand in an abortive wave, and Corin saw he was missing the last two fingers of his right hand. "Sith spawn!" Ura looked over at Corin. "What?" "That man coming toward us. He was a prisoner on the Lusankia with me. He's one of the men who was missing." Corin started forward, opening his arms. Complete disbelief slackened his jaw. "Emperor's black bones, what are you doing here?" The man stopped and hesitated, the recognition and confidence gone from his eyes and expression. "I have a message for you, Corin Horn." He raised his hands to his temples and winced. "I'm sorry. I know you, but—" Anguish entered his voice. "I don't know who I am." Corin pulled up short of the man and let his hands drop by his sides. "You were on the Lazankia with me. You served as General Jan Dodona's aide. Your name is Urlor Set." "Yes, Urlor Set." For the barest of seconds, Corin saw relief in the man's brown eyes and felt it roll off him in one strong pulse. Then those brown eyes rolled up into his head, and blood began to stream from his eyes and nose. The man screamed once, sharply, spraying a bloody mist from his mouth. His back bowed, and his bones cracked. Then he pitched over backward and lay in a slowly expanding pool of blood as the crowd retreated from him. Corin knelt by his side and reached out to feel his throat for a pulse, but stopped because he could see he wouldn't find one. Though he had never spent much time working with the latent Jedi abilities to which he was heir, he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt the man was dead. Wedge crouched across the body from him. "What happened?" Corin shivered. "Urlor Set was on the Luzankia. He said he had a message for me." Corin reached up and closed the man's eyes. "I got it, and given the method of its delivery, there's only one person who could have sent it." 4. Prince Admiral Delac Krenel strode silently through the darkened hallways of his palace on Ciutric. Though tall and possessed of a solid build, with broad shoulders and narrow waist and hips, Krenel had always prided himself on his ability to move quickly and quietly. In his days at the Imperial Academy at Prefsbelt 4, he had been an intramural unarmed combat champion, and was pleased that over the years he'd kept himself in fighting trim. "I am yet every gram the fighter I was in those days." He glanced down at the naked metal construct that replaced his right hand and forearm. The fingers flexed and collapsed into a fist noiselessly, with only a hint of a reddish glow from deep inside to define the metal plates and pins that made up the artificial limb. Actually, I am even more a fighter than I was. But this is good. Today I must be." He stalked toward his office, his close-cropped hair having been raked into a rough semblance of order with his fingers. His white tunic with red trim still gaped open, and he would have been concerned about his appearance, save for the hour and the fact that he'd been awakened from a sound sleep for momentous news. The abbreviated message, delivered by a protocol droid, had brought him instantly awake, and sent him out to his office to confirm what he had heard. His blue eyes narrowed. He had a hard time believing Grand Admiral Thrawn was dead. In fact, he'd not wanted to believe the news, because he had hoped to kill Thrawn himself one day. Krenel had been dispatched by the Imperial Navy to the unknown regions and found himself serving under Thrawn. He had bristled at being ordered about by an alien, and while he did acknowledge that Thrawn was a genius, Krenel had also found him fatally flawed. He recalled how Thrawn would study the artwork of a culture, seeking clues to how the species thought and functioned. Thrawn claimed such study provided him with keys that unlocked the doorway to victory against many alien species. Krenel thought it also inspired in Thrawn a certain respect for these species, all of which were subhuman, and weakened his ability to be effective. Krenel had shown Thrawn how ruthless conduct could be even more effective than artistic study. But Thrawn's reaction to the lesson Krenel taught came out of all proportion to the lesson itself. Krenel's cheeks still burned when he thought of Thrawn sending him and his ship Reckoning back in the core worlds. Krenel returned in disgrace, and was certain the Emperor himself, with whom Thrawn seemed to have an inordinate amount of influence, would have destroyed Krenel's career. Luckily for Krenel, the Emperor died at Endor, allowing Krenel to escape punishment, and forever barring me from vindication. Krenel's deep voice carried through the dark corridor even though he barely hissed the words. His metal hand tightened into a fist again. Forever leaving my reputation tainted. He had rejoined the Imperial Navy, resisting his initial urge to become a warlord, but within 6 months of the Emperor's death, circumstances conspired to offer him an opportunity to fashion his own destiny. Sate Pestage, the Emperor's Grand Vizier, had assumed control of Imperial Center upon the Emperor's death. As the man's position eroded, he tried to strike a deal with the New Republic. Pestage had offered Imperial Center and other key worlds in return for the promise of his own well-being and retention of his own holdings. The military tribunal that replaced Pestage after he fled to Ciutric charged Krenel with bringing Pestage to justice. Krenel came to Ciutric, found Pestage, and usurped his holdings and authority. He created for himself the post of Prince Admiral, and succeeded in holding the dozen worlds of the Ciutric hegemony together through the turbulent times that followed, as the New Republic took Imperial Center and even crushed Warlord Zinj. Then Thrawn came back. Thrawn claimed authority over Imperial assets upon his return. Krenel had found it expedient to offer Thrawn some support, munitions, personnel, some basic resources, but he never acknowledged Thrawn as any sort of superior. Krenel had dreaded the idea that Thrawn might come after him and his little realm, but he had allowed himself to believe that he could have held his own against Thrawn. Krenel reached the door to his office and passed his metal hand over the lock plate. He took a step forward, banging his right shoulder into the door, but it failed to budge. He ran his hand over the lock plate again, more slowly this time, allowing the sensor in the door to pick up the signature from the circuitry embedded in the hand. Again, it did not open. Krenel snarled and punched a combination into the keypad below the lock plate. The lock clicked, and Krenel shouldered the door open. He took 2 steps into the darkened room, then felt something cold and slender brush against his throat. He was a half-step further on when it began to constrict. Krenel swept his metal hand up and around, grasping at the slender metal filament. He yanked, and the wire parted, leaving a garland of garrote wire hanging around his neck. The lonely, sharp sound of a single pair of hands applauding echoed loudly through his office. Ignoring its source, Krenel stiffly legged his way to his desk and reached for the glow plate switch on the wall. He hesitated, his left hand hovering just above it, then slowly turned his head in the direction of the applause.
If you wanted me dead, the garrote would have gotten me.
Will providing us some illumination kill me?
Silence answered him.
Krenel looked over at his left hand and hit the switch. The tall room's lighting came from a bank of glow panels, built in nearly 3 meters off the floor. They cast their light up at the domed ceiling, which then reflected it back down. The whole room, which had been decorated in grays, tans, and browns, glowed warmly. Krenel let the light build, then pulled himself up to his full height and slowly turned toward his visitor. He knew he would make an impression, and given the situation, that impression would be important. And yet, as it turned out, it would be trivial compared to the one made by his visitor. He'd not seen her in years, save for disturbing dreams from time to time. Barely shorter than he was, she wore her long black hair unbound. 2 white sidelocks framed a face that would have made the woman the toast of any number of planets. Her high forehead, strong jaw, sharp cheekbones, and straight nose all combined to make her a rare beauty. But 2 other elements spoiled the effect. One element was her eyes. The left one smoldered a molten red, as if the iris were radioactively bloodshot. The pale blue of the other eye seemed colder than frozen methane, and her stare sent a shiver down Krenel's spine. She exuded power, and Krenel found it very seductive. But he also knew she would consume him if she found a way to destroy him. The other thing that spoiled her beauty was a network of raised scars radiating out from a small puckered crater below her right temple. Krenel studied her closely for a second, and thought he saw enough asymmetry in her face to suppose those scars were a sign of massive trauma that had been surgically repaired. He recalled that Rogue Squadron had claimed to have killed her when they ousted her from Typhira, but her presence in his office put the lie to that story. Krenel slowly removed the twisted garrote wire and tossed it on the floor between them.
You had a point you wished to make with this, Isan Isard?
The woman smiled coldly.
I could have killed you here in your office. Your people would have awakened tomorrow morning with me in your place. It is important that you know I could have taken over for you in the blink of an eye, so you will believe me when I tell you that doing so is not my intention.
Her words came evenly and calmly, and Krenel allowed himself to mull them over before replying. He searched them for her true agenda, not wanting to accept that she was being truthful with him.
The second I allow myself to even imagine she does not have another plan working here, I am dead.
Still, knowing how perilous a judgment it was, he couldn't find her deception.
Yet. You do have a purpose here, then?
The same purpose as always, the preservation of my master's empire.
Krenel allowed himself to laugh, then seated himself on the edge of his broad desk.
Your injuries might have cost you a painful memory or 2, such as the loss of Imperial Center and the Emperor's death.
Isard's expression sharpened.
I remember those things very well. I carry the pain of those memories in my heart.
You have a heart? Krenel kept his expression bland. Then you must also know the best hope of re-establishing the Empire is now dead.
Really? You think Thrawn was that hope?
He arched an eyebrow at her. You don't? She pressed her hands together, fingertip to fingertip.
Thrawn was brilliant. There was no taking that away from him. But he lacked the vision he needed. He was stunning when fulfilling the missions he'd been given. You and he clashed over conduct in the unknown region, out there in the wilds of the galaxy. But I doubt anyone else could have been as effective as Thrawn at pacifying those areas. And against the New Republic he proved very adept. But he never quite grasped the idea that there are times when the use of overwhelming firepower can produce a wave of terror which is a weapon with far-reaching and devastating effects.
Krenel's metal hand tightened on the edge of his desk. I had noticed that flaw in his character before.
A flaw commonly found in non-humans.
The corner of Isard's mouth lazily curled into a grin.
They seek to be treated as our equals, whereas we act as their superiors. They hold themselves back from accessing the tools power gives them, and therefore can never wrest from us the respect we would give equals. They seek to cloak themselves in nobility, aping all we are and have, yet do not see that if they are not resolved to do what it takes to maintain power, they are never fit to wield it.
Krenel could hear his pulse beginning to pound in his ears. What Isard said, coming in husky, low tones barely above a whisper, quickened his heart. She'd spoken a credo he'd accepted in his heart when, as a child, he'd helped his father burn alien homes so an agro-combine could turn their land into productive fields. The way she spoke, the conviction in her voice, the disdain in her words, resonated inside him. She knew his mind and knew she could bear her heart without fear of rebuke. He forced himself to exhale slowly through his nose. So you agree, then, that Mon Mothma's mongrel republic is an affront to humanity?
An affront? You are far too kind to her, Prince Admiral.
Isard began to slowly pace along a curved path that never brought her closer to him than 3 meters.
It is an abomination that cannot survive. During the Thrawn crisis, Bothans were set against the Mon Calamari, and these are 2 of the more reasonable species in the New Republic. There are others who, even now, are beginning to arm themselves in the hopes that someday, next week, next year, in the next decade, they will be able to create their own empires, or redress ancient wrongs and renew ancient rivalries.
She laughed aloud.
Can you imagine, Prince Admiral, the discord sown if the identity of those who destroyed the Kamasi is ever uncovered? Planetary genocide is a crime that will have everyone howling for blood, and lots of it, especially since the Kamasi have become even more pacifistic, more beatific in the wake of their near extermination a generation ago. There are pressures lurking, building in the New Republic. Much energy is being deflected into creating a government, but once the structures are in place to allow for the exercise and abuse of power, these pressures will flood through it and tear it apart.
Krenel brushed his left hand over the stubble on his jaw. Astute, if not terribly surprising observations, Isard. He made a snap decision to keep her off balance. With such understanding, you could easily see a way to create your own empire. Wait, you tried that, didn't you? And the rebels killed you for it. Her eyes flashed for a second, and her right hand brushed itself over her scars.
They tried to kill me. They did not succeed.
Krennel noticed her words came without confidence.
She doesn't remember how they almost got her. Amnesia's no surprise with such massive head trauma. Perhaps she thinks she's lost some of her edge, which is why she's come to me.
Are you giving me all this political analysis so I can sit back and watch the galaxy fall into legions of civil wars?
No, I tell you this so you can recognize the opportunity you have to rebuild the Empire and become Emperor.
She pointed an unwavering finger at him.
You will recall I offered you this opportunity before, but you decided to take Pestige's realm instead of bringing him to me. I would have made you Emperor, and now I shall again.
The Prince Admiral plucked a comlink from the desk.
Shall we call Mon Mothma now and tell her to hand over the reins of power?
Not directly, no. She'll hand them to us all on her own.
What do you mean?
A brief smile flashed over Isard's face.
It will not surprise you to learn that sources on Coruscant have reported to me that you have been the subject of discussions in the Provisional Council. The rebels feel they need to make an example of an Imperial warlord, but they want to pick one and deal with him in such a way that they do not so frighten the others that there is no chance of peaceful settlements later. You are going to be their target.
Me? Well, that makes no sense.
Krennel frowned.
I've spent the last 5 years building up defenses, making sure no one can prey upon my worlds. I'm hardly the easiest target they could pick on.
True, but you are also the one who murdered the Imperial Grand Vizier, and so blatantly profited by your act. They think if they wage war on you beneath the pretext of bringing you to trial, the other warlords won't be threatened by what they do to you.
He crossed his arms over his chest.
Transparent political motivations won't turn lasers or shield ships.
Isard nodded slowly.
True, but politics can play a leading role in how power shifts in the universe. Think for a moment. As the New Republic strives to redress some of the ills of the Empire, who will be discomfited?
Humans. They benefited the most under the Empire, so any moves to create equality will result in greater stress on their resources. Humans will have to make do with less, so aliens can have more.
Very good. And who now possesses and controls these resources that will have to be shared?
Krennel smiled.
Humans do. And even the most liberal of them, the most alien-loving among them, the ones who want to do the most, will feel their nerve is being gored when they are forced to give up more than they want to in order to help others.
Exactly. Those who want to preserve their own wealth and power will slow the pace of change, while those who seek power and wealth will want to accelerate it.
Isard opened her hands.
This provides you with an opportunity, Prince Admiral. You declare your Seutric hegemony to be human-friendly. You will provide a haven for anyone who feels he or she is being abused by the New Republic. And you will stress that the hegemony is open to enterprising individuals of any species, that success here is based on individual effort and the merit of one's contribution, not based on genetic makeup. The only entitlement you recognize is the one of all creatures to be free to make the best life possible for themselves and their families.
Krennel slowly nodded.
When the New Republic moves against me,
It will look as though the aliens have enough influence in the Council to use armed force against someone merely protecting the rights of his own species. That should spike fear among humans, and make some of the other warlords willing to band together so they won't be made targets.
Splendid. And as for the murder charge, you will point out that you merely did to Pestage what the New Republic intended to do all along. In fact, as I recall, Pestage fled from the rebel forces here on Ciutric and sought sanctuary with you. Could it be he feared they meant to spirit him away and try him for Imperial crimes?
The Prince Admiral tapped a metal finger against his chin. It could be I recall him saying something to that effect before he died.
Good. More dissent to be sown.
Krenel watched Isard closely. So you come here, you tell me what the New Republic has in store for me, and you provide me with a political program that will thwart them. Why?
To preserve what little is left of the Empire.
You said that before. I believe it, but there must be more. There must be something you want, that you want for yourself.
There is, and you will give it to me.
Isard reached up with her right hand and touched the scars on the side of her face.
Rogue Squadron managed to defy me in the past, and I cannot let that transgression go unpunished. In the course of what will happen, I will lay a trap for Rogue Squadron, and you will give me the resources I need to destroy them.
Krenel snorted lightly. I have no love for Rogue Squadron either. You do not ask for much, but your goal may be unattainable. Rogue Squadron has led a charmed life when it comes to traps.
That's all in the past, Prince Admiral.
Isard's Arctic eye sparkled.
I've sent them a message, one that will confuse and distract them. It is bait, and as they follow it, they will move into my trap. You'll see I'm right. And when the time comes, your score with them will be settled as well.
5. Wedge Antilles shivered, and he knew it wasn't just because the morgue was kept cool. Beyond the big transparasteel viewport that separated him from the stainless steel and tile room where droids performed autopsies, Wedge saw row upon row of little doors behind which the dead waited for someone to have the sad duty of claiming them. 2 droids, a 2-1B and an MD-1, slid Erlor Set's shrouded form into one of the refrigerated drawers and shut the door with a faintly audible click. Wedge turned away from the viewport and looked at the other 2 of the room's occupants. Corran Horn sat hunched over a chair with his hands covering his face. Blood droplets stained his jacket front, and a small crescent of blood decorated each cuff, as well as the knee on which he had knelt next to the body. Corran's reaction to Set's death didn't strike Wedge as at all wrong. The death had been shocking, and the loss of a friend was never pleasant. He also knew Corran well enough to know that there was more to it than just shock. Set's death is a defeat for him. Before Thrawn, before we freed Typhira, Corran gave his word that he would free the people who had been imprisoned on the Luzankia with him. Set's death is a failure, and opens up for him the possibility that he might continue to fail in this quest. The woman sitting next to Corran rubbed her right hand along his curved back. She wore her light brown hair up and had on a cerulean dress with a short black jacket over it. She'd been at the party too, and had immediately taken charge of the situation. Wedge marveled at her calm strength in the midst of such an incident, but that sort of strength was something he had come to expect and admire in Aayla Wasiri.
"Corin," she said softly, "there's no way you can accept responsibility for this man's death. You didn't kill him."
Corin looked up with red-rimmed eyes.
"That's not what the droids said."
He pointed at the small box-and-wire device that the MD-1 that had performed the autopsy had deposited on the room's stainless steel table.
"The second I said his name, I doomed him.
I might as well have put a blaster to his head and pulled the trigger."
"Listen to me, Corin Horn. You know that's nonsense."
Ayala's voice developed an edge, and anger sparked in her brown eyes.
"The person who put that device together, the person who implanted it into your friend, that person killed him."
Corin's green eyes narrowed.
"I know that in my head, Ayala. But my heart—"
He tapped his chest with a fist.
"My heart still feels the guilt.
If we'd moved faster to find them and free them, maybe—" Wedge shook his head. "Listen to yourself, Corin. You know as well as I do that we've devoted a lot of time and energy to locating the Luzankia prisoners. While I was off with Wraith Squadron, you rogues worked hard on that problem. You had Ayala and a lot of New Republic intelligence resources working with you. You did all you could, the best you could."
"But we didn't find them."
"No, you didn't find, 200, maybe 300 individuals in a galaxy with thousands and thousands of planets to each one of them? The New Republic barely communicates with 3/4 of the Empire's old worlds. And you know as well as I do that much of those communications are hollow formalities. When Isard scattered the prisoners, she did so because she knew we wanted them, and she was sharp enough to take steps to make sure we never found them." Wedge frowned. "The secret of where she placed them died when you and Tycho blew up her shuttle at Typhira. You didn't know that she'd hidden the prisoners, so you couldn't have anticipated the result." Ayala nodded in agreement.
"And Corin, there was no way you could have let her live, let her run. That kind of evil had to be stopped. And you know everyone who was on the Luzankia would have agreed with you."
Wedge felt a lump rise in his throat as she spoke. Ayala's husband, Derek, had once been a prisoner on the Luzankia, though no one had known it until after his death. Isan Isard had broken Derek and turned him into one of her agents. She sent him after an Imperial official who was defecting to the New Republic, a prisoner Ayala was guarding. Ayala had been forced to kill her own husband. Forced much in the same way as Corin was forced to trigger the death of his friend. Corin took Ayala's left hand in his own and gave it a squeeze.
"You're right, of course. Both of you. I know that.
Still, this knot in my gut isn't going away until we find the other prisoners." His voice sank slightly.
"Or find out what happened to them."
Ayala got up and walked over to the table. She picked up the small box-and-wire device and turned it over in her hands.
"Well, we have a good place to start with this. It's a nasty little piece of work, and a fairly specialized one. Most of it is made up of off-the-shelf components, but there are some custom pieces in here, too. Whoever put this together knew exactly what he was doing."
Wedge frowned. "I know that's what killed Set, but how did it work?" Ayala flipped open the box, which was no bigger than a deck of sabacc cards. Inside, Wedge saw a couple of computer chips, 2 energy cells, some electronic components, a small motor, a metal cylinder with holes drilled into it every centimeter or so, and a rainbow of wires. Ayala hit a small button, and the 20-centimeter-long cylinder flipped upright.
"Preliminary analysis indicates this cylinder housed a thin-walled glass capsule that contained 2 powerful drugs. Well, one was a drug, the other was a naturally occurring venom. but one seldom found in the quantities used here. The venom is hemotoxic. It acts like acid, eating away at capillary walls, which caused the hemorrhaging from the eyes, nose, and mouth you saw. The drug spiked Set's blood pressure, pumping the toxin through him in seconds. He died of a massive stroke as the toxin ruptured every blood vessel in his brain.
Wedge shifted his shoulders uneasily. The box was attached to his circulatory system somehow? Ayala showed him the bottom of the box, right below the bottom of the cylinder.
They used a venous graft to connect it to his aorta. The second the mix hit his bloodstream, the poison was all through him.
Corin rose from his chair and came over to lean heavily on the table.
The wires came from a nerve graft, the kind they use in cybernetic replacements. The machine hooked into Erlor's oral nerves, picking up what he heard. When the chip matched the voice print of my saying Erlor's name to the voice print it had stored, the motor turned a gear that spun another one that depressed a plunger down through the cylinder and pumped the kill juice into him.
Wedge nodded slowly. You think the voice print came from your time in the Luzankia?
Maybe. Probably not.
Corin shrugged sluggishly.
We didn't use names much there. If we used names, we could have provided the imps with clues to what might be happening. I suspect they got it from any of a variety of reports I gave about my time in the Luzankia.
General Antilles felt ice trickle through his guts. Those reports are still classified, aren't they?
As nearly as I know.
Ayala nodded.
They are, which means whoever did this has access to some of our classified material. That's not really a surprise, though, is it?
Wedge raised an eyebrow. It isn't?
Think about it, General. Erlor Set arrives at a party being thrown in the honor of Rogue Squadron, a party you didn't know about until this afternoon. Word was not that widespread about it, but whoever it was managed to get him in.
Ayala set the poison injector down.
We have to figure that whoever Isard entrusted with hiding the prisoners was fairly high up in her intelligence operation. While Kirtan Lur's information did turn over to us a good portion of the intel ops Isard had running on Coruscant, recent events during the Thrawn crisis showed we didn't get everything. So it's safe to assume we still have secrets leaking to the enemy.
Wedge sighed, then nodded to her. Good analysis. I hadn't thought that hard.
You're not trained to do analysis, Wedge. You provide intel, or act on plans formulated because of it. You don't have to do interp and analysis.
Ayala gave him a warm smile.
At least you didn't have to before you won your decade of dots, General.
Save the general stuff, Ayala. I'm still wedged to you. He glanced down. At least I assume such familiarity is okay.
Sure.
She winked at him.
I didn't think you'd let your rank go to your head.
No, but it looks as if I'll be having to apply my brains more than before.
Just in different ways, Wedge.
Ayala turned and rested her right hand on Corin's left shoulder.
Corin, you should get out of here. Wedge can take you back home. There's nothing more you can do here. It will be hours before the droids come back, with their final analysis of the toxin and the device components.
Wedge nodded. Be glad to do it, Corin. You look more exhausted than a hut wrestler.
Yeah, and I feel like one who's lost a bunch of matches, too.
Corin heaved himself up from the edge of the table.
I don't need transport, though. I want to walk for a bit.
Wedge inclined his head toward the door. I could stretch my legs, too.
No, if it's the same to you, I'd like to be alone.
Corin smiled sheepishly.
Look, you're both very good friends, and I appreciate your concern, but right now I need to think some things through.
Wedge started to say something, but a slight shake of Ayala's head stopped him. He folded his arms across his chest. Look, you know how to reach me by comlink if you need to talk. Find you're lost, want to tear up a swoop jockey haunt, you name it.
And I don't want to be left out either, if you're going to be picking on swoopies.
Ayala drew Corin into a hug.
Go home. Get some rest. We'll have what you need to know to find out who did this by noon tomorrow.
Thanks, Ayala. Corin gave her a kiss on the cheek, then turned and threw a hasty salute at Wedge.
I'll report in tomorrow, General.
Just let Emtree know where you are, and that will be fine. Wedge returned the salute and gave him a smile. I don't imagine Mirax would be all that pleased with me requiring you to actually come to the base. Good night. Wedge watched in silence as Corin left the examining room. Then he turned to look at Ayala. You really think you'll have enough data to let us start tracking the person behind this by tomorrow?
We'll have some leads.
She tapped the box with a finger.
The common components here are fairly low-tech, which means they were probably manufactured on the world where the device was put together. Given what it costs to haul manufactured items between planets, low-ticket trinkets like this aren't worth shipping. The custom components, the chips and the graft wire, might have come from elsewhere, but they were modified during manufacture. The mods aren't that difficult to do, but they require technical expertise and suitable facilities. Once we have a world, we can begin a survey of people and places that could work.
Wedge ran a hand along the edge of his jaw. What about the toxin?
Could have been shipped in from elsewhere, milked from creatures that were shipped in or manufactured. We'll rule out synthetics first. They're never quite the same as the naturally produced stuff. The easiest thing for us to track would be if it was milked from exotics on a planet where the creatures are not native. Most worlds require the registering of exotic xenobiologicals, so we can vector in that way.
Sounds like a lot of work. Wedge shook his head. Where do we begin?
We?
Hey, you said these 10 little pips I sport now mean I've got to start using my head in different ways. Might as well start now. Ayala watched him through half-closed eyes, then slowly smiled.
Well, the droids are going to take time for the analysis, and the computers will start chunking out lists, cross-indexing them, and probably come up with a couple thousand likely candidates. When they get that list pared down, then we go through it. We refine the parameters of our search, pull up auxiliary data, and narrow the field further.
So nothing to do until the list is finished.
Oh my, you clearly haven't done anything in the way of detective work, have you?
Wedge reddened slightly. You and Corin were the ones trained by Corsac, not me.
And Corin has clearly neglected your training.
Ayala came around the table and slipped her arm through Wedge's.
The start of any good investigation involves hunting up a reliable source of calf, the kind that can keep you awake through an Ithorian production of a Gamorrean opera.
Isn't that kind of calf considered a controlled substance within the New Republic? She laughed.
I think someone tried to pass a regulation like that, but the Senate staffers live on that kind of calf, so the proposal vanished.
Data card probably just fell into a pot of the stuff. Wedge smiled. Probably improved the taste, too.
Well, we'll have to see if we can find a place that makes its calf hot, strong, and to your liking then. And once we do that, we buy several liters, come back here, and go to work.
Wedge nodded and took one last look at the device that killed Erlor Set. You want to know what scares me the most about that device and this whole murder?
What?
The way it was done, so boldly and obviously. It means whoever did it wants us to come after them.
Ayala's eyes narrowed. Calling Rogue Squadron down upon yourself would be ruled suicide by most coroners.
Right, which means whoever did this thinks they can handle us, is crazy enough to think they can handle us, or just has one colossal hate-on for us.
Not a pretty holograph.
Ayala tugged Wedge toward the door.
Let's get that calf. We'll save a little, and when we learn who it is we're after, we'll use it to melt them clean away.
6. Corin slipped into his darkened apartment and let the door close quietly behind him. A couple of lights blinked, then a soft, rising tone greeted him.
It's me, Whistler. Keep it down.
Corin peeled off his jacket and dropped it beside the door.
Is Mirax asleep?
The R2 unit tootled affirmatively, but a glow panel clicked on in the bedroom.
Corin, is that you?
He kept back from the slender bar of light streaming through the narrow crack between door jamb and door.
Yes, it's me.
Don't get up. I'll be with you in a moment.
Are you okay, Corin?
And I'm supposed to be the one with the latent Jedi skills. I'll be fine. He pushed open the door to the bedroom with his right foot, then leaned against the jamb with his left shoulder. Looking up at his wife as she lay there on her side, her black hair up, wearing a light blue nightgown, he smiled. Smiled as much as his split lip would let him. Mirax sat bolt upright in bed.
What happened to you?
It was nothing.
Nothing? Your lip is split, your right eye is almost swollen shut?
She threw back the covers and padded over to the refresher station. Corin heard water running, then Mirax returned, bearing a wet washcloth. She raised it to dab at the blood on his chin, but he caught her hand.
Mirax, I'll be fine.
He took the washcloth from her and scrubbed away the blood. I decided I needed to get my head clear, so I walked from the morgue. I ran into a little trouble. Mirax planted balled fists on her hips.
A little trouble? You came out of the Lusankia looking better.
He snorted a laugh and followed it with a smile that tugged at the split in his lip.
Well, these are more Lusankia-based injuries. I can't get the image of Erlor dying like that out of my head. Wedge and Ayala have already told me it's not my fault that he died, but the fact that he wasn't free yet is the reason he died. I promised to free him, and I failed.
She canted her head slightly.
So you went looking for trouble and let someone beat you up?
Corin brought his chin up. Trouble found me all by itself. I didn't have to go looking. It was a little gang of kids. A Rhodian was leading them. I wasn't paying attention, so they decided to take me. Mirax took his right hand in hers and led him over to the edge of the bed. She made him sit there, then she knelt at his feet and started to unbutton his tunic. I think I can get the blood out of the shirt. Where's the jacket? By the door. Most of it anyway. One of the little glit biters made off with a sleeve. Corin pressed the wet cloth to his swollen right eye. The Rhodian swung a pretty good left. He came up on my right side from behind and clouted me, spun me around, and then he split my lip. Another of them grabbed my sleeve, and for a second I thought it was all over. He shook his head. I started to feel sorry for myself. Then I saw Erlor lying there in the morgue, and I realized that as bad as I felt, at least I could feel. I thought of you and Jan Dodona and the other Lusankia prisoners, and whoever it was that had sent Erlor here to Coruscant. I realized I had more important things to be doing than worrying about myself, and that's when things began to get a little bit weird. Mirax tugged Corin's shirt off his left arm, then unbuttoned the right cuff and quickly slipped it past the wet cloth in his right hand. What do you mean?
Well, I'd felt it before a couple of times, flying with the squadron or when I was with Corsac. Everything slowed down. I knew what the Rhodian was going to do, what the others were going to do. I could just feel them there. I knew which way to move to avoid their punches. It felt as though they were puppets going through a series of highly choreographed moves, and I just slipped in and out between them. I didn't have to hit anyone or anything. I just got away.
Mirax tossed his shirt to the floor and pulled off his right boot.
Sounds very Jedi to me.
Yeah, maybe it was a Force thing. I don't know. He shrugged.
Doesn't matter, though. What does is this. I need to focus on finding Jan Dodona. Somehow, with Thrawn running loose and everything, it was easy to get distracted. No longer.
Corrin's left hand curled down into a fist, and Mirax quickly took it in her hands.
Corrin, I know you're disappointed in yourself for not having kept your word to General Dodona about coming back to the Luzankia to free him, but you have to remember that you did do that. Your resignation from Rogue Squadron is what led everyone to go after Isard and bring her down. You did get to the Luzankia, just as you said you would.
Sure, but they weren't there.
No, they weren't, but I think you need to stop seeing them as complete victims.
She reached up and tapped a finger against his temple.
I remember what you told me about Jan Dodona, how he followed you and stopped Derricote from killing you. He was a smart man, and you have to know that he was fully capable of interpreting the move from the Luzankia. Isard's moving him and everyone else out of there told them that you were succeeding. If you weren't, if you were going to make good on your promise, Iceheart never would have moved them. They know that.
She let her hand come down to stroke the left side of his face.
If I were ever to go missing, I'd have no fear. I know you'd turn this galaxy inside out to find me. You'd do whatever you had to do to find me.
Corrin's left eye narrowed.
No question, whatever it took. Jan Dodona knows you're a man of your word. He also knows the move will have complicated things, but he's not going to doubt that you'll keep your promise.
He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. The conviction in Mirax's voice pierced the veil of self-doubt that had sprung from his feeling that he'd failed Erlor. He knew Wedge and Ayala had been right in pointing out that the death was not his fault, even though his voice print had been used as the trigger. Even so, he knew he couldn't duck full responsibility for it, because Erlor had been chosen as a weapon to get at him. Had he never escaped from the Luzankia, Erlor never would have been sent to him. By doing what he had done, Corrin had made an enemy, and that enemy clearly felt no compunction about using whatever tools were at hand to make a point.
But making a point and attaining a goal are two different things.
Using Erlor's death to taunt him and point out that he'd failed to keep his promise was one thing. That couldn't be the only desired result of that move, however, because it was far too modest an outcome for the expenditure.
Clearly, the person wanted to hurt me, to distract me, keep me from focusing, but focusing on what? Mirax, see if this scans for you. Killing Erlor at that party in that way pretty much guarantees Rogue Squadron has its honor bounded up in freeing the prisoners, right?
He felt her lie down on the bed beside him.
The first jump of your course seems well plotted. Okay, so then it would seem that our enemy expects us to be thinking a bit more with our emotions than our brains. The enemy has made a move. Now we will react to it.
He opened his left eye and turned his head to look at her.
Erlor is bait for a trap meant to destroy Rogue Squadron. That also seems to follow.
She pursed her lips for a moment.
You'll have to assume a trap is waiting for you, no matter what you decide to do. You'll have to plan in some safeguards.
So tell me, am I just being egotistical by assuming this enemy wants a piece of me and Rogue Squadron?
Corin, you're a pilot who used to be a member of Corsec. Ego gets issued with the uniforms.
Mirax gave him a quick smile.
In this case, though, I don't think you're wrong. Whoever is behind this is cruel and evil. And there's a list of ex-Imperial leaders we could run down and find plenty of candidates who fit that description.
This person isn't going to be on that list. Corin frowned.
We're dealing with someone who was close to Isard,
who sees Rogue Squadron as the folks who destroyed Isard.
They're focused on retribution.
I don't think they'll win in the long run, but
I am afraid lots more people will die, as did Erlor, before they're stopped.
Gavin Darklighter swirled the golden Corellian brandy in the small tumbler, then tossed it off. He felt a small bead of brandy leak from the corner of his mouth and work its way down through his goatee. The rest of the fiery liquid burned its way down his throat, but none of its warmth radiated out to dispel the chill that had settled over him. He idly swiped at the droplet with his left hand, then sighed and shook his head. The way that man died tonight, it took me back to when we were helping the victims of the Krytos virus here on Coruscant. They bled too, bled and died. Asser Salar nodded mutely from the chair opposite him. After coming back to their apartment from the party, she'd changed into a purple silk dressing gown. Sitting in the blocky chair, she had drawn her feet up so they disappeared into the robe. Of her body he could only see her white furred hands and her head, with the diagonal blaze of white fur that ran from her forehead down over her left eye and across her cheek. Her markings made her somewhat unique among Bothans, as did her attitude. Gavin set his glass down on the arm of his chair. I guess I was hoping with Thrawn gone that things would begin to settle down. I mean, I know I'm not even 20 years old, but there are times I feel positively ancient. Asser gave him a half-smile.
Battles and death act as force multipliers when it comes to time. Always having to be alert and ready to deal with violence wears you down. It's wearing me down, too.
Gavin's head came up. Really?
That surprises you?
Well, yes, I guess it does. He hesitated a moment, letting his thoughts order themselves. You graduated from the Bothan Martial Academy, so I would have thought you would have training in how to handle this sort of thing. Asser barked a little laugh.
Gavin, military schools and training are long on teaching you how to destroy things, but they don't much deal with the aftermath of that destruction. Everyone assumes that if you win, you'll feel good, and if you lose, you'll be dead. So how you feel doesn't matter. By the time war begins to grind you down, it's pretty much had the same effect on everyone, so the war slows down and stops.
Or you get rolled over and killed, and your feelings don't matter.
Right.
She turned her head and looked at him with her violet eyes.
Are you saying you want to resign from the squadron? Start a family? Do something else?
Gavin frowned. The squadron is my family. You're my family. I don't want to walk away from that. We both know that someone is going to have to do something about the guy who died, and Wedge and Corin will push for it to be Rogue Squadron. I don't want to sound silly, but that death was a shot taken at us, and showing the person who took it that they were wrong seems to be the right thing to do.
Agreed.
He sat forward in his chair, resting his elbows on his knees. As for the other stuff, like starting a family, I think I'd like that. I'd like to start a family with you. We could get married, make this permanent, and bring children into our lives. Asser froze for a second, and Gavin feared he'd somehow insulted her. Bothans were a proud species and very much tied into complex relationships involving kin and clans. Despite having been Asser's companion for the past 2 years and joining her at a number of social functions, he'd yet to meet another human Bothan couple. And I know there are plenty of Bothans who don't like the fact that we've managed to stay together as long as we have. She glanced down at the hem of her gown and picked a piece of lint from it.
I like the idea of being married to you, Gavin, but there's a lot to consider. You do know that it is impossible for us to have children together.
Gavin nodded. Yeah, both friends and enemies have clued me into that situation. It strikes me, though, that there are plenty of children who need adopting. I mean, we have those 2 little brothers who live in the alley near the squadron's hangar. They're just one example. Adopting would give us a chance to heal some of the damage the Empire has done, you know? She looked up and nodded solemnly.
I agree. There is something else you have to know. If we adopt, I want us to adopt at least one Bothan child.
Sure, no problem. Asser held up a furred hand to stop him.
Listen to me, Gavin, because it won't be that easy. You know we Bothans set great store by our families. Political power flows from the networks we build up with alliances and everything. My family sees me as a disappointment because, while I have garnered acclaim in service with Rogue Squadron, I have not presented them with children. Those children would be well loved, but they would also be fodder for future alliances. I've managed to amass what Bothans recognize as a certain amount of power. I'm a political battery in that sense, and my family is disappointed that I've not provided them with a means to bleed some of that power off.
So you're saying that if we adopt a Bothan child, your family will want to exert some control?
Asser laughed aloud. How could you have lived with a Bothan for so long and yet be so polite when referring to our possessiveness?
Gavin smiled. Your possessiveness isn't that bad from my perspective. Look, this would be our child. I wouldn't be looking to interfere with the child's assumption of his heritage. I wouldn't want to try to substitute a human culture for Bothan culture, but I would want to provide some balance. I'd want to show him that different doesn't mean bad. And I'd hope any other children we adopted, be they human or Rhodian or Ethorian, whatever, would get that same message. Asser blinked, and Gavin saw a single glistening tear roll from her left eye.
How could I have taken you for an anti-alien bigot when we first met?
You didn't know me. He got up out of his chair and crossed over to where she sat, then knelt beside her. He reached out and held her left hand, stroking the fur. Look, I know this won't be easy, but I want to try to do something positive for the galaxy. Sure, flying off, stopping some Grand Admiral from re-establishing the Empire is noble and positive, but the way we rebuild the galaxy is by making lives better one at a time. We can do this, you and I. I want to do it with you. She leaned down and kissed him on the forehead, then rested her chin on the crown of his head.
You realize if the adoption goes through, one of us will have to leave the squadron. It wouldn't be fair for both of us to risk our lives and leave some child orphaned again.
I know. Gavin let his head rest against her breastbone. That's a decision we can make down the line. Neither of us wants to leave, I know, but if that's what it takes to make the galaxy better, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. 7. Corin Horn hated waiting for the go, no-go signal for the mission. On the long journey from Coruscant to Kominor, he and the other rogues had studied the intelligence gathered about their target. He knew it was less comprehensive than he normally would have preferred, but everyone involved in the operation agreed that Erlor Set's arrival at the rogues' party meant their enemy had access to intelligence sources within the New Republic, so the operation was running outside normal channels. The intel they got was enough to plan the mission, but not enough to guarantee success.
Not that success can ever be guaranteed in a military op, and especially one counting on surprise to be effective.
Ayala and Wedge had managed to trace the material components of the device that killed Erlor to Komenor. Wedge had been to the planet before, and many of the other rogues had trained on a covert base on Folor, the largest of Komenor's moons. An Imperial raid later hammered the base, but Corran felt little nostalgia for it.
Training there was a long time ago. Lifetimes ago.
Tracing the components to Komenor had involved good solid detective work, but locating the site on Komenor where the implantation had happened involved some good fortune. Komenor's medical system contained a fair number of facilities that could have done the implantation, but an analysis of records failed to turn up anything that suggested the operation had taken place there. Wedge located a couple of places where some exotic xenobiological creatures had been kept, and as he concentrated on them as a possible source of the venom that killed Erlor, he noticed that one facility boasted a full veterinary surgical suite, complete with droids. That facility had gone out of business roughly 2 years earlier. About the same time, Isard had fled to Typhira. The place had been built in a remote rural district in anticipation of further growth, but the collapse of the Empire had cooled Komenor's economy enough that such expansion didn't take place. The target facility, called the Old Xenovet Place by locals, consisted of a fairly modern central building that served as the main animal hospital. Outlying buildings provided housing for commercial animals recovering from illness or being kept there for breeding and birthing purposes. One of the Xenovet's final programs was an attempt to start a captive breeding program of exotic animals that were endangered on other worlds, but the rebuilding of worlds in the wake of the Empire's collapse took precedent over the rebuilding of creature populations, dooming that effort as well. On the face of it, the place looked like an easy target. Weather satellite data and other more covert methods of surveillance indicated no weapons systems in place to defend the site. Utility records indicated fairly low power and water use for a place that size, suggesting that no more than 30 individuals lived on the site, anywhere between a third and a sixth of the total prisoners estimated to have been on the Luzankia. Shipments of supplies came in through local stores, and likewise were not that extensive. As nearly as the local residents knew, the folks at the XV facility were caretakers, waiting for some bankruptcy trustee to find a buyer for the place. 2 problems cropped up to make the target harder than anyone expected. The first was simply logistical. The rogues could sweep in, pound the place, and reduce it to rubble, but that wouldn't do anything for the prisoners being held there. From his Corsic experience, Corran also knew that destroying the building would destroy any clues as to who owned it, who was running it, and where other prisoners might be. The site itself was a valuable link in the chain that would take them to all the prisoners. To get the prisoners out would require a commando strike. The New Republic assigned their 2 top units to the raid. Team 1, led by Colonel Cap Dendo, the Deveronian who'd worked with the rogues in the past, and the Katarn Commandos, led by Captain Page. Page and his people had worked with the rogues on their mission to Borleus to liberate that planet from Imperial hands. Both teams had been covertly inserted onto Komenor and had worked their way to the district around the XV site. The second problem concerning the mission proved more frustrating than any possible defense the Imperials could have raised. Komenor had declared itself independent of the Empire and the New Republic, much as Corellia had done. Since Komenor was a key world on trading routes, it was able to maintain its independence by courting each and every political faction in the galaxy. An attack on an Imperial facility by a New Republic strike team could create an incident that would cause Komenor's officials to bar New Republic trade, impose stiff tariffs, or even cause the planet to align itself with a warlord like Krenel. Leia Organa Solo managed to convince Comenorian officials that they should sanction the coming operation. She pointed out that when General Jan Dodona retired, he did so to the Comenorian moon Brelor, a small moon the Emperor had given him as a reward for his service to the Empire. She suggested that the Empire's subsequent attempted assassination of Dodona on Brelor was a violation of Comenorian law. Allowing the New Republic to rescue him, or comrades of his, from the XV facility would be a step toward making things right again. Having the New Republic stage the raid would also insulate Comenor from any Imperial reprisals, which was an aspect of the deal the Comenorians liked a lot. Rogue Squadron's X-Wings, painted black for the operation, and astromech droids had been shipped to Comenor undercover as training vehicles for the local militia. The members of Rogue Squadron arrived on a variety of commercial transports, and all rendezvoused in Munto, the largest city near the XV site. At the warehouse that served as a hangar for the X-Wings, Wedge ran over a briefing with the latest intelligence. Then the pilots mounted up and waited. Wedge's voice crackled through the headset built into Corrin's helmet. "Rogues, we are good to go. Light your engines, but keep the S-foils in transit position until we are out of Munto."
Finally!
Corrin turned to glance back at Whistler.
Now we make good on the promise.
Whistler warbled encouragingly as Corrin brought the engines up. He shunted power to the repulsor lift coils and let the X-Wing hover there. He retracted the landing gear, then smiled when the ship didn't dip at all. He nudged the throttle forward, then applied a little etheric rudder via his foot pedals and swung the X-Wing's nose around to starboard. Corrin trailed out after Slee's X-Wing, then slid his X-Wing more to starboard, swinging wide onto the open ferrocrete slab where another warehouse had once stood. All around the Rogues, most of Munto lay sleeping. Houses had been built up on terraces all around the valley in which the town lay, but most of them were dark, save for a safety glow panel here and there. Some airspeeder traffic moved down in the more central part of the valley, and beyond it a roadway carried landspeeder traffic heading up to the town of Cliffin, but otherwise the city seemed all but dead. One flight took off first, heading out slowly in a very loose formation. It started off toward the northeast and then would course-correct for the target well beyond prying eyes. Two flight followed with Wes Jansen in command. Corrin smiled as he remembered Wes proudly sporting the trio of pips that marked his elevation to the rank of major. Corrin had asked Wes if he'd ever thought he'd live long enough to wear 3 pips, but before Wes could answer, Hobby quipped,
"He never thought he'd live long enough to count to 3 pips."
Two flight headed out to the northwest, and Corrin brought his flight along to the launching point.
Heading 275 degrees, 10% power. Let's fly.
The X-Wings took off easily and headed down into the Munto Valley, then hooked north along the roadway. They followed it for a couple of kilometers, and then, when it cut west again for the run to Cliffin, the X-Wings pulled up and flew over the ridge line and out of the valley. They continued on, flying fairly close to the roll of the terrain and over another line of hills before they locked their S-foils into attack positions. Corrin glanced at the chronometer built into his command console.
"Time to target is 15 minutes. 9, this is 12. I've got trace readings on my tail. Whistler, give me a fine-grade sensor scan of our back trail."
The droid complied, and Corrin caught a flash of something moving back there. Whatever it was, it managed to use terrain features to mask itself fairly well. A shiver ran down Corrin's spine.
Even though this mission is off all screens back in the New Republic, is it possible we've been betrayed?
Corrin keyed his comm unit.
"Okay, Rogues, throttle up. We're going to half power and going to bounce over that ridge. 10 and 11,
keep going to the target. 12, we reverse throttle on the other side, drop to ground, and watch to see what's coming after us. We'll burn it if we need to. As ordered, 9.
The quartet of fighters picked up speed and climbed up the far ridgeline and then over. Corin chopped his thrust back, then reversed it and killed his forward momentum. The X-Wing began to drop from the sky, so he cut in his repulsor lift coils and bounced to a stop 1.5 meters above the ground. He nudged the fighter over into a small gully and saw Iniri's fighter go to ground about 20 meters to his port side. In the distance he saw Urul and Asser cruising along and down into a pass that would take them north. Then, from back over the ridgeline, came 4 TIE interceptors. They screamed past nearly 15 meters overhead, correcting to follow the 2 X-Wings into the pass. Corin saw no markings on them, and the scanner data didn't identify them as hostile.
For all I know, those are a bunch of kids out flying around in surplus interceptors.
Then one of the interceptors burned a green laser bolt through the air at Urul's vanishing X-Wing.
I guess that settles that.
Corin immediately dropped his crosshairs on one of the interceptors and thumbed his weapons control over to proton torpedoes. On the heads-up display, a green box surrounded the interceptor, then it went yellow. Whistler's piping picked up speed as the droid sought a targeting solution for the torpedo. When he finally got it, his tone became constant and the box went red. Corin goosed the throttle forward, brought up the fighter's nose, and launched a proton torpedo. The missile leaped up, riding a brilliant blue flame that scorched a Fijisi tree as it went past. The torpedo spiraled up into the air, then curled down as the interceptor tried to evade it. The pilot's efforts proved partially successful. The torpedo did not hit it, but overshot and exploded when proximity sensors reported it had missed. The force of the missile blast crumpled the interceptor's port wing and tore most of it away from the stubby stanchion that connected the wing to the ship's ball cockpit. Shrapnel from the missile itself blew through the transparasteel viewport. Lethal shards of the transparent metal whirled through the cockpit, stabbing deep into equipment and slicing clean through the pilot. Spinning wildly, the interceptor slammed into the ground and exploded in a golden fireball. Iniri likewise shot a proton torpedo at one of the interceptors. Her missile hit dead on target, lancing up through the bottom of the ball cockpit and out through the starboard side before exploding. The torpedo's impact did enough structural damage to the ship that the twin-ion engines ripped free and blasted out through the front of the ship, then arced down to smash into the ground. The missile's detonation shredded the rest of the interceptor, sparking a hot metal rain that started a constellation of small fires burning across the landscape. Corin keyed his comm unit.
Rogue 9 to lead. We have engaged 4 squints, 2 down. We may be compromised.
I copy, 9. Corin punched his throttle forward and pulled the X-Wing's nose up as the remaining 2 interceptors turned back around to engage them. He allowed his fighter to go vertical, then he brought it over the top and rolled out to port. That gave the squints a clean line at his back, so he snapped the X-Wing up on the port S-foil and pulled back on the stick, taking him out on a turn to the left. The interceptors started to adjust their course to come after him, and Corin smiled. Behind them, Iniri's X-Wing took to the air at full throttle. In seconds, she cruised up behind the trailing interceptor and laced it full of coherent light. Red bolts burned through the ion engine shielding, exploding the engines. Trailing gold fire, the interceptor somersaulted through the air and finally bounced its way across the ground, sowing patches of fire in its wake. The pilot coming in on Corin's tail kept a light hand on the yoke and juked his fighter around to spoil Iniri's aim. Corin likewise bounced his X-Wing around, making his ship hard to hit. He shunted all shield power to the aft shields, so whenever one of the interceptor's bolts did finally hit, it just struck sparks.
He's good. He's very good.
The interceptor should have been at a maneuvering disadvantage in atmosphere. But even with the low altitude of the fight and the constraints of battling in a valley, the interceptor proved very agile. I can't exploit my advantage, and he's not about to fly straight enough for Iniri to nail him. Unless... 12, stay with him, but give him space. Aim high. As ordered, 9. Corin rolled his X-Wing out to port, then took it down to the deck. He came up on the starboard S-foil ever so slightly and began a long, gentle turn toward the pass heading north. As the X-Wing lined up with it, he cut his throttle back, but kept the fighter slipping left and right. Glancing at his rear sensor screen, Corin watched as the range between him and the interceptor began to scroll down. Looking forward, he saw the pass's narrow opening looming closer. Whistler tootled a warning. Guess I know how close we are. Trust me. At the 200-meter mark, Corin cut thrust to 0, rolled onto the starboard S-foil, and shunted full engine power to the repulsor lift coils. He stomped on the starboard rudder pedal, swinging the fighter's aft to the right. In a heartbeat, the fighter went from being level and headed north to having its nose pointed at the sky, its right S-foil pointed north, and the momentum still carrying it in toward the pass. Corin slammed the throttle up to full and snap-rolled the fighter to the left. The X-Wing leaped toward the sky with the repulsor lift coils creating a gravity cushion that bounced the fighter back from the rocks at the mouth of the pass. The fighter rode a rocket of thrust toward the stars above. The interceptor pilot following him, as Iniri's gun holocam data would show later, had a split-second decision to make. At the speed he was traveling, he could move into the pass, but that would bracket him, and Iniri would blast him from the sky. His other choice was to try to execute the same maneuver Corin had, which he elected to do. He only had 2 problems. He started a second later than Corin had, which, at his speed, brought him closer still to the pass's narrow mouth. And the interceptor's design gave it serious yaw problems. The pilot succeeded in rolling up onto the starboard wing. But as he tried to rudder around to vertical, air caught on the inside of the port wing. This kicked the interceptor into a flat spin that brought it all the way around so the front end was pointing back along the path it had been traveling. The aft end slammed into the rocks beside the pass's mouth. The interceptor vanished in a scintillating ball of sparks, debris, and smoke as the engines exploded. A crumpled bit of the cockpit rolled back toward the south, trailing smoke, while fire flashed up the pass wall and ignited small plants. Iniri's X-Wing pulled parallel with Corin's as he rolled out to port and pointed his ship north. Nice kill, 9. Not mine, 12. You were the one shooting him. He got himself. Works for me. Corin brought the X-Wing back down to the deck. Let's move and hope we're not too late to help out if they need it. 8. I copy, 9. 4 squints blinded. Wedge Antilles glanced at his rear sensors. Gate, do we have anything else back there? Gate, Wedge's R5 astromech droid, swiveled its flowerpot head around, then tootled negatively. The scopes showed nothing but the rest of the squadron following him. Wedge glanced at the chronometer on the command console. Heads up, rogues. Estimated time of arrival is 30 seconds. First pass, shoot at what shoots at us. 1 flight will draw fire. 2, you lace them. As ordered, lead, came Jansen's terse reply. Pulling back on his X-Wing stick, Wedge brought the nose up to crest the last line of hills between him and the target. The XV facility had been built on a small rise in the heart of a wide valley. In the distance, Wedge could see a number of small communities, and scattered even further around were dimly lit homesteads in the middle of farmland. The Xenovet compound had been situated equidistant between client communities, which made the rogue's mission much easier by cutting down the chances of collateral damage. Wedge cruised his fighter down into the valley and began a low run at the site. He beefed up his forward shields and directed his fighter to overfly the large barn in the middle of the property. He saw nothing as he made his pass. Once beyond the barn, he rolled up on his starboard S-foil, cut his throttle, and pulled into a tight turn.
3 is taking fire from the barn.
Jansen confirmed the report.
E-web in the loft. Don't have a clean shot.
Wedge leveled the X-wing and hit some rudder. Lead is on it. As his X-wing came about, he killed the thrust and cut in his repulsor lift coils. The X-wing glided down to 20 meters of altitude and side-slipped left to give Wedge a good look at the pair of soldiers operating the heavy blaster. Standing in the barn's loft, firing out of a feed-loading door, they were spraying green blaster bolts into the air, occasionally hitting shields on a passing fighter. Infantry weapons never work well on space fighter targets. Wedge shook his head and swung his crosshairs on their outline. The reverse is not true. The X-wing's lasers fired in sequence, peppering the barn's upper story with coherent light. Bolts burned through the thin metal walls and lanced out the far side. 2 red energy darts drilled through the heavy blaster itself, even as the gunner tried to shift his aim and shoot back at Wedge. The weapon exploded, killing the gunner instantly and pitching the other man out of the barn to the ground below. The man got up and started to limp toward the main building, but he never got very far. From the shadow of a smaller building, a blue ion bolt flashed out and caught him in the chest. He pitched down. Then 2 figures in black converged to check him. Others, looking more like shadows than people, moved further in. One group closed in on the main building, while a smaller knot moved toward the barn. A small explosion flashed at the door to the barn. Then the doors cartwheeled aside. 2 shadows moved forward, threw something. Then 2 more sharp explosions lit the barn's interior, casting light out through windows and the loft. Shadows sprinted into the interior, and more blue strobes of ion blast light filled the darkness. A similar series of explosions lit up the main building. Wedge saw a figure climb out of a second-story window and run along the terrace. The figure looked over and saw the X-wing, then raised a blaster and triggered off 2 shots. Both of them hissed and sparked against the fighter's forward shield, prompting a smile from Wedge. Nice shooting. The figure ducked down behind the low wall that edged the terrace. Wedge dropped his crosshairs onto the wall and popped off a quick burst of laser fire. The quartet of shots blasted into the brick and mortar, chewing great holes in it. He saw his quarry get up and start running, but bricks blown from the wall cut the figure's legs out from under him, and the running man went down hard. Wedge switched his comm unit over to the ground tactical frequency. Katarn Leader, Rogue Leader here. I have 1 man down on the main building's 2nd floor.
Anything left of him, Wedge?
Seems all in one piece, Page. I was gentle.
I copy. I'll send someone up. Cap reports the barn is clear, so the ground situation is stable. I'm calling in our pickup crews. You might want to get down here, too.
Got it. Incoming. Wedge flicked his comm unit back to the squadron's frequency. 2, I'm going down there. Assign us some air cover and send 2 flight back to guide the transport in.
As ordered, Lead.
Wedge guided his X-wing down to the midway point between barn and main building. He set it down gently and let the X-wing's landing gear sink a bit into the soft soil before popping the hatch and shutting the fighter down. He doffed his helmet, then crawled out onto the edge of the cockpit and leaped down. He headed toward the main building, but a man dressed in black intercepted him.
I can show you that stuff later, General.
Captain Page gave Wedge a grim smile and took his elbow to steer him around in the other direction.
Cap suggested you want to look at the barn first.
I've seen what an X-wing can do to an E-web, thanks.
I know, but that's not what you'll be looking at.
The 2 men jogged across the compound to the barn and between the Ethorian and Celestian standing guard at the doorway. A little smoke from smoldering straw filled the air with a sour scent. Beyond that, Wedge caught a whiff of burned flesh. Someone had tossed a ragged blanket over a human outline that Wedge assumed was the E-web gunner. Once deeper into the room, he realized why Cap Dendo had wanted him to visit the barn first. The Deveronian, wearing blackened stormtrooper scout armor and a helmet cut to allow his horns to stick up through it, crouched beside the skeletal figure of a man. Wedge saw the rest of the commando team working in stalls meant for housing nerfs, freeing the people who had been shackled in the small enclosures. As gently as possible, the commandos were carrying the people to the barn's main floor. The stench that came from the stalls nearly overwhelmed Wedge. These people had been forced to live in their own filth. The wrists of the man near Cap were raw from where his manacles had cut into his flesh. The man's long nails were caked with dirt, as were the lines on his face. Bending down, Wedge thought he saw something moving in the man's gray beard and hair, but he didn't pull back. A Twi'lek commando standing by a water spigot held up a small vial and swirled it around. The clear liquid turned blue. "Seems potable." Cap nodded. "Good. Fill me a flask and bring it over here. Get water to the rest of them." He glanced down at the man before him. "You'll be okay now." The man reached out and clutched weakly at Wedge's flight suit leg. "Am I dreaming? I know you." Wedge crouched beside the man and patted his hand. "Could be. You were with the rebellion?" "Ground support. They got me at Hoth. I'm Lag Metier." Wedge frowned. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. It was possible he knew the man from Hoth, but the picture that was coming up in his mind was of a much younger man, blond with a booming laugh. "You knew Dak Ralter, right?" "Dak, I knew Dak." Lag let Cap ease him into a sitting position and accepted the flask of water the commando offered. Cap looked past him and addressed Wedge. "You know him?" "Possibly. If so, he didn't look like this at the time." The Deveronian nodded as he looked around at the people moaning and staggering in the barn. "They've all been sorely used here. I'm guessing they've not been cared for at all in the past couple of days, maybe a week. We had minimal resistance." Page dropped to his haunches and nodded in agreement. "The main house looks pretty well cleaned out. We have a forensics team coming in to get whatever there is to be gotten." Lag lowered the flask, water dripping silver from his beard. "It won't do any good. She'll have seen to that." Wedge frowned. "What are you talking about?" Lag let the flask slowly settle to his lap, as if he was too weak to hold it up to his mouth. "She said you'd eventually find this place, and she wanted to make sure it would be a dead end." A gray tongue played over cracked lips. "They took the others out of here and left us. She wanted you to find us dead. She told us that." Wedge helped Lag raise the flask to his lips again. "This woman you speak of, who is she?" Lag swallowed, then shivered. "Iceheart." Wedge's blood ran cold. "Isan Isard was here?" "A week ago, maybe 2. "Are you sure?" Wedge dropped a hand to the man's shoulder. "We killed her on Typhira almost 2 years ago." "If you did, you didn't do a very good job." Lag cracked a smile. "She looked more alive than I do, and a whole bunch more deadly." Prince Admiral Krenel stalked into the darkened cavern of a room where Isard laired. Krenel knew that word was not really exact enough, but he couldn't think of Isard as living within the warrens described by the various computers and arcane equipment. Glow panels hanging down from the roof barely lit the canyons of fiberplast crates, making negotiation of the labyrinth all but impossible. He rounded a corner and found Isard seated in a huge chair at the heart of a small arena. Around her, monitors and holoprojectors danced with countless images. Her fingers flashed over keypads built into the chair's arms. With each keystroke, another image changed, or the volume on one vignette rose to drown out all the others. She spun in the chair, and the images were altered by the wave of her gaze sweeping past. She came around to Krenel and stopped. His appearance seemed to surprise her, but then a casual grin curled her lips, and she drew her legs up, shifting into a more comfortable position in her chair. Her gaze flicked to the data card Krenel clutched in his artificial right hand.
"I see you got my report."
Anger surged in Krenel, but he kept it in check. He casually tossed the data card into the space between them, then clasped his hands behind his back. "I got the report. I have read it. I do not approve of it. You cannot put your plan into effect." Isard snorted a little laugh, then punched a button on one of the keypads. The holoprojector to Krenel's right showed the image of a compound with several buildings, an X-wing parked amid them, and a number of individuals walking back and forth between the main buildings. The figures and the X-wing were rendered in reds and yellows, and Krenel assumed he was looking at an infrared cam feed. "You've allowed them to hit your facility on Komenor." Isard nodded.
"This feed is 6 hours old. I had expected them to arrive in a week or so, not quite this soon. Chances are some of the prisoners I left there are still alive. Pity, but they were useless to me anyway. They know nothing of value, nothing beyond what I want them to know."
Krenel nodded his head once, curtly. "What they know could lead the New Republic to suspect that one of my worlds is the location of more of your Luzankia prisoners. That will be enough to bring the New Republic down on my neck."
"Oh, I expect so."
Isard's smile broadened. "This is unacceptable. I will not tolerate the loss of even one world of mine." Krenel narrowed his eyes. "You have been here for 2 weeks, have requisitioned a fortune in equipment, have authorized payment to agents all over, and so far have only succeeded in losing personnel and turning prisoners over to the New Republic. This is no way to deal with our enemies." Isard slowly shook her head.
"I would have thought the lesson Grand Admiral Thrawn learned so recently would not have been lost upon you, Prince Admiral."
The low, slow delivery of her comment sliced through his anger. "Meaning?"
"Thrawn died because it was inconceivable to him that anyone could defeat him. While his string of victories made this attitude warranted, this belief also hampered him."
She pressed her hands together.
"Look at the New Republic. They killed the Emperor. They took Imperial Center. They destroyed Thrawn. Now they believe they are invincible. The fact is, we will defeat them because they have this weakness."
Krenel snarled. "I have never believed in lulling an enemy into a false sense of security."
"Then believe this, Prince Admiral. You will lose a world to the New Republic."
Isard's voice took on an icy tone.
"I know your strengths, and I know their strengths. You cannot stop them. You can only force them to expend more resources than they want to take the world. Now the world I have chosen is a small one, a simple one, one of no value aside from being one bauble in the diadem you wear as Prince Admiral. In choosing the battlefield, I can choose how the battle will go, and how we will make the New Republic pay for their victory."
"You are wrong, Isard." Krenel turned away from the scene on Komenor and met her stare evenly. "Only by standing up to them in an even fight will I be able to convince them I am too much trouble to take. I can and shall do that." Isard shrugged.
"I suspected that might be your reaction, and I have planned accordingly. You will still indulge me, however, in our political pursuits, yes?"
Krenel hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. Have your envoy meet with the leaders of the Alderanian expatriates. I can see giving them a new home."
"And you would issue a statement of conciliation and apology for the destruction of Alderaan?"
He shifted his shoulders uneasily. "If it were necessary, yes."
"Good. What we shall do, then, is this. We will have our negotiations going on, but we will not specify a world. We say we want to learn what the Alderanians want in a world, and we will pick one to match. We will hint that our generosity is an overture for peace between your realm and the New Republic, perhaps even suggesting that you might like to join the New Republic. Then, when the New Republic attacks, we will note that the world they take from you would have been the one we were going to give to the Alderanians. This should anger them and weaken their support for the New Republic. After all, the people who have suffered so much now have to suffer even more."
"That ought to work." Krenel nodded slowly, then gave Isard a wry grin. "You are very good at the political manipulation of people, almost as good as I am at killing them. If you confine yourself to what you are good at, I will as well, and our partnership will have a long future."
"I will be happy to limit what I do, Prince Admiral, if you would agree to a request."
"And that is?"
"If Rogue Squadron survives its next encounter with you,"
she smiled frostily,
"you will leave their destruction entirely in my hands."
Krenel smiled carefully back. "And if they do not?"
"Why then, Prince Admiral, I will just find you bigger and better targets."
Isard bowed her head in his direction.
"If you do manage to kill them, clearly nothing else will be able to stop you."
9. Wedge Antilles started to seat himself halfway down the left side of the lozenge-shaped briefing table when a red-fleshed Mon Calamari directed him to a chair several paces closer to the head of the table. "This will be fine, Captain Jemity. I'll sit here." The Mon Cal kept his voice low. General, these seats are for junior officers. Staff officers sit over there." Wedge hesitated for a second, feeling his cheeks burn with a blush. "Thank you for correcting me." "Not correcting, General, informing." Wedge suppressed a shiver as he moved to the chair Captain Jamidi had pointed to. The Mon Cal nodded as Wedge slid it out from the table. Wedge seated himself and scooted the chair forward, then stared down at the keypad and monitor, water bottle and glass, comlink holder and personal datapad recharge jack built into his place at the table. He glanced down at the place where he'd meant to sit and saw none of that stuff. Rank isn't at all bad." He smiled, then killed the smile as the other senior officers began to filter into the room. General Horton Salm took a seat across from Wedge. The balding, mustachioed pilot gave him a quick nod, then turned to speak with the tall, blue-skinned Duros admiral coming to the table beside him. Wedge himself offered a hand to the red-headed woman seating herself on his left. "I'm Wedge Antilles."
"I've heard of you, General Antilles, but what Corellian hasn't?"
She smiled easily at him.
"I am Admiral Arita Bell, also of Corellia."
Wedge smiled. "We actually met on Hoth, didn't we? You were the navigator on the transport Terran flew, the one that Luke and I took out through the Imp fleet."
"That's right, the duty-free."
Her blue eyes sparkled.
"I'm surprised you remembered."
"How could I forget? You plotted a great course that got us through in a spot the Imps thought no one could go." He swiveled his chair toward her. "What do they have you flying now?"
I command the Swift Liberty. It's an old Victory deuce, but it's functional. We're often paired on ops with Admiral Kerr Vantai's Moonshadow.
Wedge glanced at the Duros Admiral for a moment, then back to Arita. That's an Imp-Star deuce, right? The answer came from behind him as a hand fell on his shoulder.
Yes, an Imp-Star deuce, the same as my freedom.
Wedge spun around and offered his hand to a tall, slender, black-haired man whose goatee had been grown into a full beard and was now shot with white in stripes leading down from the corners of his mouth. Commander Saryanka, good to see you again.
And good to see you as well. When last we met, I think my ship was still being refitted at Sluis Van.
Right, but Thrawn's mole miners didn't get to it, so you actually managed to do some fighting against Thrawn. You were at Belbringi, as I recall.
We were.
Yanka's blue eyes focused a bit distantly for a moment.
The Freedom didn't get hit, but I lost a freighter that served as a supply ship for me. Had Thrawn not died, I suspect we all would have been hit much harder.
Admiral Akbar passed behind Salm and Vantai to take his place at the head of the table.
The fact is, Commander Yanka, Thrawn did die. This puts us in a very interesting position. Please be seated, all of you, and I will begin the briefing.
While Akbar waited for everyone to be seated, Captain Gemity closed the doors to the briefing room, activated the anti-sensor fields, then dimmed the lights. The Mon Calamari Admiral hit a couple of buttons on the keypad at the head of the table, and Krenel's image burned to life above the holoprojector plate set in the middle of the briefing table.
As you have all been informed, Prince Admiral Delak Krenel will be the target of a series of operations. The method by which we go after him is going to have to be very skillful. It is not common knowledge, but the war against Thrawn taxed our military resources rather heavily. We are still more than capable of maintaining a defensive posture that would make any attack against us punishing, but our ability to launch offensive operations is limited. General Garm Bel Iblis's return to the New Republic has supplemented our forces and has many of our enemies guessing what we will be doing next. It is our hope that while his presence keeps our enemies guessing, this operation against Krenel will convince them that they do not want to become our next target.
Akbar opened his hands.
Krenel is not an idiot, but he is in a difficult position. He has roughly a dozen capital ships, a mix of Imperial Star Destroyers and Victory-class destroyers. He has a dozen worlds to protect. With the Freedom, Swift Liberty, and Moonshadow, we have a task force that can destroy any one of his ships in a running battle, and can fight any patrol task force he's likely to put together. If he concentrates his ships enough to hammer us, we attack the worlds he leaves open.
The Duros Admiral raised a finger.
The force we have is significant, but I wonder if the Lusankia will be refit in time to use it against Krenel.
Wedge's jaw dropped open. You've rebuilt the Lusankia?
Akbar nodded. We have, and it's gone to Belbringi for final refits. It won't be ready for the start of this operation, but if Krenel does not fall early, we could employ it against him.
Wedge closed his mouth and shook his head. He well remembered the toll taken when Rogue Squadron assembled a fleet of ships to destroy the Lusankia. Because it was a superstar destroyer, it took a lot of killing, and yet an ample amount of ship had been left over. Enough to salvage. This time it can be put to good use. Admiral Akbar hit more keys, and a spherical representation of Krenel's realm replaced his image. A dozen worlds were linked by glowing gold lines that marked transit routes. Navigational hazards like stars, black holes, and planets tended to make certain pathways much easier to fly, and Siutric, Krenel's capital world, served as a hub for trade routes with all the other worlds he claimed as his own.
Ciutric is Krenel's capital, and for that reason is well defended. It's the most industrialized of his worlds, and has a shipyard capable of keeping his fleet in repair. It cannot build new Star Destroyers, though an expansion project now underway might give it that capability in a year or so.
Another world on the display grew up to displace the image of the realm.
This is Lineade 3. Its development was begun in the last days of the Old Republic and continued during the Empire. Much of it is given over to agricultural combines and light industry, producing consumer products like comlinks and calf synthesizers. There's nothing about it that is vital, but taking it away from Krenel would result in noticeable, though minor, shortages of goods in the rest of his realm.
Psalm nodded. It would get his people thinking that the stability he's offering is not likely to last very long.
Admiral Bell leaned forward in her chair. Are you saying that higher prices on comlinks will provoke a revolt?
Psalm shook his head. Not exactly. You've seen reports coming out of Ciutric. Krenel is offering his realm as a safe, peaceful, and stable place where anyone is welcome to make a home and prosper. Taking Lineade 3 will make the hegemony a little less prosperous, and will take away one of his more attractive worlds.
Wedge reached out and tapped the golden trio of trade routes connected to Lineade's blue-green ball. The name of each of the worlds to which the routes were connected flashed up in a little box.
Sure, Ciutric might seem like a nice place to go, but Vrosinri 8 or Corvus Minor? Before reading the briefing files on Krenel's realm, I never even heard of them. And what I've read doesn't make them seem like the sorts of places I'd want to retire to. I agree, General Antilles, but once we've cut those worlds off from the main part of the hegemony, they will be vulnerable. The fear of our coming and taking them might provoke revolts that preclude the need for invasion.
Akbar held his hands up. Your points are well taken, everyone. The shortages will be difficult for Krenel to conceal if he is determined to use mass media to make his people believe Lineade 3 has not fallen. Washing away one of his worlds will provide the biggest shock for his people, while shortages will become a constant reminder of it.
Psalm brushed his hand over his mustache. And while Wedge is a bit disdainful of Corvus Minor and Vrosinri 8, those two worlds will have tight trading ties to Lineade 3. By taking it, we make the two of them more likely to fall.
The Duros Admiral nodded slowly. Neither of those two worlds is very stable, and could be taken with a small force if Krenel decides not to defend them.
Wedge sat back in his chair. How much do we know about Krenel's intelligence operations in the New Republic? I may be overly concerned because of breaches concerning Rogue Squadron.
Psalm nodded.
If it is true that Isard still lives, she could be activating hidden intelligence agents. Nothing we do is safe.
Akbar pressed his hands to the tabletop and leaned forward. Concern for security is important. As of yet, we have no evidence linking this supposed sighting of Isard with Krenel, but we do know they had a limited history together concerning Saint Pestige's murder. We would be foolish to suppose they have no way of communicating with each other, or that they would not be willing to work together for their mutual benefit. Our operation will be planned with the tightest security we can manage, of course, but we have to accept that it might be compromised. We will hit hard and establish acceptable loss parameters to judge our success, or lack thereof.
Akbar's words sent a shiver down Wedge's spine. Intellectually, he understood exactly what the Admiral was saying. In any military operation, the strategists had to decide how much expenditure of hardware and supplies and personnel was justified in attaining their goal. With material and munitions, the costing could be done on a credit basis, by comparing the industries on the world to be taken with how much it would cost to get them, They could determine if taking a world was feasible in an economic sense. The new republic would either gain from the operation or, at the very least, deny credits and resources to Krenel, which was also a positive benefit. When it came to people, though, cost accounting didn't work. Acceptable losses were more of a political point. The losses the rebellion suffered in destroying the first Death Star were hideous, but considered well worth it when compared to what the Death Star would do to other worlds. The Death Star's threat meant that any level of sacrifice, any body count, was acceptable, and no one, not even Wedge, doubted for a second the wisdom of going after it. When it came to Lineade 3, however, there was no visible threat to the New Republic. In fact, Krenel's opening of his realm to anyone who wanted haven made him seem almost benign. Humans would wonder why the New Republic was spending lives to take a world that Krenel had all but opened to them. Non-humans might wonder why the New Republic was willing to be blinded by so clear a deception. If non-humans took a larger proportion of losses than humans did in the assault, and it failed, non-humans could even suggest that the New Republic was spending non-human lives while winking at Krenel and tacitly supporting him. For Wedge, any losses were unacceptable. He'd certainly ordered men and women, humans and aliens, into situations where their survival was severely in doubt, and he'd gone into those situations himself on countless occasions. He never sent anyone into anything where he knew they would die. But he had often wondered if he would see his people together again at the end of a battle. Akbar sat down in his chair.
The New Republic is weary of war, but people somehow are never weary of victory. We sustained considerable losses in the Thrawn campaign. 10% of our forces killed, 30% wounded. But those are just averages. On the worlds Thrawn actually hit, the devastation was significant. This operation will need to be clean and crisp. I believe we can sustain a 30% casualty rate and still consider the cost justified. I want it to be much lower.
Wedge nodded and called to mind the pilots in his squadron. A third gone. One whole flight. Probably 2 killed, 2 wounded. Who can I lose? The new people, Slee and Zatok? Or will it be Hobby and Jansen? Will their number be up? Akbar hit another button on his keypad.
Flooding into your datapads is the preliminary operational plan for the assault on Lineade 3. It calls for Swift Liberty and Moonshadow to enter a close orbit, while Freedom remains at the edge of the system. We expect that Krenel will spring any surprises, like bringing other ships in from other systems, with the initial engagement, which is when Freedom will jump in at a point where we will have tactical advantage. Moonshadow will serve as the base for General Psalm's B-Wing assault group. Swift Liberty will carry Rogue Squadron. Freedom will be home to the assault shuttles we'll be sending down. Our capital ships will kill or drive off Krenel's capital ships. Then we deploy ground troops to take key factories, energy production centers, mass media delivery centers, and the capital. Once troops are on the ground, we will bring in rising tide reinforcements and supplies. I believe pacification of Lineade 3 should take little more than 2 weeks, if Krenel does not launch a counter-assault.
Admiral Bell chewed on a fingernail for a moment, then nodded.
Sending our ships out on different patrols, then having us meet up for the run-in at Lineade 3 should work to keep our assault secret, but gathering the reinforcements and keeping them hidden is going to be tough. Krenel has to know something is up, and Lineade 3 is one of his most vulnerable targets.
We plan to preoccupy him.
Akbar's lip fringes twitched as his mouth opened in a smile.
One lesson we learned about Krenel from the last time Rogue Squadron dealt with him was that he believes in his own importance. We plan to have General Garm Bel Iblis conduct a planetary assault exercise on Borleus. That world bears a remarkable resemblance to Ciutric in terms of geography, size, atmosphere, and the like. The reinforcements we'll devote to you will be staging there for that operation. Bel Iblis will also make a series of speeches to various groups here on Coruscant and elsewhere that will indicate our intention of coming after Krenel, and will suggest that when the head is struck from a rancor, the body dies very quickly. Krenel will interpret all that, we think, as a coming strike on Ciutric, and will defend his capital world appropriately.
Wedge smiled. And if Krenel rushes ships from Ciutric to defend Linade 3, Bel Iblis can always hit Ciutric. The Mon-Cal admiral nodded.
When you have to assume your enemy knows your plans, providing him two distasteful alternatives often promotes conservative thinking.
Even as Akbar spoke, Wedge knew that there was something being left unsaid. It occurred to him that if the New Republic had enough force to be able to hit Linade 3 and threaten Ciutric, then it would need to appear to have enough power to hit Ciutric and do exactly what Bel Iblis would be threatening to do. This means Bel Iblis will be working with a fake force at Borleus, skeleton-crewed ships probably operating with droids to simulate a full staff. We'll be on our own and in trouble if Krenel has gotten any smarter over the years. Akbar opened his hands.
So if you will all please call up the first file, we'll begin going through the plan step by step and see what holes we need to plug so it does not sink without a trace.
10. Ayala Wessery sat back in her chair and closed her eyes, in spite of the sandpaper feeling of lids sliding down over eyeballs. She rolled her shoulders and let her head droop back a bit. She slowly worked her head to the right and left, loosening the muscles of her neck, then took in a deep breath, held it, and slowly exhaled. With the next deep breath, she caught the scent of hot and strong calf. Her eyes snapped open, and she spun her chair toward the doorway.
Wedge?
Mirax smiled sheepishly and extended a steaming mug toward her.
Sorry to disappoint you, Ayala, but I figured you could use this when you called and canceled dinner this evening.
Thanks, I can use it.
She accepted the mug from Mirax and inhaled the steam.
Where'd you get this calf? I haven't smelled anything this strong since I left Corellia.
Mirax stepped in from the doorway, and Whistler warbled triumphantly as he rolled into Ayala's office. His head turned in a circle, and he stopped and extended toward her a small bag clutched in his pincer. A tone ran from low to high, and Ayala accepted the bag with a gracious bow of her head. Mirax smiled.
Whistler seems to recall the settings you Corsac folks used on your calf distiller back on Corellia. I don't allow him to make it that strong at home, but I gather he still brews it that way at the squadron. I found a calf shop that lets him play with the controls in return for some exotic blends I managed to get my hands on. The result is in your mug.
Ayala took a sip, then set the mug down on the desk. She opened the bag and peeked inside.
And the pastries, they were your idea, Whistler?
The droid trumpeted triumphantly. Mirax sighed.
I tried to convince him that something a bit more substantial would be better for you, but he seems to think all Corsac officers function on strong calf and foods full of fat and sugar and gluten.
Well, it couldn't hurt at the moment.
Ayala narrowed her eyes.
How did you get in here anyway?
Mirax fished a security data card from the pocket of her Nerf hide jacket.
General Kraken and I have an understanding. He uses me to keep tabs on my father's errant venture. I pass on rumors that I hear while trading, offer opinions.
Kraken doesn't worry too much when your cargo manifests don't actually square with what arrives?
He knows he can trust me not to do anything harmful, and I did have a little to do with Rilke production on Borleas, so it's an easy détente.
Mirax smiled.
Neither Corin nor my father knows of my arrangement with Kraken, and I just as soon keep it that way.
She reached out with a foot and tapped Whistler's barrel body with a toe.
You got that, Whistler?
The droid warbled emphatically. Ayala raised an eyebrow.
Whistler keeping secrets from Corin? How did that happen?
Mirax winked.
When he retires, Whistler wants to be the navigator on the Pulsar skate. We have an understanding, which is good because he's been on the skate enough that he could run it all by himself. He probably knows more about it and my business than I do.
Whistler used to be that way with our caseloads in Corsac, too. Ayala laughed out loud. For years, Whistler had helped Corin fight smugglers in and around Corellia.
And now he wants to work with Mirax and her exotics trade. Interesting.
She pondered this change of heart on Whistler's part, but then decided it wasn't that radical a shift.
If Corin could fall in love with Mirax, there's no reason why Whistler couldn't do the same. Well, I think Whistler will be great at his new career. He was wired to be an overachiever.
Ayala drank a bit more of the caf.
This is really good. I'm sorry to have canceled dinner with you, but analyzing the data from the prisoners' debriefings is taking forever.
Mirax tucked a dark strand of hair behind her right ear.
Don't worry about dinner. We'll do it another time. Corin got called back to squadron headquarters for briefings anyway. Looks like something big is going down.
Ayala looked up at her friend.
So then I cancel and you're all alone.
Whistler cheeped. Mirax patted the droid on the head.
No slight against you, Whistler, but I can't force you to order a dessert, then eat half of it.
Ayala offered up half a pastry.
I'll split one with you. It's a deal.
Mirax cleared some data cards off the small office's other chair and sat down.
Anything to clarify the report that Isard is alive?
Ayala chewed a mouthful of pastry, then washed the sticky sweetness from her mouth with caf before answering.
Corin shouldn't have told you that. True, but since he figures she's the one who sent Urlor and murdered him, Corin also figures I'm a target, so he wants me to be more careful. Give it up, Ayala. You know I'm not going to tell anyone.
The intelligence officer sighed.
Several prisoners said they saw her and heard her, but they're in pretty bad shape. I can't give their identifications too much weight, since some of them are in the grips of dementia. It seems pretty clear that whoever put those people there wanted them to starve to death. And they were pretty close. If we'd waited another week, we'd just have corpses. And dead men tell no tales. Not true. Urlor's body led us to these guys. Do these guys lead you to Isard?
Ayala sighed.
Not directly.
She waved a hand at the datapad monitor on her desk.
I've been going over the reports we all made at the time of Typhira's liberation, and a couple of details don't seem to mesh so well.
Mirax licked sugar residue from her fingers.
Like what? Well, first off, I've not been able to find any indication in any recording or anecdote or anything that Isard was capable of piloting a Lambda-class shuttle. She wasn't a pilot before she went to Typhira, and no one there knows anything about her being able to fly.
Mirax nodded.
That makes it less likely that she was in the shuttle that Tycho blew up. Still, didn't Corin have sensor readings indicating someone was on board?
Whistler tootled positively.
I've pulled the sensor trace records, and that's right. I also noted something else. There were 2 comm frequencies being used by the shuttle. Isard conversed with Corin over one, but I don't have any record of what sort of data was flowing over the other. So you think Isard was having the shuttle flown remotely from Typhira to make the rogues think she was escaping?
Mirax's brown eyes narrowed.
If it got destroyed or if it jumped out, either way, no one would be looking for her on Typhira itself. She smuggles herself out with the Zukfra refugees and she's clear.
Isard certainly wouldn't have had the resources to fake documentation that would get her clear. Ayala held the calf mug in her hands and let the warmth bleed into them. I very much want to believe that Tycho's proton torpedo converted her into free-floating hydrogen, but this little kink in the facts that we overlooked before is a problem.
Still, it doesn't mean she's back in action.
Mirax frowned.
Why would she lay low during the whole Thrawn thing?
Isard help an alien Grand Admiral?
I don't think so.
Ayala tapped a stack of data cards on the desk.
Imperial records concerning Thrawn might as well not exist, but I can't believe Isard didn't know about him and his existence out in the unknown regions. She didn't ask him back to help her when she was running the Empire, and I can't imagine she wanted to help him reestablish it with him as the new Emperor. She probably just crawled into some tiny hole and licked her wounds, hoping Thrawn and the New Republic would kill each other. Yeah, and she did have some wounds to lick. She lost Coruscant, she lost Typhira, she lost her own private superstar destroyer, Luzankia. Getting away with her life and the location of the prisoners was the only upside for her.
Mirax leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees.
How many more facilities like the one on Komenor does she have for stashing prisoners?
Ayala shook her head.
No way to tell.
In fact, I'm not sure the Xenophet facility was much more than a blind.
I don't understand. You found the prisoners there. Your forensics team must have found clues and everything.
They did. Plenty of evidence of records being destroyed, shallow graves of some of the dead. Everything we need to piece together a circumstantial case that points to the prisoners having been there a while. Mirax's black hair brushed down past her shoulders as she lifted her head.
The problem is?
Well, the problem is that the evidence would have been perfect had the prisoners all been dead. From them, however, we have details that make me wonder. For example,
they remember huge, long hyperspace flights,
but they were locked in little cells at the time. According to them, they were bounced from planet to planet, and they've been in the current facility for years.
Corran thought he'd been on a long space journey, taking him from Coruscant to Luzankia, but Isard just faked it all along.
Ayala nodded emphatically.
Exactly. Using drugs on the prisoners, she could have warped their sense of time, or even had them totally unconscious as she moved them from one place to another. As long as their cells looked the same, the staff was the same, and the food was the same, the prisoners would have no clue where they had been. You're basing a lot of this on the idea that someone as smart as Isard was doing all this.
Probably, but what if it's an individual just following Isard's instructions?
Isard would have had to trust this person implicitly to turn the prisoners over to them. Okay, if not Isard, someone she trusted to do what she told them to do. Someone who's now making his own play at power.
Mirax nodded solemnly.
Someone who has Isard's resources and contacts in the New Republic, giving him the information he needed to plant Erlor's set here at the party.
Exactly.
Okay, you're suspicious of the situation at Komenor, but what's the purpose of faking that facility? I mean, the clues from Erlor led there, so we went. The interceptors might have been an ambush, but a pretty poor one. What did Isard's agent want to have happen there?
I think it was bait. Ayala smiled grimly.
We backtracked the trail to Komenor, and there's more trail to follow. The bodies pulled from the graves could only have been there a couple of years, but They show more decay on the bones than we'd expect from the soil in that area on Komenor. I think they were buried somewhere else, disinterred, and moved to Komenor. Once we figure out where they came from, we'll go to that new world and find more bait. Or a trap. Right.
She shrugged and sipped her caf.
We get so happy at having broken through the puzzle this person is laying out for us that we allow ourselves to think it was never meant to be broken. We figure we have the upper hand, but we're just following the trail they've laid. Interesting hypothesis. How do you test it?
Aiella winced.
There's the problem. The obvious way to test it is to have teams go back to Komenor and look around for clues that indicate the site was faked. If it is a fake, then there ought to be redundant clues that will point this out. The bodies that I mentioned would have been missed, except I saw them described as being in an advanced state of decay. I checked with the forensic tech to find out what that meant, and he walked me through it. I checked with the guys who took soil samples, and I was able to pull together a picture that looks like the bodies weren't always there. That was a tough way to get at the fake data, and I'm willing to bet there are easier ones.
Mirax sat back and crossed her legs at her booted ankles.
Of course, if you send teams back, you'll tip the enemy to the fact that you found the deception, and will be following it up. You never want the hut you're after to know you're following his slime trail. Plus, we don't know how much of our planning and intelligence is getting to the other side.
Corin's wife smiled slyly.
Why not just go there off-duty? Corin said you used to do that back when you were with Corsac. We can go without telling anyone. They'll never know. If we find something, we know you're right. And if we don't, that's a step forward, too.
Aiella sipped at the caf and nodded.
It could work. We'd have to go in very covertly, since the political situation is a bit touchy in the aftermath of the raid.
Mirax winked at her.
I think I know a thing or two about getting into and out of spaceports without attracting too much official attention. You can leave those details to me. You just get together the gear you'll need, and we'll be good to go.
Aiella thought for a moment, then nodded.
It'll take me about 3 weeks to clear things up here. Perfect. I can get some vaguely legit business set up on Komenor in that time.
Mirax smiled happily.
It'll just be you and me on a girls' night out. So you're not going to tell Corin? Wedge and squadron business are what he's focusing on at the moment. I see no reason to distract him. He's your husband.
Mirax laughed.
He was your partner. Would you handle him differently?
Good point. Aiella fed a data card into her datapad.
I'll prep a report and entrust it to Whistler here. If anything goes amiss with us, he can turn it over to Corin. It's a plan. And a workable one, I think.
Aiella raised her mug of caf in a salute.
If we can confirm that we're being played, we stand a chance of turning the tables on our enemy. And that's definitely a position I want us to be in.
11. Corin Horn looked over from his conversation with the Isori pilot, Kijin Slee, and smiled at Gavin Darklighter, who stood next to the table's open seat.
Sure, Gavin, sit down. We're just telling stories.
The Isori's dark green scaled flesh lightened slightly in hue as Gavin offloaded his tray.
We are pleased to have you join me and Corin.
I don't want to interrupt, but I did have a question for Corin. Kijin waved a hand toward Corin.
Please ask it.
Corin looked at Gavin and rolled his eyes.
Sure, what is it?
Gavin glanced down at his food, and his voice barely rose above the din in the crowded base commissary. Have you ever wanted to be a father? The question rocked Corin back in his chair, and he noted that Keejeen watched his reaction with the pure intent of a predator tracking prey. I haven't thought that much about it. Mirax has said that we should talk about it, but we've been kind of busy with Thrawn and all. Is this something you're thinking about? The younger pilot smiled and nodded. You met my family back on Tatooine. Right, lots of brothers, sisters, cousins and all. Corin fingered a round brown biscuit, spinning it as he ran his finger along the edge. Are you getting the itch to have a family? I think so, yes. Corin frowned. Not meaning to pry here, but are you and Asser, capable of doing that? I mean, I thought Bothan human matings didn't work. Gavin gave him a goofy grin. Well, the parts line up fine as far as I'm concerned, but things don't connect that well on a cellular level, I guess. We want to get married. Then we're going to adopt. We filled out the preliminary data files, and we need to gather all the other stuff they'll want, the officials, I mean. Well, that's great, Gavin. Corin slapped him on the arm. You'll make a great father. You're compassionate and intelligent. You have a great sense of humor, and you're pretty good at feeling out the moods folks are in. Thanks, Corin. That means a lot. Keejeen Slee sucked the meat off a small bone, then began to crunch cartilage. We are pleased for you, Gavin, and your willingness to accept the responsibility for younglings not your own. We have noted a nobility about you, which is impressive. The Isori swallowed hard, and a big bulge started to work its way down his throat. On Isor, you would never face the choices you do here. Gavin looked up, a brown, gooey bean mixture dripping from the spoon he'd raised halfway to his mouth. You don't allow adoptions on Isor? There is no need for them. Keejeen nibbled at the end of the bone and crushed it between his teeth. We Isori are oviparous. The females of the species produce eggs which are tended and hatch, provided they have been fertilized. The males produce a packet of the fertilizing agent. The Isori unzipped his sleeveless flight suit and began to slip a clawed hand down toward his abdomen. Corin reached out and grabbed his arm. We'll take your word for it. You don't have to show us. A clear membrane flashed up over Keejeen's amber eyes. He slowly withdrew his hand, bringing with it a sheaf of holographs. He wordlessly selected one, then handed it to Corin. Perhaps this will enlighten you. Corin held the static holograph so Gavin could see it. The image showed two Isori, one male and a smaller, lighter-colored female. He was pouring a liquid from a pitcher onto an egg, and she was brushing the liquid over the egg. To Corin, it looked similar to what he'd seen chefs do in basting a roast, but he decided to keep that observation to himself. Gavin's brown-eyed gaze flicked up. You're the egg? I was, yes. The Isori have a caste-based society. The caste of the egg layer determines the caste into which the child will be born. The caste of the fertilizer determines rank within that caste and political alliances between the families involved. Breedings are negotiated, sometimes with an egg or packets traveling great distances to be used in a fertilization ceremony such as this. This image is of a huncha. It is an intra-caste breeding of the nobility, meant to strengthen the standing of two families within the ruling caste. A hun li would be an intercaste breeding within one realm, involving a noble and a more common caste. A win cha would be a breeding between nobles from different realms. Corin nodded. And a Win Li would be a noble breeding with a common caste from outside the realm.
The Isori stiffened.
Such a thing would never happen.
Corin frowned. Wait, you're telling me that no two Isori from different castes and different nations would ever breed together? What if they're in love? Kijin allowed himself a little laugh.
These displays of emotion that so often rule other sapients are taken in perspective by the Isori. We consider love much like a rainstorm. It can be light or hard, long or short, mild or tempestuous. It can also end. To tie the life of a child to the mercurial emotional attachments of its parents is cruel. Families agree on breedings, families raise the children. My name, for example, has 3 elements. K indicates I am of a single breeding, which my father's family negotiated. It is not his family name, but instead comes from the character of our alphabet that my father's family uses to mark such a union. My mother was of the Jean family. I am known as Slee. Both the K and Slee parts of my name were chosen based on a formula that allowed the numerical values of the letters of my name to add up to an auspicious number.
Corin shot Gavin a glance.
Get your hands on that formula, and you'll have no problem naming the kids you adopt.
Kijin crackled the rest of the bone to splinters in his mouth.
Our point is this. On Isar, there are no unwanted children, and even those orphaned are the responsibility of the families of those who were bred to create them.
Corin scratched at his forehead.
But if eggs and packets can travel,
isn't it possible that children are actually born after the parents are dead? And isn't it possible that someone could breed a rival to a leader by stealing eggs and packets from people closer to a throne than he is?
Indeed, we have often bred using packets of dead heroes or leaders. We have used the eggs of their sisters or wives or daughters similarly to preserve the bloodline. The families always care for these newborns.
The Isori shrugged his broad shoulders.
As for unsanctioned breedings, they are known as vrekchi. The closest basic word is stranger, but it runs deeper since not only do we not know them, but they have not been raised by a family, so they are not really considered Isori. They are wretched, tortured creatures, and are slain as wild beasts are slain.
Having families raise kids sounds right by me. Gavin smiled, then wiped his mouth with a napkin. Asser has said that family means a lot to the Bothans, and I've agreed that any children we adopt should have a full understanding of their own culture.
Corin raised an eyebrow. You're going to adopt Bothan children?
At least one, yes. Gavin reached out and rested his right hand on Corin's left forearm. Look, after we're married, a lot of people are going to come around asking about Asser and me, and whether or not we're suitable for raising kids and everything like that. I want to use you and Mirax as references, if that's okay with you. Corin raked a hank of dark brown hair out of his eyes, then nodded, dropping it back down again.
Sure. I'll run it by Mirax, but I'm sure she'll agree. We'd be happy to help you.
Great. I'll tell Asser. She'll be excited.
Where is she?
Gavin shrugged his shoulders and chewed a mouthful of beans. He glanced around the room, then shook his head. I thought she was going to try to join me for lunch. She got a message right when our briefing let out. She said she would try to be back. Corin glanced at his chronometer and stood.
Speaking of back, we've got 15 minutes before we're due in the simulators. I'm going to get some calf, then find Whistler. Anyone else need calf?
Kijin Slee shook his head once, sharply, as if tearing a hunk of flesh from an invisible beast.
Our digestive system is too refined for your calf. If there is chocolate, I would take that.
Got it.
Gavin? I'm good to go, Corin. Gavin fished some credits from his pocket and held them out. Let me buy for you two, though, for the help with this adoption thing. Corin waved the money away. Save it, Gavin. When you finally get kids, there will never be enough of it. Somehow, though, I think the two of you and your family will do just fine. Borsk Failya turned slowly from the window, looking out over Coruscant. He found Aser Sailor standing just inside the door to his office, with the sunlight streaming past him, making the white fur on her face and hands glow with a dazzling intensity. Her violet eyes still had the fire he'd seen in them years ago, and her expression had a determination to it that matched the fire. Good. She is prepared to fight, which means she is prepared to deal. You sent for me, Counselor Failya? Borsk opened his hands slowly and let a little hurt tone play into his voice. You feel the need to be so formal, Captain Sailor? I thought between us, between Bothans, we could be more familiar. Aser's eyes tightened, as did her fists. I merely wished you to know that I am aware of where the power resides, Counselor. I see. Borsk smiled carefully, then stroked his creamy chin fur. Congratulations on your promotion, by the way. Well-deserved and long overdue. Just like a human to keep your rank artificially low. The black fur rose at the back of Aser's neck. Rogue Squadron has never been overly worried about rank, Counselor. Getting our jobs done has been our paramount concern. The reward of rank has been more than justified by our actions. In fact, I would say that the New Republic has been quite penurious in rewarding heroes such as Wedge Antilles. Very good, Aser. Borsk nodded and moved from the window toward his desk. You suggest that Antilles has been insufficiently rewarded, and allow the implication that we have been similarly neglectful of the rest of the rogues to chastise me. You play the game well. Borsk waved a hand toward the chair before his desk. Please be seated. I want you to be comfortable. Aser moved forward but stood behind the chair. I've been sitting all day during briefings. It feels good to stretch my muscles, but do not let me stop you. Please be seated. And let you look down upon me? Borsk nodded and seated himself in a massive chair. He tapped a data card, the only data card, on his desk with his index finger. He let the sound of his nail clicking on the data card's casing fill the room. Then he scooped up the card into his hand and slowly turned it over. You know what this is. Aser stiffened, then gathered her hands at the small of her back. I assume it is my application to adopt a Bothan orphan? You do know, of course, that a hero of your stature would never be denied such an honor. There are doubtless Bothan families that would gladly give up one of their children to you, knowing their child would be raised in a home where power does not trickle but flows and floods. Borsk tapped the data card against his muzzle, then lowered it and smiled. After the second Death Star was destroyed and the role of the martyrs was revealed, their families were overwhelmed with claims that children had been fathered by the martyrs. Claiming a place of the Grand Bothan tradition is so important to our people that we would give our own flesh and blood away so they could be part of it. Her chin came up. Then you called me here to tell me the application has been approved? No, and you know that is not true. Borsk slid the data card across the desk toward her. I want you to withdraw the application. What? Please, Aser. You know how impossible this is. You are involved in a liaison with a human. You want to marry him. It might add a bit of exotic luster to your image on Bothawi,
but the vast majority of Bothans consider it something of a perversion. He's all but furless, and his face is so squashed it's, well, hideous. That you have found something in him that attracts you, this I can understand. But you cannot allow this infatuation with him to last.
It's not an infatuation. We love each other.
Borskvalia raised his hands and waved away her declaration.
Infatuation, love, lust, whatever you call it, it doesn't matter. What matters is this. We were prepared to indulge your dalliance, but no more. You cannot be permitted to marry him and create a family with him.
His name is Gavin Darklighter, and he's every bit as much a hero as I am.
Asser's clawed hands came around and gripped the back of the nerf-hide chair.
I cannot believe you have the impudence to sit there and tell me what I can and cannot do with my life.
No.
Borsk kept his voice low and even, meeting her hot stare with a cold one of his own.
And I do not believe you can stand there and have the impudence to totally abrogate your responsibility to your people.
What?
Borsk spread his arms, resting his hands flat on the desk.
I have told you before that you have become a role model for young Bothans. The martyrs represent what we all hope we could achieve, what we hope we would be willing to do when called upon. They are shining examples of what we are at our best. Their greatest virtue is that they are dead. They are defined by the moment of their death, and nothing that went before matters. All their weaknesses, their frailties and vices were washed away when the Empire spilled their blood. You, my dear, are different. You have accomplished much, and you still live. You provide an ongoing example to our people. When a young female faces a decision, she might ask herself, what would Asser Sailor do? You defied your parents and entered the Bothan Martial Academy. You've taken up with a human. You have no interest, apparently, in bearing children of your own, but are content to raise a mongrel pack of children salvaged from the ruins of the Empire. Yes, humans certainly see that as charitable and enviable, but it is not the Bothan way. By following your example, others will destroy the Bothan way of life.
Asser shook her head.
No, it is not fair to put the blame for change on me. Bothan society was repressed by the Empire, and by turning inward, by maintaining our strength, we survived that oppression. Now things are different. Change is happening, and there is no way to stop it.
I don't want to stop it, Asser, but I do need to direct it.
Borsk paused for a second, less for dramatic effect than for a genuine need to gather his thoughts.
If I cannot convince you of your part in the salvation of the Bothan people, other steps may have to be taken.
He admired the steel in her spine, the energy blazing from her eyes. But if he could not control her and the direction she took, the disaster he saw looming on the horizon would swallow the Bothan people. Desperation fueled inspiration. He sighed heavily.
The Empire put forward the idea that any species that was not human was inferior. Humans were held up as the absolute acme of accomplishment. If we were to aspire to greatness, we had to aspire to be human, or more than human. That is a message we had beaten into us during the imperial period. Children of your generation have been raised in a world where that is the reality. Humans are the measure against which we compare ourselves. Now you, a Bothan, are a hero who has attained parity with human heroes. They accept you, and you accept them, and this is very good. The same is true for Earl Quirg or Chewbacca. You are shining examples to humans of what non-humans can do. In this capacity you serve every non-human species in the New Republic very well.
Borsk drew his hands together, rubbing one over the other. You, however, have a romantic relationship with a human. The message that sends is not one of equality. It suggests that somehow a non-human is not sufficiently worthy of your affections. This relationship was tolerable and manageable when it could be dismissed as a dalliance. Settling down for a life with Gavin Darklighter will confirm what the Empire has been telling us all along. We are inferior to humans, and even our heroes know that, which is why you, Acer Sailor, take as your life companion a human.
No, that's not right.
Acer shook her head, but the earlier vehemence in her voice had lost something.
By choosing Gavin, it says there are a galaxy of possibilities out there.
Borsk slowly shook his head and allowed a kindly note to enter his voice. Possibilities, yes, but sterile ones, unfruitful ones. You're telling everyone that you would rather turn your back on the family traditions of the Bothans to marry a human than accept your responsibilities in our community. That may not be the message you intend to send, but that is the one everyone is hearing. Acer leaned forward, bending over the back of the chair.
You're telling me that by exercising my freedom of choice, a freedom I fought for and helped win from the Empire, I will be perpetuating the Empire's influence?
It is not as grave as that, but essentially you are correct. You have the misfortune to be a Bothan hero in a time when we desperately need Bothan heroes to be very Bothan. It's not fair, it's even cruel, but it is your lot in life, and your responsibility to deal with it. She looked up at him.
What would my future be?
What do I have to do to be more Bothan? I have not thought along those lines. Acer snarled, curling a lip to show some teeth.
You can badger me, you can hurt me, but do not treat me like some stupid child. The second you saw my application, you plotted out the course you would like my life to take. You would have me break off my relationship with Gavin, and then what? Resign from the squadron? Return to Bothawi to command my own squadron? Then, after a time and suitable negotiations, I would be wed to a nephew of yours? Perhaps a son?
Borsk narrowed his eyes. That would be an acceptable course, yes. Your family is desirous of your return to our world, and there are many houses that would welcome you into them. She nodded.
And the alternative is what? To be ostracized, cut off from my people? I would get no Bothan child to raise, and you would use your power to see to it that Gavin and I never adopted any other child? You would make my life miserable, because if I am unwilling to serve as the sort of example you want, you can make me into a negative example that will serve your purpose just as easily.
Borsk nodded a brief salute to her. You are very Bothan at the moment, Acer. This is good. Your choices are clearly laid out for you.
You would have me break Gavin's heart.
Acer hesitated for a second.
You'll let our people break mine for me.
Better one heart broken than the culture of a people lost forever. Acer straightened up.
I will need time to think on this.
It is understandable. Borsk Failure smiled easily. Rogue Squadron's current mission should redouble your fame. At its conclusion, your decision would be expected. She nodded once.
You'll see how truly Bothan I am, Counselor Failure. As power flows are warped and twisted, just remember it is you who made me remember and made me live up to my heritage.
12. Adjusting his blaster belt, Corinhorn sprinted across the Swift Liberty's launch bay and leaped halfway up the ladder connected to his X-Wing's cockpit. The X-Wing had been repainted the green, black, and white color scheme it had sported when he'd been with Corsac. The techs had even dutifully painted on his kill markers again, and stenciled his name, Captain Corinhorn, on the side. He let his fingers brush over his rank. Then he climbed into the cockpit and waved at the techs pulling the ladder away. Whistler blatted harshly at him as he pulled on his helmet. "Yes, Whistler, I heard the call, but I was finishing up a message to Mirax in case we don't make it back. Of course, I figure she'll miss you more than me." The droid warbled in a very self-satisfactory manner. "Good to know we're in agreement." Corrin strapped himself into his seat and hit the switch that lowered the canopy and locked it into position. He punched the ignition sequence into the command console. The engines caught on the first try, sending a gentle thrum through the fighter. "Whistler, set my inertial compensator at 0.95 gravities and load fleet, squadron, and 3 flight comm channels into switches 1 through 3, respectively." As the droid did that, Corrin ran power from the engines into the weapons system. One by one, the X-Wing's lasers all came online and began charging. The proton torpedo launcher's computer reported the device was set to go, and the magazine was loaded with 6 torpedoes. The diagnostic screen showed that the X-Wing sported an auxiliary belly tank with enough fuel to allow them to fight both in space and down in atmosphere for an extended period of time. "I hope this belly tank works better than the one I had on Borleus." Wedge's voice crackled through Corrin's headset. "Good to have you with us, Captain Horn." "Sorry about that, General Antilles. I was recording a message for my wife, and there was a bit of a line to use the equipment." Corrin looked over at the mission chronometer on the command console. "We've still got 2 minutes to reversion. Besides, with General Salm's B-Wings out there, we won't be needed at all." "Then they'll release us to hit ground targets." Wedge's voice carried with it a hint of amusement. "The B-Wings are tough and will take a lot of damage, but they're still slower and less maneuverable than the eyeballs and squints we'll be facing. Some may only leave crumbs behind, but there are crumbs." "I copy, Rogue Leader." Corrin switched his comm unit over to 3 flights channel. "Okay, Rogues, we're under 2 minutes to reversion. All systems should be green. I don't know exactly what there will be out there for us to light up, but whatever it is, I want us shining really bright." Commander Vic Darren strode onto the Direption's bridge and was pleased with the fact that his crew kept hard at work. "When I was Krenel's executive officer, if the crew didn't immediately fawn all over him when he appeared, he'd start working up insubordination charges for the lot of them." Darren knew any distraction for a crew on a warship was an invitation to disaster, and disasters are never good on a warship. Krenel had given him command of the Imperial Star Destroyer Mark II, after its previous commander, a Captain Renson, had been executed for failing to raise a village that had been home to someone who tried to assassinate Krenel. Darren immediately set about locating those crewmen who Krenel had cited for being insubordinate and asked for them to be assigned to his ship. He promised Krenel they would no longer be a problem, and Krenel gladly gave them up. But Krenel also demanded he raise the same village his predecessor had refused to destroy. Being well aware that Krenel's mechanical hand could crush his throat as easily as it had Renson's, Darren had immediately agreed to carry out the mission. From the second he left Krenel's presence, he sought for a way to preserve his life without engaging in the wholesale slaughter of villagers. His search took him back over old territory, for every Imperial officer in any position of authority had long since wrestled with his piece of responsibility for the destruction of Alderaan and the policies of the Empire. Many simply laid the blame on Grand Moff Tarkin and said had they been in charge, they never would have used an inhabited planet as a target. That, of course, overlooked the fact that the Empire had created a weapon that could destroy planets, then built another one after the first was destroyed. Clearly, the Emperor intended to be vaping worlds, and any officer who didn't do something to stop that madness bore some of the guilt for it. Darren himself acknowledged that there were cruel and even evil policies carried out under the Emperor. Still, he saw the anarchy promulgated by the New Republic as even worse. His role in the galaxy was to preserve order and allow people to live in peace. He and the Direction's crew were the bulwark behind which those whom the New Republic's forces would devour could hide. When Krenel had made himself into a warlord, Darren had followed and brought his family with him. While Krenel's mental stability, or lack thereof, did bother him, Darren feared more, a world in which his children would be forced to cohabit with aliens. Such things went against the natural order of life, and he couldn't consider himself true to his responsibilities as a father if he did not fight against such things. But wholesale murder did not make him comfortable either, so he found a creative solution to the village problem. With the Direction in orbit above Linade 3, Darren took a shuttle down to the village and addressed the people there. He told them that because an assassin had arisen from their ranks, their village had to be destroyed. In exquisite detail, he laid out how the village would be destroyed, grid coordinate by grid coordinate. He told them that when he returned to his ship, the assault would begin, and that it would not end until every building in the whole place had been slagged. Then he returned to his shuttle, but before it lifted off, he discussed his plans with his weapons officers. He had then run full checks on their heavy turbolaser batteries, targeting arrays, and planetary survey data. He demanded that everything be perfect for his demonstration against these people, and when he was satisfied that all was ready, nearly 3 hours after he had spoken to the villagers, his shuttle returned to the Direction. The village was razed, but no one died in the attack. Darren filed a full report that Krenel had not liked, but Darren pointed out that the homeless refugees were taken into other communities on Linade 3 and carried with them their tale of Krenel's swift retribution. The implication was that future rebellions would bring quick and probably more dire attacks. Krenel reluctantly agreed to how the situation had been handled, but had warned Darren never to fail him again. At the front of the bridge, Darren looked out at the green-blue cloud-streaked ball of Linade 3 spinning below him. To me falls the duty of preserving the New Republic from taking this world. He sighed. Linade 3 was clearly the most visible target for the New Republic. Darren had made a strong case for that point to Krenel, but the Prince Admiral had refused to allot any more troops to its defense. At least he gave me full control of deployment. When they come, we'll be ready. A warning klaxon began to sound, and the blond-haired man spun around. Lieutenant Harsis, report! A small, slender, dark-skinned man looked up from the sensor station. I have 2 contacts, Commander. They came out of hyperspace 2 clicks to our aft. Looks like an Imperial Star Destroyer and a Victory-class destroyer. Broadcast codes make them New Republic. They're deploying fighters, X-Wings, and B-Wings. Helm, roll us to port and bring us about. Flight Command, have our ties deploy while we're turning, so they can't see them coming. Shields, I want full power now. Darren smiled. The mongrels have arrived, people. They aren't welcome, and we'd best let them know that. Admiral Arita Bell watched the holograph of the Direction roll and begin its turn from her combat command center deep in the heart of the Swift Liberty. She stood there, arms folded across her chest, her booted feet firmly planted on the deck, and narrowed her blue eyes.
Helm, give me 3/4 full, heading 07 degrees, mark 20. Roll me 45 degrees to starboard.
As ordered, Admiral.
Guns. Give me firing solutions for the starboard guns. Pick a point and have everything hit it.
She raised her left hand to her mouth and gnawed on the flesh of her index finger for a moment.
Flight control, get the rogues out there. Tell them Direction is launching something while we're blind.
Relaying the order now, Admiral.
Arita nodded slowly.
Given her angle of attack, she'd exchange broadsides with Direction, which would hurt her ship badly. Still, the way Moonshadow would be coming in meant that the attention paid to Swift Liberty by Krenel's ship would leave it open to a devastating broadside from Moonshadow.
And if Direction's captain deals with Moonshadow, I get to hammer him. His turning to attack both of us makes no sense. He should be remaining at range and fighting a delaying action until he can get reinforcements here.
Sensors, be sharp.
Someone else is coming in, or something is going to intervene.
Watch for dirt side action, or something popping into our aft. As ordered, Admiral. Scope's clear at the moment.
Sing out when they're not.
She stared hard at the holograph of the unfolding battle.
The only surprises I want here are the ones we bring to the fight.
Wedge jammed his throttle forward as the X-Wing cleared the Victory-class destroyer's belly. He rolled out to port, getting himself well away from Swift Liberty as the capital ship started to maneuver in toward Direction. Further starboard, driving in at a sharper angle but still level, Moonshadow disgorged its B-wings, which formed up and flew toward the Direction. Already Wedge could see TIE starfighters and interceptors coming up around the enemy Deuce's hull.
Looks like they launched a whole wing.
With 72 TIEs in the battle up against an equal number of B-wings, it looked like Corran's comment was accurate.
Then again, just because B-wings have shields and TIEs don't, there's no guarantee our side will prevail.
Wedge opened his comm channel. Rogues, on me. Come up over the top of Swift Liberty and down on the squints. They'll be outdistancing the slower TIEs. We'll pounce, break them up, and let Psalm and the others pick up our crumbs. He rolled his X-Wing up onto its right S-foil, then pulled back on the stick. He pointed the nose up over the Swift Liberty's knife edge, then inverted as he came over the top. The X-Wing flashed over the capital ship's white hull, then rolled to starboard to bring the Direction into view. The hegemony Imp Star had already leveled out to match Moonshadow's profile.
He'll accept what Bell's ship can do just to pound Moonshadow.
Wedge shook his head.
I don't understand those tactics, which is why I'm better in this cockpit than I will ever be on the bridge of a capital ship.
Wedge nudged his stick around and, with the flick of a thumb, switched his weapons over to proton torpedo control. He centered the box on his heads-up display over the distant spark that was the lead interceptor speeding toward the B-wings. The box started green but quickly went yellow, and when Gates started piping in a constant tone, the box went red. Wedge pulled the trigger on his stick and launched a proton torpedo. His target immediately rolled and broke toward the planet. There wasn't much of a chance that he could outrun the torpedo, but Wedge knew what he was trying to do. If the interceptor pilot could get the torpedo pointed at Linnaeus 3, then brake sharply at the last second, the missile would slam into the planet's atmosphere and would be reduced to so much space junk. 3 other squints broke off their run on the B-wings to follow their flight leader, which suggested to Wedge that the pilots were a lot more green than they should be. Switching his weapons back to lasers and quadding them up, he dropped the aiming reticle over another squint's outline. When the crosshairs pulsed green, he tightened up on the trigger. The 4 laser bolts converged on the interceptor's starboard wing, slicing down through it. Sparks exploded from the blaster cannons, and the panel disintegrated. The squint flew on, slowly rolling over and over, functionally out of the fight. Acer's X-Wing flashed past Wedge's, so he dropped in behind and starboard of her fighter. She rolled onto her port S-foil as she dove at a climbing interceptor. The two fighters twisted around, each one's energy weapons firing above and below the target. Then Acer's X-Wing snap-rolled 90 degrees and clipped off a quad burst before she began to climb up and out of the way. Her 4 bolts hit. 2 burst through the inside of the starboard wing, melting long gashes in it. The other 2 pierced the transparent steel bubble between the pilot and the vacuum of space. Something burned red and hot in the cockpit for a second. Then a roiling gold explosion ripped the dead craft apart. Wedge rolled out to the right to avoid the explosion and pulled the stick back to his chest. He brought his X-Wing around, ready for another pass up through the interceptor formation. Linade 3 loomed above him for a moment, then a trio of dagger-like ships filled his vision of the sky. All 3 had moved into range and cut loose. Moonshadow's gunners concentrated their fire along Direction's port edge, seeking to destroy the other ship's weaponry. Heavy turbo lasers, heavy turbo laser cannons, and ion beams all played out, splashing red and blue energy across the Direction's shields. The weapon's energy bled into the sphere of the shields, nibbling away at it, shrinking it like a balloon with a slow leak. Then suddenly, the shields collapsed and beams played along the hull. Turbo laser batteries exploded and hull plates evaporated. Fire jetted into space as shots burned through the hull and consumed the atmosphere within. Direction's return salvo proved no less deadly to Moonshadow. The hegemony's gunners concentrated their fire on several points, driving energy wedges deep into the shields. Breaches opened and beams ripped long, jagged scars over Moonshadow's surface. Sensor towers exploded, and ion cannons melted beneath the withering assault. Swift Liberty had swung down and around beneath Direction on a sharply angled course that took the ship across the hegemony ship's line of flight. When the gunners cut loose, half of them pounded on the pristine ventral shields, while the forward gunners hit bits of the ship left naked after Moonshadow's assault. The Victory-class destroyer's weaponry was neither as extensive nor as powerful as that of the larger ships, but the turbo lasers and double turbo laser batteries still ate away at the hegemony deuce. Liquefied weapons congealed into metal threads, and at least one secondary explosion blasted a small chunk of Direction into space. The joyful spike that sent Wedge's spirits soaring as he watched the damage inflicted on the enemy crashed back down as another ship materialized in the system. Smaller and blocky, it appeared slashing across Swift Liberty's aft. That's a dreadnought. It's not that powerful, but in that close in Bell's aft, it can cripple her. Tycho's voice filled the comm channel. Direction has a friend. Shall we introduce ourselves? Squints and eyeballs first, rogues. The big ships play with the big ships. Wedge felt a knot tightening in his stomach. When it comes to the point where they depend on us for a rescue, we're all in worse shape than we ever wanted to be. 13. Admiral Bell staggered for a second when the dreadnought's attack blasted into Swift Liberty's aft. Did their attack breach the shields? Negative, Admiral. The Twi'lek sensor officer, Commander Talkeena, looked up from his sensor array. We lost gravity for a second because I had to shunt power to reinforce them. Well done, Commander. Bell flicked long locks of red hair back over her shoulder. Helm, heading 045 and level us out. The helmsman looked up, surprise on his face. That will leave the dreadnought in our aft, Admiral. Thought occurred to you too, did it, Lieutenant Sislo? We can weather another of their shots, and we want them watching us. She gave the man a quick nod. Do it, now. As ordered, Admiral. Good. And guns? Pour more fire into the Direction. I want it hurt and hurt now. Wedge snap-rolled his X-Wing onto the port S-foils and followed Acer through a quick split-S maneuver that let the squints that had been on their tails overshoot them. They leveled out again and broke to starboard, applying rudder to get their noses around, then cruised in on the hegemony fighters. Wedge chopped his throttle back a bit as he made his approach, but Acer shot ahead and closed fast with her target. The Bothan pilot fired off a quad burst of lasers that converged on the Squint's cockpit. The scarlet beams burned the top off the cockpit, instantly liquefying the quadanium steel. It condensed into tiny round pellets that sparked off Acer's forward shields, but that was as much of a threat as the interceptor posed to her. Fire flared in the engines, and the ship started a slow spiral down toward Linnaeid 3. Wedge settled in on his target and dropped his aiming reticle over it much too easily. Part of him wanted the pilot to juke and move the ship to make the shot tougher for him. He realized instantly that his desire did not come because he wanted to prove himself the superior. It's just that I'd rather not slaughter some kid on his first mission. Wedge immediately pushed that thought aside and tightened up on his trigger. The quad burst of laser fire drilled the interceptor in its twin-ion engines. The engine housing began to melt, warping out of shape, which compressed the reaction chamber. The engine exploded with a great gout of golden flame, jetting the interceptor forward. The fire at the Squint's aft winked out, snuffed by the vacuum of space, leaving the fighter to fly on powerlessly. Wedge felt a moment of remorse for the pilot's death. Whether it had come with the engine explosion or would come from exposure and suffocation as the Squint's life support systems failed. He didn't let himself dwell on the enemy's fate, though. The other pilot had accepted the same risks Wedge did when he entered a cockpit and flew into combat. Dead is dead, no matter how you go. Wedge's brown eyes narrowed. And the object of this exercise for me is to avoid getting dead at all. Wedge glanced at his sensor scopes, and aside from some fighters tied up in a dogfight with the B-Wings, the Rogue Squadron area of operations appeared clear. Rogue Lead to Flight Control, we are negative for targets. Do you want us on the Dreadnought? Negative, Rogue Squadron. Prepare for targeting run on Alpha target Dirtside. I copy, Control. Wedge punched up the squadron's tactical frequency. Form up on me. We're being cleared to go to ground. There's more targets up here, Lead. Really? Wedge smiled. You mean Acer left a few? The Bothan's voice came on the comm channel. I didn't think I had. No, you were on a crusade, Acer. I wonder why. Wedge shook his head. Punch up your ground attack data. We need to be ready to go as soon as it comes time to ferry troops down. Tycho asked a question. Swift Liberty doesn't want help with the Dreadnought? They seem to think they have that situation under control, Tycho. Even as Wedge made that observation, he looked up through his canopy and saw the capital ship battle still underway. The Direption had begun to come about to starboard, swinging its shieldless port side away from Moonshadow. Moonshadow was coming up and turning to port, its portside batteries firing against Direption's aft shields. Red and blue laser and ion cannon fire pumped terajoules of energy into the shields, but somehow they stayed up. Probably shunting energy from the portside shield projectors into the aft shields. Wedge watched as Swift Liberty cut inside Moonshadow's maneuver and cruised beneath Direption. As Swift Liberty's gunners got target locks, they blazed away at the larger ship's naked left side, further compounding the damage done by the Moonshadow's assault. In Swift Liberty's wake came the Dreadnought. It continued to target the Victory-class ship's aft shields, finally collapsing them. Red-gold turbo-laser blasts scored armor around the Swift Liberty's engines, but Wedge saw no secondary explosions. Even so, that sort of pounding will eat a ship up if it continues. But continue it won't. Captain Sayre Yonka's Freedom knifed its way from hyperspace and into the battle on a course that drove it beneath direction and straight at the dreadnought. Yonka's ship had come in perpendicular to Direction's keel and raked it with shots from all its starboard guns, running from bow to stern as it passed. Heavy turbo-laser batteries played shots over the hegemony ship's unprotected port side, burning great black pits in the ship's white hull. Flames exploded and curled away as superheated atmosphere blew out through weakened hull plates. Ion cannons sent blue lightning skittering and leaping across the ship's hull, with several bolts joining like ivy to grow up over the bridge. In yet more spots, more laser fire burned straight through the hull. Wedge could see space through the stricken ship. Freedom's port gunners had no intention of being cheated of their chance to wreak havoc on the enemy. As Freedom drove forward, guns started firing on the dreadnought as they came into range. The sheer volume of fire filled the smaller ship's shields with color and seemed to stop the dreadnought in mid-flight. Then the shields collapsed, and Freedom's precision fire started burrowing in on the dreadnought, right beyond the forward superstructure of the bridge. Hull plates, all twisted and half-melted, flew off as secondary explosions racked the vessel. What started with fire-blackened armor became a glowing metal pit that drilled deep into the ship's interior. Finally, one huge explosion shook the ship, and all the lights in the forward section winked out. Seconds later, Wedge watched as the dreadnought broke into two at the point of the assault. In the cold silence of space, the bridge began to drift away from the aft, one piece twisting toward the planet and the other toward space. Fires burned at the point of the break, but quickly died as they exhausted the available oxygen. Direction pulled its nose up and began to make a run deeper into the system. Moonshadow and Swift Liberty both fired full salvos at it and collapsed both the aft and starboard shields. Outgunned and already weakened, Direction didn't stand a chance of escaping. Despite its troubles, it could still inflict a great deal of damage, so Freedom maneuvered into position to slag it if necessary. Direction's running lights blinked on and off 4 times in rapid succession, then stayed off. "Control, this is Rogue Leader. What is the status up there?"
"Standing by, Rogue Leader. Looks like Direction's commander may be reasonable. New orders just flashed for you, Rogue Lead. Freedom's deploying troop carriers and assault shuttles. Head to your assigned ground targets. May the Force be with you."
Corrin nodded and punched up his target zone.
3 flight copies, Lead. We're on Blue Sector.
He switched over to the flight's tactical frequency.
"We're clear to Blue Sector. Think you can stay with us this time, 11?
Asser answered in a voice that wasn't quite as subdued as Corrin wanted to hear.
"I copy, 9. I'll work on it." "Stay sharp down there. We don't know what they have, but it could be decidedly nasty."
Corrin rolled out to port and started the atmospheric insertion. He felt a slight bump as they entered Linnaeid 3's atmosphere, and he had to keep his hand steady on the controls. Despite the more difficult flying, he felt a bit of tension flow from him.
"At least we can breathe this atmosphere, which makes survival here more likely than out in space."
As the X-Wing broke through cloud cover, he saw a lush green planet spread out before him. 3 Flight was coming in over the southern continent, which featured a prominent spine of mountains dusted with snow running up the west side. The target for 3 Flight was a hydroelectric power plant that supplied most of the electricity for the large city on the plains to the east of the mountains. The mission goal was for the X-Wings to eliminate any fighter cover around the power plant and suppress opposition as a shuttle full of commandos came in and secured the place. Corrin caught the flash of sunlight off a slender ribbon of water running through a canyon and dropped down toward it.
"This should be the outflow from the dam, right, Whistler?"
White water churned through the canyon, and a small flotilla of boats made its way down through the perilous watercourse.
They have to be freezing down there. There's snow on the ground. What some folks think of as fun, I just don't understand.
He shook his head, then keyed his comm unit. Target is 2 clicks out. 10 with me. 11 and 12, fly high cover. Corin brought his fighter down on the deck, and Ural's X-Wing came in behind him. Corin kicked the X-Wing up on its starboard S-foil and tugged back on the stick to curve to the right, then rolled back to port and sailed around to the left. The inertial compensator's adjustment allowed him to feel the twists and turns he put the fighter through, and just for a second he felt the absolute joy and freedom flying had always given him. Then he came around a bend and saw the dam. In the simulations they'd run on this mission, the dam had always been tall, but seeing the solid edifice of ferrocrete, with spots where moss had grown along seep lines, and seeing the great rush of water pouring from the sluice gates, that he'd not expected. Evergreen trees and bushes grew thickly through the riparian area along the riverbanks, but thinned a bit up on the hillsides in the canyon. Everything save the twin Atgar 1.4 FDP tower units built atop the dam looked peaceful and sedate. The anti-vehicular artillery units, with a laser cannon centered in a round dish, looked decidedly hostile, but they came as no surprise. A single stormtrooper crewed each weapon, and the rogues had known about them going in. Corin tugged back on his stick a bit and ran his throttle down as he dropped the aiming reticle over the outline of the leftmost weapon. "I've got port. 10, you take starboard." "As ordered, 9." With the flick of a thumb, Corin shunted power from his rear shields to his forward ones. Staggered red bolts from the P-tower hissed as they splashed harmlessly over his reinforced shields. Corin stroked his trigger once, sending a quad burst of laser fire to burn through the P-tower, but even before it exploded, an overwhelming sense of dread pounded him. Unthinking, he jerked the X-Wing stick to the left and saw a small projectile sizzle past him from behind at an angle in from the right. It flew on and impacted to the left of the dam. The warhead exploded, spraying dirty snow and launching a tall evergreen into the air. Other trees sagged and fell on the forested hillside. "Abort! They've got missiles! 10, pull out!" Before Corin could punch the throttle forward, something hit his low-port stabilizer and detonated. Whistler's high-pitched shrilling matched the warning buzzers in the cockpit. Corin saw a whole bank of red lights start to burn amid curls of smoke. Power level indicators showed a quarter of the X-Wing's power lost immediately, and the fighter's nose began to swing around to the right. Corin stomped on the left rudder to stop the flat spin, then dove toward the river to pick up some airspeed. Pulling back on the stick, he started to climb, then inverted and flew toward the small fire the other missile had started. Rolling again, he righted his craft and carried it over the canyon's ridge. 10, I've been hit. I've lost port 2 engine. 9, that S-foil is gone. What was it? Ural doesn't know. Ground launched and didn't scan. Corin nodded. Probably Stormies with Mur-San PLX-2Ms. A chip shouldn't have taken off an S-foil, shouldn't have gotten through your shields. I shifted power forward and they caught me in an engine. Another warning light started to burn on his command console. 10, I'm losing engine coolant, and will lose my other engines if I don't do something soon. I've got to set down. You've got the flight. Warn Control about the chips here. There must be something else of value here, too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have guarded it that way. I copy. We'll fly cover for you until they pull you out. No, get out of here, all of you. They might have other weapons to take an X-Wing down. Leave, but promise me you'll be back with help. As fast as Ural is able. The faint clicking of the Gand's mandibles came through the comm channel. May the Force be with you. Thanks, I'm going to need it. 9 out. Corin rolled the X-Wing once to give himself a quick look at the terrain below, then pushed his fighter over another ridge about 3 kilometers away from the dam. He would have liked to have gotten further away, but the heat indicators on his engines were spiking enough that the computers reported the numbers in blinking red numbers. Gotta get down now. Hang on, Whistler. This isn't going to be much fun. He picked a spot uphill of a rocky outcropping and clipped off a series of laser shots at it. The red bolts scythed through the underbrush, melted snow, and exploded venerable evergreens. Smoke from a small fire obscured the landing zone, but he nosed the craft toward it nonetheless. He shifted power into his repulsor lift coils, lowered the landing gear, and slowly, awkwardly settled the fighter into place. The aft port landing gear ended up planted on the stump of a tree, making the craft list heavily to starboard, but Corrin shut down the engines rather than risk a total meltdown to shift the X-Wing to another position. A chill settled over Corrin as he hit the release on his restraining straps. Think it's over for this fighter, Whistler? We've seen a lot of action together. The droid mewed weakly. Corrin cracked the cockpit canopy, then swung himself out and under the cockpit lip. He moved up to the fuselage and crouched on the back end of the canopy. The chip missile's blast had peppered the left side of the fighter with engine shrapnel, and Whistler had caught a chunk in his left shoulder joint. Corrin reached out to touch it, but Whistler squawked sharply at him. Okay, I won't touch it. No, I don't want to do more damage. He shook his head slowly and felt his stomach begin to knot up. I'll get you out of here somehow, Whistler. Not a problem. The R2 unit piped bravely. Thanks. Corrin returned to the cockpit and pulled the small survival kit from the compartment beneath his seat. He opened it and transferred a couple of spare power packs for his blaster to the gun belt pouch over his right hip. He stuffed some survival ration bars into his green flight suit's pockets, though he thought of them as fairly lethal weapons. If only I could get Stormies to eat them. He looked up and was going to share that thought with Whistler, but he saw the little droid's lights blinking painfully slowly. His throat immediately thickened. I will get you out of here, my friend. Corrin brandished the lightsaber he pulled from the survival kit. We'll teach these imp wannabes that by grounding me, they haven't made me switch from hunter to hunted. Just switch the direction I'll be coming at them from. 14. General Wedge Antilles leveled his X-Wing out and glanced at the range indicator to his target. 50 kilometers. We'll be on it in no time. I wonder what they've got waiting for us there. He punched up the flight's tactical channel. Okay, rogues. 3 flight ran into trouble in Blue Sector. Ground fire damaged 1. I think it was from chip missiles, so keep your shields strong and eyes open. The rest of the flight acknowledged his message, then followed Wedge down onto the deck for the final run at the Valleyport Spaceport facility. Located in a river valley to the east of the mountains where Corrin had gone down, Valleyport was by no means the largest city on the continent. In fact, it was relatively small, but it sat astride the main ground transportation route through the mountains, and likewise was a communications nexus. The spaceport facility, while underutilized by local traffic, was more than sufficient for bringing in ground troops who would take the planet. Below him, the landscape changed. Forests gave way to vast tracts of treeless land covered by a thin blanket of snow that let the stubble of harvested grain stalks poke up through it. Houses dotted the landscape, and since it was mid-morning, some people were out and about in the fields, directing the droids tending to livestock. Wedge knew that any of them could use a comlink to alert Valleyport officials that fighters were incoming, but by the time the report got through, the rogues would be over their target. The city of Valleyport came into view, obscured by a brown haze. A few tall buildings rose above the haze, but most sprawled within it. The haze covered both sides of the river and spread out onto the plains above. The spaceport's towers showed up clearly on the northern side of the river, against a mountain backdrop toward the west. Wedge let his X-Wing side-slip to port, then flashed across the river and set his lasers for single fire. Already E-webs and a couple of P-towers started filling the early morning air with sizzling bolts of coherent light, but tracking an X-Wing running in at full throttle proved more difficult than the gunners would have liked. A stray bolt hissed against Wedge's shields, and in return he clipped off a cycle of 4 shots, one from each of the X-Wing's laser cannons, then pulled his fighter's nose off onto another target. His laser fire tracked bolts across icy ferrocrete decking and up the sides of buildings. Misses left little black stains centered on a guttering flame. Hits blew chunks out of the enemy's mounted blasters and anti-vehicular weapons. One bolt caught a stormtrooper in the chest, ablating his armor away in an eye blink and continuing on unabated. The man's burning corpse slammed into a wall, then rebounded and pitched forward over the balcony railing he had tried to take cover behind.
"Lead, I'm getting fire from the west, coming from within those hangars."
"On it, Hobby." Wedge hit some right rudder and chopped back his throttle, shortening a turn to port. A line of large hangars formed the western perimeter of the spaceport, and the red-gold bolts from a pair of heavy laser cannons sprayed out at the X-Wings. Seeing a line of fire begin to track his fighter, Wedge goosed the throttle back to full and began a port spiral to get some altitude. Out of the hangars trotted a quartet of AT-ATs, the Imperial Walker units that had wrought so much havoc at Hoth. They moved quickly, not looking as cumbersome and slow in the light snow as they had on Hoth's ice fields. Back then we were in airspeeders, undergunned and overmatched. A smile slowly twisted his lips. Not the case this time. "On them, rogues! The ground pounders are incoming and we need to get rid of the walkers. Be careful!"
"Starting a run on the first one."
Lear Zatok, the Quarren, rolled her X-Wing out to port, then let it swoop down in a glide that brought it on a diagonal slashing course on the last of the walkers. The machine's head slowly swung to the left to try to track her fighter, but she blasted away at it with her lasers at point-blank range, then climbed hard and pulled out to the left, too fast and too tight for the walker to target her. Hobby, her wingman, came in on a crossing path that gave him a clean shot at the tail. Lear's shots had slagged the armor on the mechanical beast's flank, but hadn't done any serious damage. Hobby's attack ran from below the AT-AT's body up on the back, and at least one shot holed the fuel tank. Flaming fluid streamed down like a tail, then an explosion ripped the walker's back end open. The blast pitched the walker up into the air and threw a somersault that landed it on its back. The massive legs telescoped down into the body, then tore free. The walker's armored head slammed into the snow-covered ground, cracking armor plates, and started leaking smoke. Tycho growled over the comm channel. "Running on the next one. Decap shot." Wedge nodded. "On your tail." Tycho brought his X-Wing down in a dive, then leveled out 10 meters. Coming in at shoulder height on the walker, Tycho banked right to run from tail toward the head, then snap-rolled his ship level and hit right rudder. The X-Wing's tail skidded toward the left, bringing its nose in line with the walker. Tycho's first cycle of shots vaporized armor on the walker's body, but the second quartet blasted away at the joint of the flexible neck and the body itself. Wedge marveled at Tycho's soft hand on the X-Wing's stick. He followed him into the dive, but rolled out right and cut his throttle back. The walker had begun to turn to its right, so Wedge's roll put him on a direct line with the AT-AT's head. He nudged the aiming reticle over the walker's head and pulled the trigger. A stuttering quartet of bolts hit the walker. 2 glanced off, leaving long scars on its forehead, but the other 2 pierced the transparasteel viewports on the pilot's compartment. Fire exploded back out, and the walker slowly started to sag forward. Its chin slammed into the ground, then the body's weight snapped its neck. "Easier ways to decap it, Wedge." Wedge throttled up and banked starboard into a climb. Sorry, didn't have time to consult with Ewoks to find out how they'd handle the situation. He glanced down at his chronometer. No time to be fancy on the other two, just swarm them. Coming back in and down, Wedge kept his X-Wing very low, cruising in at a sharp angle. Tipping his fighter up onto its port S-foil, he banked in toward the walker and switched over to dual fire. One double burst missed, but the second caught the walker in the hip. Tycho's shots on the same one hit the body above the drive motor. Then the two of them climbed out, pulled a half-loop, inverted, and dove back down at their target. Port rear leg is scraping the ferrocrete, too. I caught that lead. Tycho swooped his fighter through a run that pumped more hot light into the walker's hip. Black smoke began to issue from the joint. Wedge's attack followed Tycho's line and drilled 4 more bolts into the leg. Superheated metal sprayed out, and the walker began to list badly to the left. The AT-AT's leg bent, then snapped off at the hip. The forward feet shuffled as the rear leg fell away, but the walker had already been seriously overbalanced. The rear end started to fall to the left, spinning the AT-AT around and pulling the front legs from the ground. The walker's body pounded the ferrocrete, pulverizing both it and the armor plates on which it landed. Black smoke started to issue from the walker's body, and escape hatches opened up and stormtroopers began to run, walk, or limp their way away from the broken machine. Lear and Hobby made short work of the remaining walker. Several runs on it had left the armor in ruins, and Hobby cruised up along its spine and triggered a quad burst at the head from point-blank range. The red bolts burned through the neck and dropped the head to the ground. The body, leaking smoke, froze in place, leaving the soldiers contained inside stranded 10 meters from the ferrocrete. Nice shot, Hobby.
Thanks, Lead. Hobby sighed. We could have taken them with 4 proton torps. It would have been easier, you know.
Sure, but what if Krenel showed up with ships and we had to go hunting in the void again? Wedge shrugged. Doing it the hard way worked. Wedge brought his X-Wing down and routed power to the repulsor lift coils. He hovered a couple of meters above the ground and guided the ship over to position it between the burning walkers and the landing zone for the assault shuttles coming in. The stormtroopers on the snowy ferrocrete slowed and raised their hands. Those who had escaped with weapons dropped them, and a few of the more injured individuals just collapsed.
Lead, I have a question for you.
Wedge glanced over at where Tycho hovered his X-Wing. Go ahead, too.
Wouldn't the AT-AT assault have been more effective if they'd waited to launch it until the shuttles landed? Walkers are death on ground troops.
True, and stationing the Stormies around the spaceport instead of inside those monsters would have been better, too. Wedge frowned. These guys might look like stormtroopers, but they certainly aren't thinking that way.
And yet Intel said there were crack units here, but if not here, where?
Wedge's mouth soured. The sector where 3 Flight ran into trouble. You think Krenel is hiding something there? Save for the dam, that's a pretty remote area.
Where better to hide something you want to remain hidden?
The first of the assault shuttles landed and started to disgorge troops. A couple of squads moved forward to deal with the captured stormtroopers. The others fanned out, found cover, and established a perimeter on the ferrocrete. The second shuttle landed its troops closer to the hangars, and a third dropped its troops near the main spaceport facility. A light blinked on Wedge's communications console. He punched it. Rogue Leader here. Commando 1 here. Cap Dendo's voice came through strongly. Thanks for vaping the stalkers. I wouldn't mind it if you want to strafe the approaches to the spaceport just in case some local militia decides to hop our hover bus here. I copy, Commando 1. I help you, you help me.
What do you need, Wedge? I have a flyer down at the dam in Blue Sector. Lots more activity there than here. Search and rescue ops are a bit down in priority, Lead. I'll see what I can do. A grave tone ran through Cap's words. How hard did your boy go down? Under control, I'm told. Wedge smiled. He can probably take care of himself, but if the Stormies we were expecting to be here are actually there, for just how long, I don't know. 15. I don't like the looks of this at all. Corin crouched in some brush, overlooking a ravine with a small ice-crusted stream bed at the bottom of it. The ravine showed signs of flooding with seasonal runoff, but had a high water mark far higher than he would have expected. Just north of his position lay the reason for the extraordinary high water mark. A tunnel had been bored through the granite hillside, and clearly, once upon a time, had been used to divert river water around the site of the dam. The tunnel mouth had been plugged with ferrocrete and 2 sets of Durasteel security doors. The larger pair of doors would admit vehicles, the other was for personnel. 4 stormtroopers stood guard outside the doors, but had moved from beneath the shadow cast by an outcropping to soak up the direct morning sun. Corin ran a hand over his mouth. This has to be what they were protecting with those chips, and a lucky shot meant they did more than just chip my hull. This place wasn't on any of the survey maps of the area, which means it's very new, or very secret, or worse, both. Getting in there and getting out again is clearly a job for a Jedi Knight. He fingered the lightsaber clipped to the left side of his belt. Unfortunately, there isn't one here. For an instant, Corin regretted having rejected Luke Skywalker's generous invitation to train to be a Jedi Knight. Had he accepted it, he could have used Jedi powers to walk right past the stormtroopers without their noticing. He could use his lightsaber to deflect blaster bolts. He could find out what the facility was all about and likely neutralize it as well. That sense of regret died quickly, however, as Corin thought about what he'd have had to give up to become a Jedi Knight. He admired Luke Skywalker and wished him the best in his quest to re-establish the Jedi Order, but he also knew Luke was paying quite a cost. Corin had Mirax to spend the rest of his life with, but Luke had no one. Moreover, the fact that he was needed to solve problems all over the galaxy and his never-ending quest for information about the Jedi meant that he had become a wanderer. His quest killed any chance for a normal life, and a normal life wasn't something Corin wanted to surrender. My father would probably think me terribly selfish in making that decision. He sighed and blew on his hands to warm them. He knew Whistler carried with him an encrypted message from Hal Horn about his Jedi heritage, but he couldn't bring himself to listen to it. He didn't want to be torn between his father's urging him to become a Jedi and his responsibilities to Mirax and their life together. He wished he had the courage to face that dilemma, but knowing he didn't, he sidestepped it entirely. Well, I may not be a Jedi, but I am a rogue, and figuring out what's going on in there is going to be important. Getting in will be a trick, though. Corin backed away from the edge of the ravine and began to work his way to the west. He wanted the sun at his back as he moved, and once again was pleased that he wore a dark green flight suit, not the bright orange most of the squadron's other pilots wore. I'd stand out like a hut at an Ewok celebration. Of course, white stormtrooper armor isn't much better in a forest. The undergrowth made his passage very slow. Though he'd been raised in Coronet City on Corellia, he wasn't hopelessly unfamiliar with forests and how to move through them. He used the thick, bold trees to his advantage and watched out for icy patches of ground that would bring him down. Moving from point to point, he avoided skylining himself at the crest of a hill, carefully surveyed the next leg of his journey before moving out,
and listened for signs of the enemy, knowing he'd hear them before he ever saw them. Crouched in the shadow of a snow-capped fallen tree, he scouted his way along a little depression that headed to the southwest. It ran for approximately 30 meters and gradually sloped up into a thicket of thorny zurubur bushes. He was looking for a way around them when 2 stormtroopers came over the depression's northern lip. They paused and looked around, sweeping the area with their blaster carbines. Then one started his way down into the depression. The lead stormtrooper caught his left toe on a root that had been hidden by snow and pitched forward. He landed flat on his face, bounced once, then rolled to a stop at the bottom of the depression. His blaster carbine flew further south and landed on the depression's south slope. The other stormtrooper watched his comrade fall, then came down the slope in a high-step gallop that sprayed snow and frozen leaves into the air. The second man bent over his partner and started laughing. The first stormtrooper rolled onto his back. "Hut spit! If the designer of these helmets ever had to use them in the field—" "Very funny. Maybe you should just learn to walk." "Oh, shut up." The fallen man sat up, then pressed his right hand against the edge of his helmet. Corran heard a click and then a buzz from a comlink. "No, Control, no problem. Just had an equipment failure. I'm going offline to fix it. 761 out." The standing man cocked his head. "Equipment failure?" 761 extended his left leg and ran his foot around in a little circle. "Twisted the ankle." "Well, I can use the rest." The second man sat down and removed his helmet. The first stormtrooper did the same. Steam rose from both of their heads as the second one reached for the canteen on his equipment belt. Corran's first blue stun bolt dropped the canteen from the stormtrooper's hand. The second one hit the same man again, tensing his body for a second, then slackening it. 2 more bolts caught the first man as he made a dive for his blaster carbine. It took a third before he stayed down. Corran came up over the fallen log and slid down into the depression. He quickly crossed to the stormtroopers and stripped them of their weapons and equipment belts. He also removed their torso armor, then dragged them through the snow to a tree at the southern edge of the depression. He tied them to the tree with the cord from their equipment belts. Using more of the cord, he fastened one of the carbines and his own blaster to a tree, then ran cord from the triggers back around another small tree to the Stormy's bound feet. He set both blasters for stun and aimed them to catch the men in the stomach. If they move their legs, they get stunned again. Great way to keep them out. He decided against killing them for a couple of very good reasons. First and foremost, he didn't need to kill them. He knew of other New Republic soldiers who wouldn't have blinked an eye at killing helpless stormtroopers, but he considered doing that murder. As he'd learned in Corsac, no matter how much a criminal might deserve killing, it wasn't necessarily his place to pull the trigger. Second, and more important, the 2 downed stormtroopers were intelligence resources. While forensics might allow a dead man to tell some sort of tale, like Erlor, interrogating live Stormies would be a lot more productive. Since no one in New Republic intelligence even knew the installation near the dam existed, he assumed these men would have a wealth of information General Kraken would be very grateful for. Corran stripped his flight suit down to his waist and pulled on one of the stormtroopers' torso armor. He managed to get the flight suit on over the bulky armor and zipped the flight suit back up nearly all the way, but not quickly enough to avoid getting chilled. He knew he looked ridiculous, but having something that would slow down blaster bolts meant he could live with his embarrassment and laugh about it later. He pulled the comlinks from the stormtroopers' helmets. Lowering the volume and input gain on one, he listened for a bit to the chatter going back and forth. He couldn't make much sense of the call signs, but he heard a number of people reporting on that comm channel. Station checks seemed to come on a regular schedule, but he had no idea when the 2 guards he'd put down would be seen as missing. He shut the comm links off, then looked at them and smiled. Using a last bit of the stormtrooper's cord, he swapped one of the comm links end for end, putting the mic near the speaker on each, turned the volume and gain up to full on both, then tied them tightly together. With a nod, he hefted the remaining blaster carbine, took it off safe, and started north again. Not the best plan in the world, but one that will work. He got to the edge of the ravine and found himself 20 meters from the doors, at the top of a 10-meter-high scree slope from which snow had long since melted. The quartet of stormtroopers he'd have to take out were another 10 meters beyond the doors, putting them a fair distance away as far as a blaster shot went. Not going to be easy at all. He took a deep breath and let it flow out, taking his anxiety with it. In the calm clarity that followed, he realized two things. First, by taking down all the stormtroopers he could and causing as much trouble as he could, he would cut down the odds of another New Republic soldier getting killed. Second, he knew it was his responsibility to take care of the site. No one else was in a position to take care of it. No one else knows it's even here. And hitting the Imperials before they prepared for any New Republic ground action was vital. With his right hand firmly around the blaster carbine's grip, he flicked the comm links on with his left thumb. Because of the way they'd been tied together, an ear-splitting feedback loop immediately built and injected itself into the comm channel. The 4 stormtroopers below clapped hands to their helmets and wrestled to pull them off as Corran ran, slid, and leaped down the scree slope. Once he hit the area outside the doors, he sprayed red blaster bolts over the distracted stormtroopers. His first shot took one man through the stomach, folding him up and pitching him back into a second man. Another shot spun a third man around, having caught him in a hip. A subsequent shot snapped his head back. The 4th stormtrooper tried to return fire, but before he could bring his carbine around to target Corran, a shot to his left thigh dropped him to the ground. A final spray of shots killed him and also slew the stormtrooper who had been knocked to the ground. Without pausing to check them for signs of life, Corran brought his grandfather's lightsaber to hand and thumbed the silvery blade to life. With one swipe, he carved a line down through the man-sized door, then kicked it in. He triggered a quick burst of blaster fire through the opening, then ducked inside and dove to the right. A woman in a green Imperial Army uniform had gone down with a smoking hole in her uniform over her stomach. She thrashed, clawing for a dropped blaster. Corran shot her twice more, then rolled onto his back and slashed his lightsaber around in an arc through the doorway to his left. The silvery blade slashed through the legs of a stormtrooper, toppling the man backward. The stormtrooper's carbine tracked a line of fire just past Corran's head and up toward the ceiling as he fell. Corran laid his own blaster carbine across his stomach and triggered off a burst that caught another stormtrooper in the chest. The trio of shots lifted the stormtrooper up and sent him tumbling back over a desk, scattering a glow lamp and a holoprojector plate. Corran hit the power pack release with his right thumb, dumping the spent Duraplast packet to the ground. Letting the lightsaber rest on the ground for a second, he slapped a new power pack into the carbine and rolled to his knees. He recovered the lightsaber, turned it off, and clipped it again to his belt. Then he got to his feet and moved deeper into the installation. To the left, just beyond the vehicle doors, a ramp led down to a garage area. Off the foyer, 2 corridors led away, one north and one south, going deeper into the facility. From the southern one, off to his right, 2 more stormtroopers came running. Corran's initial burst caught the second one on the left flank, punching through his thigh and chest armor. That man slammed against the foyer's back wall and bounced down to the floor. The lead stormtrooper twisted and dove, extending his right arm toward Corran. The blaster carbine he was carrying spat hot light. One bolt burned through the flight suit over Corran's right hip, but the pilot had already begun to move to his own right, so the rest of the stormtrooper's bolts passed wide. Corin's return fire scythed across the man's midsection. The armor did a good job of deflecting a couple of shots and ablating even more, but one drilled in through the gap between the codpiece and thigh. The stormtrooper screamed and clutched at his leg. Corin stroked the trigger twice more as the man came up into a sitting position, dropping him to his back forever. Something hot and hard caught Corin in the left flank, spinning him around. As he came about, he saw a smallish man in an olive uniform holding a blaster in a double-handed grip. Corin staggered a bit, then dropped to his knees and flopped onto his back. A grin slowly started to spread over the man's face.
He was deliberately aiming at my back and only caught my flank?
Corin groaned aloud.
And he only shot once? Has to be a clerk.
The lieutenant's expression changed from one of joy to one of wide-eyed horror as Corin sat up. The rogue's carbine came around, and the burst Corin triggered tracked blaster fire up through the doorway of the office with the two dead stormtroopers. A trio of bolts lifted the clerk from his feet and spun his body back deep into the office. Corin slowly regained his feet and jogged over to the office. He peeked in quickly, didn't get shot, then moved in past the dead stormtrooper and clerk. He checked the second stormtrooper to make sure he was well and truly dead, then searched the rest of the office for anyone hiding in desk leg wells. He was alone and slumped back against a wall for a second. He could have used more of a rest, but as he pressed his back to the wall, the wound complained. Reaching back with his left hand, he probed it and found a nice, neat hole burned through his flight suit and the armor about the level of his floating ribs. Luckily for him, it had come in at an angle, and most of the energy had been ablated by the armor. When he poked a finger all the way through, it came back wet and red, but the blood hadn't begun to soak his flight suit, so he was fairly certain the wound wasn't that serious. Looking around at the room again, he realized he was standing in what passed for the small installation's communications and security office. A dozen monitors showed shifting views of locations within the facility, and he took heart that only a couple of the monitors showed folks moving around. Those individuals were not stormtroopers and looked like technicians working on some sort of research project. Appropriating a data pad, Corin called up a site map and located one of the labs in the north wing. He tried to call for a general security lockdown of the facility, but the computer refused, indicating the user didn't have the authority to do so. He shifted to another desk, one that looked like it had belonged to the female major who had died as he broke in, and repeated the request. The clanging shut of blast doors echoed through the base. Corin slipped from the office and stopped at the major's corpse. He pulled the rank cylinder from her breast pocket, then headed off through the north corridor. It extended 20 meters into the rock and ended in a Durasteel security door. He pressed the rank cylinder into the locking mechanism, and the door slid open. The assembled workers, all in long white coats, barely glanced at him at first. When he produced and ignited the lightsaber, they paused and looked at him. He got the distinct impression they were more fascinated by the weapon than they were threatened by it.
It's as if they see it as technology, pure and simple, with no regard for what it could possibly do.
Corin slashed the blade to the left and bisected a Duraplast chair. The clatter of both halves toppling to the floor seemed to drill some reality into the tech's consciousnesses. They returned their attention to Corin, and he was pleased to note that a number of them were decidedly pale.
"I'm Captain Corin Horn of the New Republic. Either I'm here liberating you or capturing you. Your choice."
He smiled quickly.
"One note. I hate taking prisoners."
He nodded toward a holoprojector on a table in the center of the lab.
"Show me what you're working on, and you'd be cooperative, which prisoners never are."
A small blonde woman moved to the datapad connected to the holoprojector and started to punch in a request for data. A man moved to stop her, but Corin waved the lightsaber through the air, and its hum seemed to drive the man back.
Cooperative. You want to be very cooperative.
The woman finished typing her request, and an image flashed to life above the holoprojector pad, just hanging there in the air.
Oh, you have been cooperative with someone. Big-time cooperative.
Corin felt his guts tightening into a knot.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks as if you were going to help someone build himself a Death Star.
16. The briefing room felt hot and close to Wedge, even though it dwarfed the X-Wing cockpit he'd ridden in on his return to Coruscant. Corin had flown on his wing in a borrowed X-Wing and now stood with him at the far end of the briefing table. Mon Mothma sat stone-faced at its head, with Leia Organa Solo at her right hand and Borsk Phalia at her left. In the middle of the table, a holoprojector displayed a schematic of a Death Star. The New Republic's chief counselor looked through the holograph, and Wedge felt energy sizzle through her pale aquamarine eyes.
I'm certain that General Kraken and your own experience have made it abundantly clear to you that what you know in this matter is highly classified. You will not speak of it outside this room, neither between yourselves nor to others.
Wedge nodded. Understood.
As ordered.
Corin's voice carried with it the weariness that Wedge felt. The rogues had brought Cap Dendo's Team 1 in to secure the lab, then New Republic intelligence operatives had pounced on it, hustling off the workers and dismantling the equipment and carting it all away. In the meantime, the rogues had returned to active duty, engaging in support missions that lasted another 3 weeks until no hegemony hostiles were present on Linade 3. Immediately following the planet's conquest and reinforcement, Corin and Wedge had been recalled to Coruscant. Borsk Phalia's claws scraped along the table's matte black surface. It is hard to believe that someone even as cruel as Krenel would resurrect Death Stars. Leia shook her head.
Since we have not found the original shipyard that created the Death Stars, the possibility that one or more are under construction is something we can't ignore.
Wedge pointed at the holograph. You're also wrong in calling this a Death Star. It looks like one, but this is a decidedly scaled-down version. It looks to be inspired by how the Emperor used the Death Star at Endor, targeting capital ships. That was a gross underutilization of its power, but it was very effective. What Krenel was creating here is a system domination weapon. It pops out of hyperspace, cranks up gravity well generators, that's what those blisters around the center are, and all traffic in or out stops cold. The planet-splitting beam from the original Death Star has also been scaled back, and multiple sites for it have been created. Those are all the dimples on the thing. With each of those beams capable of killing a superstar destroyer, it's a decidedly lethal ship. It also bristles with smaller anti-ship weapons and can support a half-dozen TIE wings, which gives it plenty of defensive capabilities. Corin folded his arms over his chest.
We've taken to calling it a pulsar station.
Mon Mothma calmly pressed her hands together.
Does Krenel have an operational version of the device?
Wedge shrugged his shoulders. Unknown, but unlikely. The Bothan counselor's eyes narrowed.
Explain.
Wedge raised an eyebrow. I would have thought it would be obvious to you, Counselor. Creating a ship this size would require an incredible amount of resources. Just the durasteel alone would necessitate the mining of a planetoid and its total conversion into metal. The factories needed to turn out the finished pieces don't exist in Krenel's hegemony, or, as Captain Horn would point out, we don't know of their existence. The Bothan waved a hand graciously in Corin's direction.
Would you care to explain?
Corin shrugged his shoulders. Data on some of the hegemony worlds is thinner than the cushions on a hut's reclining platform. Krenel is clamping down on information sources, so getting any data out is going to be tough. Some worlds we can eliminate as candidates. Seutric, for example, is a well-charted and traveled system. Others, like Corvus Minor, are hardly known at all. The shipyards could be there, perhaps positioned to always be opposite the main world in orbit, so the sun blocks any sensor readings of the construction on that world. Leia sat back, her brows knitted with concentration. The only way to confirm this would be to scout the systems.
That's the quickest way. Wedge nodded. We can run a T-65R through the system and have it pull all the intel it can gather.
Leia frowned. The X-Wing recon version has no weapons, so such a run would be risky.
Wedge laughed. I wasn't thinking of taking it in all alone, even though an accompanied ship will be easier to spot. Still, we pick the right location to come into the system, make a quick hit and go, and we might be unnoticed.
Fact is, though, we might need to be noticed.
Corrin nodded toward the holograph.
The facility we found was relatively new, with the team there assembled only over the last couple of months. As nearly as we can determine, they're not part of a design team per se, but are analyzing the data being produced by the actual designers. They're trying to look for flaws in the thing the way you did at Yavin.
The fur rose on the back of Borsk Phalia's neck. I failed to follow the significance of this information.
Two main points, really. The first is that we don't have an exhaust port to dump proton torps into.
Corrin ticked points off on his fingers.
Second, their simulated assaults are run against the pulsar in various stages of construction. Within a year of construction starts, the hyperdrive should be operational. 2 months after that, one of the big beams will work, as will shields, gravity well generators, and 2 of the TIE wing bays.
So it can defend itself.
Right, but its primary mode of defense will be to run.
Corrin opened his hands.
If we can make it run, we stop construction. We can harry it until supplies run out and then take it at our leisure.
The Bothan counselor drew himself up tall in his seat. You mean to suggest that a squadron of X-Wings might be enough to scare this pulsar station into running?
Wedge let mock surprise wash across his face.
Well, we are Rogue Squadron.
And we were going to let Acer lead the raid.
Corrin smiled.
The fact that they've been discovered is going to make them jittery, especially with the New Republic fleet so close by.
You overestimate the effect of your reputation, I think.
Maybe, but we might be able to enhance it a bunch.
Mon Mothma sat forward.
What is it you were thinking, General?
It took Wedge a moment or two to realize she was speaking to him. You selected Prince Admiral Krenel as the target of our operations because we had the pretense of murder to justify what we're doing. Phalia snorted. It's more than pretense. You were there. I was, but that's not my point. Krenel's murder of Pestage is not clearly an evil. As you say, I was there, and I was tempted to murder him myself. The other warlords out there have seen us destroy Zinj because he was an aggressor, and attacking the New Republic. Our going after Krenel makes us the aggressor, and something as simple as this murder charge doesn't carry with it the moral authority that defending yourself does.
Wedge leaned forward on the briefing table, holding himself on his arms.
Revealing the fact that Krenel is working on a new and improved Death Star-style weapon does.
Phalia shook his head.
Impossible. We can't let that news out.
Leia held a hand up. Let Wedge finish. He has his reasons, I'm certain.
I do, both political and practical. Let's start with practical.
We're going to have troops hunting for this thing, and it would be utterly immoral not to advise them of the threat they face. Moreover, it would be stupid. If they don't know what they're up against, they'll get hammered. And the fact is that no matter how good our security, once word goes out to the troops, it will spread. The key thing here, however, is that this news could be very divisive and hurt Krenel a lot. Talk to anyone who ever served the Empire and came over to the rebellion, and the Death Star resonates in their memory. It's the embodiment of evil, and sure, lots of folks died when we blew it up, but lots more died on Alderaan, and no one doubts the evil of the destruction of Alderaan. Even the most strident supporter of the Emperor, save perhaps Isard, would allow that destroying a moon could have made the point just as clearly as Alderaan's death.
Leia stared at the projected pulsar station image. The Emperor's construction of a second Death Star put a lie to the claim that the first one had been Tarkin's folly. But the Emperor's death allowed everyone to shove the blame off onto him. His death absolved their consciences, and they believed that such a station would never appear again.
Wedge nodded. Until now. And remember that Krenel has been waging a propaganda war against the New Republic, offering his hegemony as a refuge for those we'd mistreat. If we reveal this project, folks who are inclined kindly toward him will reconsider, and the other warlords will have to wonder what this station would do to their holdings. If we make this public, we will force a lot of people to ask a lot of questions of Krenel.
The Bothan looked to Mon Mothma.
If we reveal this information, we could start a panic.
Counselor Failure has a point.
Revealing the nature of the mission to those who will fight the thing will start news leaking that could start a panic. Coming from the government, this becomes a security advisory that ought to generate support for what we're doing against Krenel.
Wedge straightened up.
It's important that we get this pulsar station now, while it can't do much more than run, and explanations about the situation should make that clear.
Mon Mothma nodded slowly. This is an intriguing strategy you suggest, General Antilles. The Council shall consider it. You'll likely be on station again in the hegemony before you learn of our decision.
I understand, Chief Counselor Mothma.
Wedge gave her a smile.
As long as the information is going to get out, I think we should make it work for us. Make Krenel's allies and the station's people uneasy. It might even get us the station without a shot being fired.
Borsk Failure barked a short laugh.
Do you actually believe that, General?
Wedge shrugged.
No, but I hope it all the same.
Prince Admiral Delak Krenel slowly extended his mechanical index finger, letting it uncurl from his fist, and pointed it at Isan Isard as she entered his office.
This is your doing, is it not?
Isard graced him with the hint of a smile.
I admire the way you keep your rage from your voice. A good skill to have.
She turned away from him and looked at the holoprojector unit in the corner of the room.
As for that, no, I had nothing to do with it.
Krenel shifted his finger to point at the projector, then brought his thumb up to hit one of the buttons on his index finger. The projector's volume came up as General Kraken moved into the center of the image. He smiled briefly as the holocam pulled back to reveal a smaller holoprojector and a Death Star image behind him. Bitter bile bubbled up into the back of Krenel's throat as Kraken began to speak.
1 month ago, as New Republic forces liberated the world of Lineade 3, we uncovered a secret research and development base in which scientists were engaged in studies devoted to creating the next generation of weapons based on Death Star technology.
Isard turned back and waved her left hand dismissively at Krenel.
You may shut it off. I've seen it too many times in the last day. I know his boring monologue by heart.
Krenel's chin came up. Why, you were so entranced by all this that you could not come when I summoned you after my first viewing of this message?
Hardly.
She shrugged effortlessly and remained standing in the center of his office as if she owned it.
I was not on Ciutric. I traveled away from here to obtain reports from agents about this lab the New Republic says it found.
The Prince Admiral heard something in her voice that sounded like a mixture of boredom and disgust. Says it found? You don't believe the report?
You do? You believe this transparent and pathetic charade?
Isard's eyes narrowed with disbelief.
Please, Prince Admiral, do not allow yourself to sink in my estimation. This is an obvious sham, meant to take in those who are a neuron shy of being able to form a synapse.
Krenel pounded his metal fist against his desk. It's not a matter of belief. I know I had no such lab and no such project underway. She nodded, slowly crossing her arms over her chest.
I know. You could not have hidden such a thing away from me.
The Prince Admiral leaned forward, his teeth set in a feral grin. But you, Isard, you could conceal such a base from me, couldn't you? You could carry on such researches, couldn't you?
Indeed, Prince Admiral, I could, but the New Republic's analysis shows I did not. Certainly I could have put that lab in place, moved those people in, covered the tracks so you couldn't find them. That would be child's play, really. Indeed, such projects were my childhood amusement.
Her eyes focused distantly, and she chuckled for a moment.
That's not what you wanted to hear.
Krenel sat back in his chair. She was right. That wasn't what he wanted to hear, but it was also what he expected out of her. He had assumed from the beginning she would have any number of little projects going on that he would not know about. His only control over her activities came through the resources he allotted to her. Her budgets, while not tiny, certainly were not overly generous. He expected that she supplemented what he gave her from other sources, but even doubling or tripling her funds would not allow for huge projects. He smiled. Ah, I see your point. The New Republic says this base was involved in researches, which you could have financed, but the construction would be beyond your reach. He held a hand up to forestall her protest. Or rather, if you had such resources, you would not have allied yourself with me. Isard gave him a respectful nod.
Your academy education does you proud. This report by the New Republic is clearly a hoax designed to provide them the moral high ground in its struggle with you. Your championing of freedom and personal choice, as well as our painting Pestage as an imperial butcher on a scale that cried out for his elimination, had pretty well eroded support for their war against you. Their desperation shows in their use of this tactic.
So there is no evidence for this lab?
There is a hole in the ground where they indicate that there should be one, yes. It's gutted, with all useful material long since gone. How long it was there, none of my agents can estimate. The place has been there for a long time, but any refits were fairly recent. One agent remembers having gone fishing in that area 2 years ago, and he saw nothing. None of your resources were used in guarding it, and no traces of transactions regarding it can be found in local records.
Were they sliced out? Isard blinked her eyes in an uncharacteristic way that Krenel took as a sign of confusion.
It is conceivable that they were, but a completely successful code slice job leaves exactly the same trace as no slice job at all. I suppose you could conclude the evidence on this point is inconclusive or incomplete.
But you don't think so.
No, I think this is all a put-up job by the New Republic to get at you.
Isard began to pace.
We will have to fight this, of course.
I have a more immediate concern, which is fighting the New Republic's armed forces.
Isard's features sharpened, and a razor's edge entered her voice.
Be aware of one thing, and never forget it, Prince Admiral. This war against you is a political war. They have forged this moral imperative to get at you because they do not have the belly to exert the force they should. Perhaps they cannot. Perhaps Thrawn's assault hurt them more than we can imagine. They are taking things gradually because slow is the only speed they can hit. Our counter-assault will involve 3 steps that will cause them to seriously re-evaluate their chosen course.
3 steps?
Krenel opened his metal hand and ran his fingers across the indentation he'd made when he pounded his fist into the desk.
And they are?
First, you will issue a statement concerning this charge against you. You will be distraught and angry. Do you remember Wint Kapora?
Krenel closed his eyes for a second and saw the face of an eager young man, head-shaved, blue eyes bright, in a cadet's uniform from the Imperial Academy.
He was in my class from Pref's Belt 4. We were in the same company because our last names began with the same letter. I recall him vaguely.
Well, now he was your best friend there. He was from Alderaan, this is true, and died when the planet was destroyed. He was home on leave visiting his family. His death hurt you terribly, so much so that you volunteered for service in the unknown regions. Later you reconsidered and returned to try to exert influence to make sure there would be no more Alderaans. For the New Republic to suggest you would have anything to do with a project that would recreate the weapon that destroyed your friend, well, those are tactics that are painfully imperial in nature.
The Prince Admiral pursed his lips, then nodded.
I can deliver that message.
And shed a tear?
I was a fighter at the Academy, not in the Thespian Union like Kapora.
No matter. We will slice in suitably altered material.
Isard turned quickly and paced back the way she had come.
The second thing we will do is release a series of files that will show that you do not have the resources in the hegemony to build such a project. One of them, the Corvus Minor file, will have been tampered with.
Krenel smiled.
Yes, your little trap for Rogue Squadron. Perhaps this new bait will be more to their liking.
Indeed, I hope so. When they are gone, of course, the New Republic will hit Corvus Minor rather hard. At that point, the 3rd step goes into play. You will attack Lineade 3, hammering their garrison forces. We will insert insurgents who will undertake a covert war against the New Republic forces and, if we are fortunate, will inspire a popular uprising that will force them to devote more troops to holding the place than they ever intended.
Their moral justification is undercut. A storied unit is dead. And I show I have steel to back the political integrity of my realm.
Krenel slowly nodded.
It could work. It must work.
Isard smiled very coldly.
It will work. And once you've shown the galaxy that it is possible to oppose the New Republic, you will be seen as the Emperor's rightful heir. At that point, we will both attain what we most desire.
17. Though Gavin Darklighter's eyes burned with fatigue, The image of Dilak Krenel coming in over the recreation room's holoprojector held his attention and kept him awake. The projector rendered Krenel 3/4 his real height, but because Gavin was seated on a couch next to Asser, he had to look up at the man's image. Krenel had abandoned a military uniform and instead had adopted well-made civilian clothes, but stayed away from the robes long associated with the Emperor's intimates.
So now I am faced with the onerous task of rebutting the charges Mon Mothma and the New Republic have made against me. To many of you it would be inconceivable that such researches were taking place on a world under my control without my knowledge of it.
Krenel's expression remained open, his eyes guileless.
I concur, and I tell you that I had no knowledge of these researches. I would point out that the New Republic has offered no proof that I knew of them, and, in fact, has offered no proof that anyone knew of these researches prior to the New Republic's conquest of Lineage 3.
Gavin frowned. What reason in the galaxy would the New Republic have for faking a lab and accusing you of doing Death Star research? The other pilots in the rec center nodded in agreement with Gavin's question. Hobby laughed.
Not like we didn't have better things to do when pacifying the planet.
It wasn't that hard, Hobby. Mindanos stretched his arms and rolled his wrists around.
I mean, we did have some spare time, an hour or two, in which to plan and execute such deception.
Krenel's flesh-and-blood hand rose innocently.
In suggesting the New Republic fabricated this evidence against me, I would be as remiss as they are if I did not offer you proof of their perfidy. Why would they want to discredit me so? By accusing me of Sate Pestige's murder, they've already provided themselves with as much justification as they needed to launch an invasion of my hegemony. These charges against me serve only to unite the New Republic by making the Emperor's ghost haunt my activities. A New Republic that apparently was not united behind the attack in the first place. In fact, there was much more division in the New Republic than anyone could have imagined, and that very division is what prompted this move.
Krenel's chin came up.
In keeping with my pledge to provide land and shelter and a future to any beleaguered population within the galaxy, I have been involved in negotiations with the leadership of the Alderaanian refugee population. I was prepared to offer them Lineage 3's southern continent, one known for its parallels to Alderaan, as a haven. By fabricating evidence implicating me in furthering the sort of researches that resulted in Alderaan's tragic destruction, the New Republic has scuttled this effort that would have provided peace for the people of Alderaan and for the peoples of the hegemony.
Gavin glanced over at Tycho Selchu and watched the other pilot's arms cross tightly over his chest.
Colonel, is what he's saying true?
Tycho shook his head slowly, as if barely registering the question. I don't know. I don't pay much attention to the Alderaanian refugee groups, and they leave me alone for the most part. They'd see me as linked to the New Republic anyway, so if they were negotiating with Krenel, telling me about it would interfere with their plans.
Krenel bowed his head for a moment. What pains me the most about the New Republic's tactics is that Mon Mothma has accused me of perpetuating the sort of terror weapons that destroyed Alderaan. She has painted me as an inhuman monster in doing so, and has suggested that those who forget the horror of Alderaan will again allow such atrocities to be committed. The plain fact of the matter is that I have not forgotten the lessons of Alderaan. Captain Wint Kaporo was from Alderaan, and went to the Imperial Academy at Prefsbelt 4 at the same time I did. We were friends, good and close friends. He had returned to Alderaan to see his family, and was there when Grand Moff Tarkin...
Krenel's voice failed him, and he brushed away a tear with his left hand. He set his face again, then nodded and continued.
Went was on Alderaan when it was destroyed. I've been to Alderaan. I've been to the graveyard, and I've left my offerings to him and his memory. It was in his name that I chose to negotiate with the Alderaanian refugees. It was in his memory that I sought a suitable world to give them. Now, to be accused of such cruel duplicity as to be negotiating with them on one hand and scheming to create a Death Star on the other, well, the Emperor was never so vicious in dealing with his enemies.
Besmirch their reputations? No, Asser snarled. Blow up their planet? Sure. I'm not certain I like Krenel's definition of vicious.
Gavin draped an arm around her shoulders and gave her a hug.
You're reading my mind again.
The Prince Admiral raised his chin.
It is a sad fact that brutality often begets brutality. The New Republic, which in its infancy desired freedom from oppression for all, now has grown into a monster that oppresses those who oppose it, just as the Empire tried to do to them. To the New Republic there is no place for neutrality. There is no chance for others to find their own path to freedom. This has always been my desire. We have been through a savage civil war in this galaxy, with its horrors all fresh in our memories. There is not one of us who has not looked back and in perfect hindsight suggested that, if I had acted here or there, perhaps, just perhaps, the pain and suffering of billions could have been averted. The brave act of standing up to tyranny could have smothered it at its birth, instead of requiring its execution at the height of its power.
The holocam closed in on Krenel's face.
The New Republic's tyranny is in its infancy. Oppose it now, and we need not shed the blood of billions. The people of the hegemony will fight to preserve our freedom. We invite all those who pledge themselves to liberty to make a stand and join with us, so the sacrifices made in overthrowing the Empire will not be tarnished by the rapacious predation of the New Republic.
The image slowly faded, and Gavin found his flesh puckering. He shook his head, then frowned.
Anyone else get the feeling, even for a second, that we're on the wrong end of this war?
Sure, offered Iniri Forge, for about as long as it took me to remember the locals trying to shoot my X-Wing down.
The round-faced Min Donos raked his fingers through his black hair.
I think Krenel would argue that they were just trying to defend their planet against our attack. We were the aggressors. As well we should have been.
Iniri gestured toward where Krenel had been standing.
If we had not come here and someone hadn't tried to kill Corrin, we would not have found that lab. A year from now, or two, Krenel could show up over Coruscant with his Death Star and cause a lot of trouble.
Min held up his hands.
Hey, I'm not saying Krenel is right, but I do think there will be plenty of folks who will be given cause to wonder.
Asser shifted from beneath Gavin's arm and sat forward on the couch.
Humans, you mean, Min? Not necessarily. Take the Bothans, for example.
Min nodded in her direction.
You're a sophisticated people who have sacrificed much to help the rebellion. You're politically astute, have colony worlds and a thriving economy. What if an indigenous people of one of those colony worlds decides it wants the Bothans gone, and the New Republic decides to back this independence movement, largely because of a vote organized among species who don't care for Bothan politics? You Bothans would immediately be put into the same situation some humans might be feeling squeezed by right now. And there are humans who saw the blacker depths of the Emperor's heart, too. One of the wraiths came from Tobrawa.
The imps reduced them to puling animals. Folks might wonder why we're not liberating them instead of fighting over worlds that haven't asked for our help. I mean, I have no more love for Krenel than the rest of you, and I do think he has to go down. But using the idea of Pestige's murder as justification is rather thin.
Gavin shook his head. Min, if I hear you right, you're suggesting that because the New Republic says one thing and Krenel says the exact opposite, most people will wonder if the truth isn't really somewhere in the middle.
Right. They have cause to wonder who's right.
Tycho stood.
It's called the gray fallacy. One person says white, another says black, and outside observers assume gray is the truth. The assumption of gray is sloppy, lazy thinking. The fact that one person takes a position that is diametrically opposed to the truth does not then skew reality, so the truth is no longer the truth. The truth is still the truth.
He nodded slowly.
The truth in this case is simple. Krenel is an unreconstructed Imperial who has been shown in the past to have a penchant for cruelty and murder. We've found a lab that indicates he might be trying to build a new Death Star-type station, and maybe that's as far as it's gone. The fact that we don't know means we have to keep checking, keep pursuing. Even if Krenel's right, he didn't have anything to do with this lab. I don't doubt for an Imperial minute that he'd use such a station.
Iniri raised an eyebrow.
Even after what he said about his friend from Alderaan?
Tycho snorted lightly.
I attended the academy at Prefsbelt 4 well after the two of them. Krenel's name appeared on a few trophies for unarmed combat. Kapora was supposed to have been some engineering whiz. I don't see them being the best of friends, but even assuming they were, it would take more than a tear to make me believe Kapora's death had that much effect on Krenel.
Iniri folded her arms across her chest.
Do you really think you can judge what went on in Krenel's heart based on one holocast?
Nope, just going by what I know of him in the past.
He strafed a crowd at Axilla and murdered Pestige on Ciutric.
Tycho's eyes narrowed.
More telling, though, is the fact that he didn't leave the Imperial service until 4.5 years after the death of his friend. Alderaan's destruction caused me to defect immediately, but you'd expect that because I'm from Alderaan. Others took longer to come over, a month, a year, a couple of years, but eventually they did. Krenel remained with the Empire even after the second Death Star's destruction, and only left when he was able to usurp Pestige's hegemony. Someone with that track record only cares for himself.
Gavin let Tycho's words sink in, and in them found a truth. In the whole of his 3.5 years with Rogue Squadron, the emphasis had always been on helping others. It didn't matter how difficult the mission was. They went out and did it because they were making life better for someone, somewhere. Sacrificing our futures so a bunch of other folks had their own futures secured always seemed like a solid bargain. Krenel and people like him never would see it that way because they saw themselves as more important than anyone else.
Which is why we have to stop him.
Gavin ran his hand down over the fur on Acer's spine. I don't know about the rest of you, but it seems to me that Mon Mothma's announcement and Krenel's answer means that having evidence of this station's existence is going to be very important. I figure we've got a bunch of snoop and scoot missions in our future.
He stood and stretched.
It's about time for me to run some brush-ups on piloting a T-65R, so I'm heading down to the Sim Center. Anyone else wants to join me? I'd love the company.
18. Aiella Wessery shifted the tool belt on her waist so the hydrospanner banged along her right thigh instead of against the back of her leg. The tool belt
Duraplast helmet, and gray and blue striped coveralls completed a disguise that started with her dyeing her hair jet black and putting in bright blue contact lenses. Everything worked together perfectly to make it appear as if she were a worker for Komenor Holocom, which was a common enough sight to let her pass unnoticed. Mirax, on the other hand, had colored her hair a bright red and had donned a red business suit with black blouse beneath it, which attracted a lot of stares. She carried a datapad in her left hand and used a stylus in her right to point Aiella this way and that, giving anyone watching the impression that she was Aiella's supervisor making a quality assurance run with her. The situation clearly pleased neither of them, as was evidenced by muttering on the part of both parties. Various and sundry sapient characters on the street gave both of them a wide berth. Aiella had wanted to head out to Komenor within 3 weeks of her conversation with Mirax, but Corrin's discovery on Linnaid III had given New Republic intelligence a brand-new focus. She'd spent the better part of a month poring over data on Krenel's hegemony worlds, looking for a possible shipyard for the pulsar station. She hadn't been able to pinpoint one and sincerely doubted one existed, but the lack of data on some of Krenel's worlds disturbed her. The world's pacification gave her a bit of a break, so she and Mirax headed out for their mission to Komenor. Their first stop had been the Errant Venture, the Imperial Star Destroyer Mirax's father had won from the New Republic for his role in the liberation of Typhira. There, Mirax had talked Booster Terric into using the ship's facilities to manufacture fraudulent documents to get them into Komenor, and Booster had even managed to find them passage to the world with another ship. Aiella had reluctantly agreed with Booster that the Pulsar Skate was too well known a ship to get them onto Komenor unnoticed. They entered the lobby of a large office building and paused at the holodirectory. With the air of a bored executive, Mirax punched up the data for the offices of Wooter, Rimke, and Voss, attorneys at law. The directory noted the offices were on the 18th floor and closed for the weekend, but Mirax punched a button to summon a turbo lift to carry them upward.
"The offices are closed, Supervisor. They're not working on the weekend, as we shouldn't be."
Mirax spit at Aiella with a hard stare and poked her in the shoulder with the stylus.
"If you had not cross-melded 2 lines, we wouldn't be working on the weekend, and they could be."
One member of the janitorial staff, a Trandoshan, winced, while 2 insectoid verpines just waggled antennae at each other. Aiella trailed after Mirax rather dejectedly, keeping her eyes cast down at the ground. Wordlessly, she entered the turbo lift, and the doors closed behind her. Mirax ran her hand over the wooden wall paneling.
"Genuine, not some fiberplast substitute. Very stylish and very expensive. Easy to do when you're on an Imperial expense account."
Aiella slowly shook her head.
"If Mem Wooter hadn't decided to get greedy, he could have been in the clear."
Mirax smiled and curled a scarlet lock of hair behind her left ear.
"I thought you were the one telling my father that snatching Wooter and sweating facts out of him couldn't be done because we weren't sure he was involved. I thought you were reserving judgment." "Well, I was."
Aiella shrugged uneasily.
"Fact is, I'm as bad at Corrin in resisting suggestions your father makes." "No, you're not." "Okay, maybe I'm not that bad."
She laughed lightly.
"After spending years hearing horror stories about him, though, I'm not comfortable doing what he suggests. This is especially true when it comes to the realm of crimes against a person. And what we're going to be doing is different. Crimes against property, big difference."
Aiella hooked her thumbs through her tool belt as the lift stopped and the doors parted.
"I tell you, Supervisor, they made unauthorized repairs to their own line that caused the problem." "The problem was unauthorized hum consumption, splicist."
Mirax led Ayala down the hallway to the double doors with the firm's name emblazoned on them in gold Arabesh lettering. She knocked firmly on the door, then waited. Under her breath, she commented, "Looks like a Canvas 9400 lock, not bad." "You're kidding, right?" Ayala fished a square packet from a tool belt pouch. The device fit neatly in the palm of her hand. With a flick of her thumb, she turned it on, and a slender tab the thickness of a key card snapped out on one of the long sides. She flashed it down through the key card slot once quickly, then twice more. On the third try, the door clicked open. Mirax blinked. "How did you—" Ayala shrugged. "Whistler could have opened this door." "So could I, but folks would have heard the blaster whine." Ayala ushered Mirax into the office foyer and closed the door behind them. "Intel has some interesting toys. Set it for the lock type, flash through once to blank the current code, a second time to set a new one, and a third to open the door." Mirax smiled. "Know where Kraken gets those things?" "I doubt he'd want you having one." Then I guess a brisk trade in them would be out too." Mirax looked into the office. Then again, if this office is any indication, working for the imps might be far more lucrative. Ayala couldn't argue with Mirax there. The office entryway had half walls topped with turned wooden pillars that upheld a reflective silver ceiling. A massive desk crossed the foyer. Off to the right, a number of very comfortable-looking chairs surrounded a table in a small waiting area. Off to the left, an open doorway led back into what, on the blueprints for the office, had been the research center, file room, utility closets, and small food prep station. Back behind the desk stood 3 doors to the partners' offices. Ayala inclined her head toward the open doorway. "File room first, then Wooter's office. If there is evidence here, we'll find it." In reviewing the evidence collected from the raid on the Xenovet facility, Ayala had realized there was very little at the actual site that hadn't been gone over. She stepped back from the physical evidence and began to examine the environment in which the facility had been located. The presence of the Xenovet site was indeed a physical fact, but the circumstances surrounding its use were not. The prisoners had said that they thought they had been in that facility for years, but that conflicted with the history of the site according to area residents. Or, if the prisoners had been there during that time, the imps also ran the breeding business as a cover. In widening her search for details concerning the Xenovet facility, Ayala ran across a local attorney named Mem Wooter. Wooter had made a living during the imperial era by acting as counsel for thieves, glit biters, and other lowlifes being prosecuted by imperial officials. The cases were unremarkable, and Wooter got them assigned to him under the imperial pretense of having a defense representative for all prisoners. He seemed good at making deals for clients and not pushing things where the Empire's evidence in the case was especially weak. While Wooter's experience had been in minor criminal cases, when Xenovet went into receivership, Wooter had been appointed a trustee for the firm. He paid the site's expenses out of his own pocket, looking to recoup his losses when the site was sold. The bankruptcy records Ayala had pulled from Komenor computers appeared to be very tidy and perfectly in order, which was a marked contrast to Wooter's filings in criminal cases. Still, the bankruptcy court had no problem with him, since he made no unreasonable demands on them and documented all his expenses. The case judge had even made a note in a file to the effect that if Wooter spent as much as the site cost, the court might just award him the property and close the file. Mirax flipped on the glow panels in the file room and looked around at an endless array of shelves filled with data card boxes. "Well, this won't be an easy search." "No, but we'll have plenty of time to do it." The building's blueprints had been cross-checked against utility records, showing that Wooter's security precautions began and ended with the Canvas 9400. No alarms, no surveillance equipment, we're in the clear. Mirax frowned as she pulled one box of data cards from a shelf and set it on the long table running down the center of the rectangular room.
Wooter's certainly a contradiction. Smart enough to have a good lock, too dumb to have a security system. Smart enough to handle the Xenovet facility for the imps, dumb enough to display his wealth by taking this sort of office. Makes things seem kind of obvious, doesn't it? Ayala set her Duraplast helmet down on the table. But that's what brought us here anyway, right? True. Mirax plucked a data card from the box. Look at this one. It's the Xenovet accounts. Ayala took Mirax's datapad from her hand and slipped the card into it. Encrypted, but I'll make a copy of the data and we can slice it elsewhere. A shiver shook Mirax. It's too easy. There's something about this I don't like. Ayala handed back the data card and slipped the datapad into her coverall's left thigh pocket. You're beginning to sound like Corrin. Don't tell me you have Jedi blood in you, too. Worse, my father raised me to be suspicious. Then he didn't do a good enough job. A man standing in the file room doorway slipped a blaster carbine from beneath his long Nerf hide coat and leveled it at them. You'll be coming with us. He stepped into the room and to the right, allowing them to see another man similarly armed standing in the office foyer. Ayala slowly raised her hands, and Mirax followed suit. Long years of training, first with Corsec and later with the Rebellion, told Ayala that to make any sort of move would be suicidal. While she knew that going with the two of them meant the chances of her living through the encounter were slender, in the file room they had no place to run. Shooting us here would be easier than blasting a bantha in a turbolift box. Mirax exited the room first with her hands held high. Ayala followed close on her heels and was impressed that the man coming after her didn't poke her in the back with the muzzle of his blaster carbine. Doing that would let me know where the weapon is, which might give me a chance to knock it out of the way and attack him. His caution showed he wasn't some street lurker out to prove how tough he was. He's a professional, which means he's not going to panic. That's good. In the hallway outside the office, two more men joined the first two. They came out of the next office over. The legend on the door proclaimed them to be accountants. Ayala smiled. You ran surveillance gear in through air ducts so the power hookups would be billed through the other office, not Wooter's. Nice. The first man directed them down the hallway to a doorway allowing access to the maintenance lifts. Mirax nodded. Very nice. I bet Wooter didn't even know he was being watched. Just like Isard to think of that sort of thing. The lead man let the comment pass, but one of the others hitched for a second. The leader caught the hesitation as quickly as Ayala did and stopped. You two can keep quiet, or we stun you and carry you out of here in trash bins. Your choice. Another of the men summoned the freight lift as they assembled in the little tiled room that looked all the more dingy and cheap because of the contrast with the rest of the building. All four of the men were tall and strongly built. Ayala guessed they trained on a high-gravity world. But they were different enough that she didn't figure them to be clones. They could have passed for stormtroopers had they been wearing armor, which made Ayala think they were probably special intelligence operatives, which were just the sort of people Isard had employed on Coruscant and elsewhere to do her dirty work. All six of them piled into the freight lift, and it descended. The blaster carbines all retreated inside jackets for appearance's sake, but Ayala knew that making any sort of a move in the crowded lift would be insane. Crossfire might get some of them, but we'd be in the middle of it, which would hurt a lot.
The freight lift opened onto a freight dock area at the rear of the building. The scent of rotting garbage assaulted Ayala's nostrils, and a hand in the middle of her back propelled her forward. As she stepped from the turbo lift, she saw one of the Verpine maintenance workers from the lobby. One of their kidnappers flashed his carbine at the Verpine, and the creature chittered and bowed his way into a retreat, while the others led Ayala and Mirax out into the alley behind the building. A trio of wheeled trash bins along the right side of the alley narrowed it appreciably, and a pair of twitching legs sticking up out of the nearest open one brought a smile to several faces. Beyond the trash bins, Ayala saw a pair of black hover cars and assumed they were their destination. The doors on the hover cars opened, and two more individuals exited each vehicle. She looked around and saw another alley leading off to the left about halfway down to the vehicles. The main street lay behind them, with two of the kidnappers between her and it. Another street capped the alley back beyond the hover cars.
If they get us into the hover cars, they can take us wherever they want to, interrogate us, and kill us.
As desperate as she knew the situation to be, there wasn't anything she could do about it. One kidnapper led the group, followed by Mirax and a second guard. Ayala came next, with the last two kidnappers following her.
And in this narrow alley, shooting us down would be easy. Still, if I had a diversion...
They'd moved past the first trash bin when the diversion came. The grubby figure of a man who had been digging in the bin skipped and capered his way past them, then asked each of them for money.
I'm not a glit biter, just something to see me by.
He tugged on the sleeve of the first man in line, then swept on down, grabbing at Ayala's right hand. A snarled command from the man behind her brought a shocked look to the derelict's face. Then he backed off, pressing his spine against the middle trash bin.
Wish I could help,
Ayala said slowly.
You will, kind lady.
The man lunged for the last kidnapper in line, slamming him across the alley and into the ferrocrete wall on the other side. The kidnappers all turned as their comrade yelped, and the man by the vehicles pointed down the alley toward them. Ayala brought her right hand up and slid her index finger onto the trigger of the holdout blaster the derelict had slipped her. She shot the third kidnapper in the middle of his back, pitching him forward into the derelict and last kidnapper. She spun to shoot at the second kidnapper, but Mirax had already scythed a booted foot through the man's knee, dropping him to the ground. Ayala shot the first kidnapper in the face, then grabbed Mirax's hand and sprinted with her toward the hover cars. The men at the vehicles didn't fire at the running women, whether from surprise or out of fear of hitting their Confederates. Ayala didn't know and didn't care. She cut into the alley with Mirax and started running full out. The alley broke to the right, and they raced around the corner, then stopped.
Sith spawn! Dead end!
Mirax slapped her hand against a ferrocrete wall.
Don't have anything to blow a hole through it on that tool belt, do you? Sorry. Never a husband around with a lightsaber when you need one, you know. Yeah, having him or Wedge or all of Rogue Squadron here right now would be rather handy.
Ayala slid back behind a fiberplast crate and hunkered down. She aimed her blaster 20 meters back at the alley mouth.
They're going to be coming, and they're going to be angry. I gathered that might be happening.
Mirax shifted another fiberplast crate around and started piling broken chunks of ferrocrete on top. Smaller pieces she kept closer at hand. Ayala raised an eyebrow.
You're going to throw ferrocrete at them? Might not work well, but it will make me feel much better.
Mirax shrugged.
Besides, to hear Wedge tell it, rocks worked for the Ewoks. Well, I'd be happy to see a battalion of those furry little critters right now.
Down at the far end of the alley, the white crescent of a face poked its way around the corner, then drew back quickly. The muzzle of a blaster carbine followed and sprayed lethal red energy darts through the narrow ferrocrete alley. The bolts left guttering flames burning on the walls.
"I'd rather take you alive,"
someone called around the corner. Ayala sighted in on the corner, dropped her aim point 30 centimeters, and moved it a meter out.
"Don't expect us to make this easy for you."
"I didn't think that was in the plan."
Ayala watched, waiting for them to make a move. A muffled thump rolled down the alley, but she couldn't place that sound. The stuttered whine of blaster carbines going off followed, with a hail of red darts tattooing the end of the alley. Two men came rolling and stumbling past the alley mouth, driven forward and picked apart by concentrated blaster fire. They rolled to a stop in the middle of the alley, their clothes smoldering and their bodies limp. Ayala glanced at Mirax.
"What's going on?"
Mirax shook her head.
"I have no idea, but I think I like it."
The two of them remained down behind cover until a chittering filled the alley and two blaster-toting verpines crouched over the dead men. They poked at one of the bodies, then waved someone else along. They remained over the bodies, looking at Mirax and Ayala, but they made no move toward them, nor did they point their weapons in their direction. An older man with a fringe of white hair on his head and a flowing white mustache ducked his head into the alley and pulled it back again.
"Don't shoot. I'm a friend."
Ayala set her blaster down.
"We believe you."
"Good."
The man stepped into the alley, letting his blaster dangle by a shoulder strap from his right shoulder.
"You're both unhurt?"
"We are."
Ayala stood and folded her arms across her chest.
"Who are you?"
The man smiled.
"Baz Carl. Mirax's father saved my life in the mines on Kessel, and he asked me to keep an eye on you. When one of my verpines reported you'd been taken, we moved. Meant to be here sooner, but we came as fast as we could."
Ayala nodded. Verpines were able to communicate via energy waves, produced and received by their antennae. They were the perfect species for creating a net of watchers.
"Don't worry, the guy you had in the alley had us covered."
She pointed at the holdout blaster.
"He gave me this and got things moving."
"Someone gave you a holdout blaster?"
Coral's white brows arrowed in at each other.
"I had no one in the alley, no one with a blaster."
Mirax